The white scale shield was a top-grade magic tool refined from materials of the inky flood dragon. It had supported Han Li through many fierce battles. Aside from the time that it had been pierced by the blood spirit drill, it hadn't sustained the slightest of damage. Han Li truly found it hard to believe that it was just destroyed by some monster. At this moment, Han Li was able to use the Moonlight Stone's faint light to take a look at this monster. The creature appeared extremely strange and was only about a meter tall. It had a small head perched on a very thin neck. However, its two green, fist-sized eyes unemotionally stared at him with cold, malicious intent. What caught Han Li's attention the most were its two black, incisive scythe-like forelimbs. Han Li grew greatly fearful of them. This monster had weapons. But how could these scythes be so sharp that they can split his white scale shield in one blow? As these thoughts surged through Han Li's mind, his body flickered, shooting straight toward the cave exit like a loosened arrow. He wouldn't be able to last against that monster inside such a small cave. Even if he had several lives, it still wouldn't be enough. He had to escape in order to stand a chance. As Han Li shot forth, the monster silently pursued him with shockingly equivalent speed. Like two gales of wind, Han Li and the monster raced the short distance toward the cave's exit. Once he left the cave, Han Li waved his hand without the slightest of thought, shooting a streak of white light in front of him. The white light turned into the flawless, white divine wind boat. He planned to take to the skies. Since his defensive magic tools were unable to endure the monster's attacks, he would have to increase the distance in between them and use magic tools to ravage it from afar. As Han Li slowed down to bring out his divine wind boat, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. The monster suddenly appeared between Han Li and his divine wind boat. Clang, clang. It icily stared at Han Li while rubbing its scythe-like forelimbs against each other. Han Li felt his heart drop. Not only was this monster ferocious, it was also intelligent. This proved quite troublesome. But now that they had left the dark cave, Han Li was able to fully make out the monster underneath the moonlight. It was a huge dark gray mantis that released a strange gray aura. Han Li lightly exhaled, suppressing the unease in his heart. His body became blurred for a moment before transforming into 6 identical images. Each of the illusions charged directly toward the huge mantis. Han Li wasn't completely confident that the fastest speed of his shifting smoke steps could break through the monster's guard. The mantis' eyes flashed with green light, and its body also blurred, turning into several similar reflections. Each of them moved to block Han Li's illusions. Han Li's face became aghast. Puff, puff. One by one, Han Li's reflections were struck down by the mantis blades. Just as Han Li's true body was about to be struck, he was forced to use his tortoise shell to block its strike. As a result, the strike blew him back to his original location and left a deep scar on his tortoise shell. Han Li looked at the scar on the tortoise shell with a pale expression and gulped. It was clear that this magic tool would be unable to endure further strikes. Without waiting for Han Li to make any plans, the mantis' meter-long wings began to shimmer and buzz. The demonic beast had actually rapidly fluttered its wings and lightly hovered off the ground. Han Li bitterly swore. How could he possibly forget that mantises were insects capable of flying? Once in flight, this demonic beast will surely be immensely fast. For the first time, Han Li lacked confidence in his movement techniques. Even so, Han Li used the body lightning technique, along with other auxiliary magic techniques on his body, and patted his storage pouch. Releasing streaks of gold, black, and red light, he hurried, wanting to use this opportunity to take the initiative. However, the demon mantis acted before Han Li could begin his assault. It launched itself into the air and suddenly disappeared without a trace. An instant later, it reappeared above Han Li and fiercely chopped down, intending to split Han Li into 2. At this moment, Han Li appeared incomparably calm. As the scythe sliced through Han Li's afterimage, Han Li had completely disappeared. However, his magic tools had remained, spiraling around the demonic beast like a swarm of bees, wanting to shred it into pieces. Dang, dang. A series of clangs rang out as the huge mantis swung its scythes at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, creating a huge defensive net. In the clash between the magic tools and the mantis scythes, 3 of the golden blades and 1 of the fire tridents were cut into fragments, turning them into clouds of sparkling dust. Han Li took this opportunity to fly off on his divine wind boat while feeling great heartache. He urgently recalled his remaining magic tools, causing the streaks of light to rush back toward him. However, the demon mantis was unwilling to let him go. It clanged its forelimbs against each other and suddenly charged forward, turning into a black blur as it rapidly advanced. In an unrestrained chain of slashes, 2 more golden blades were broken, scattering into dust. Han Li's feeling of loss only grew deeper. Although this set of golden beetle swarm blades couldn't be considered exceptional among top-grade magic tools, it was hard to come by such a large set that was easy to use. Furthermore, he had this set of magic tools for many years and had become quite attached to them. He didn't expect that a majority of them would be destroyed today. Fortunately, Han Li's most important magic tools, the Black Dragon's claws, were still intact. As the pair had managed to survive, it could be considered a silver lining among this terrible situation. But with the demon mantis still rigidly staring at him, Han Li was unable to feel hopeful. If he didn't have a good way to deal with this monster, he might not be able to save his own life, let alone his magic tools. With that in mind, Han Li madly poured spiritual power into the divine wind boat beneath his feet. The divine wind boat lightly trembled for a moment before soaring into the sky as a streak of white light. Han Li truly believed that this demonic beast would be unable to match the speed of the divine wind boat. However, after a short moment of flying, Han Li couldn't help but recognize how shallow his experience was. The mantis had kept up with him and was slowly catching up. At this moment, Han Li was wildly driving forward as he threw several fireballs behind him, attempting to stop the demon mantis from chasing him. This is far too strange. Not only are its attacks fierce and swift, but its flight speed is even quicker. Even my own divine wind boat is slightly slower than it. Han Li gloomily thought. He was now completely certain that this demon mantis was far more powerful than the white spider he had previously fought. This huge mantis wasn't a mere top-grade 4th-level demonic beast. It was a 5th-grade demonic beast from legend, a monster nearly capable of contending with core formation cultivators. When Han Li thought of this possibility, he felt more cold sweat on his back and fired fireballs with even greater effort in an attempt to stop the demonic beast's gradual approach. Each of the fireballs were easily chopped into 2, but they managed to slightly slow it down, buying Han Li some precious time. Han Li clearly understood that if this continued, the mantis would eventually overtake him. He couldn't allow this deadlock to continue. Therefore, he separately used a thread of consciousness to enter his storage pouch and see what magic tools could be used for this situation. Suddenly, he felt a very soft item with his strand of consciousness, and his mind flashed with inspiration, coming up with a plan immediately. Thus, after lowering his head and observing his environment, he fiercely stomped on his divine wind boat, causing it to immediately descend into the thick forest. At that same moment, he casually took out 8 common magic tools from his storage pouch and recklessly shot them all behind him. Afterwards, he threw 5 puppet soldiers behind him as well. As soon as they emerged, they shot out dazzling light arrows that closely followed behind the magic tools. Although this wild attack forced the mantis to respond, it was able to quickly tear the puppets and magic tools into pieces. But when it thought to resume chasing after Han Li had already silently disappeared into the forest without a trace. The demonic beast's eyes continuously flickered with green light and slowly descended. It then circled around the forest, still wanting to find Han Li. Down below in the dense forest, Han Li was solemnly staring at the huge mantis in the sky from behind a large tree. His eyes revealed nervousness. At this moment, he was wearing a cloak of muslin, hiding all traces of his body and completely isolating him from the world. This concealing spirit muslin was something Han Li had acquired after the fight with the white spider, loot he had acquired from Xianxia. Xianxia had originally planned to take advantage of this item and use the spider to deal with Han Li, but he had died as a result. Not only can this muslin isolate one's spiritual chi fluctuations, it can also hide one's scent and presence, allowing for complete concealment. Han Li had no choice but to use this magic tool, hoping that the demonic beast wasn't too bright and would leave after searching for a bit. Else, if it persisted, Han Li would be in dire straits. But to guard against any contingencies, Han Li had the solidified blood spirit drill ready in his grasp. Although this item had astonishing speed and destructive power, Han Li wasn't confident that it would be able to kill the demonic beast, having personally witnessed the mantis' terrifying speed. Thus, he had only taken it out just in case. While holding his breath, Han Li gazed at the huge mantis as it flew several few kilometers nearby before suddenly shooting toward Han Li's hiding place. Han Li's complexion turned deathly pale. With a cold face, he firmly held the blood spirit drill in his hand and began to pour spiritual power into it, causing it to gradually heat up. Han Li coldly gazed at the demonic beast as it approached, waiting for the mantis to come closer before releasing the magic tool. Only by doing this would he have a higher chance of injuring or even killing it. Naturally, waiting for it to come closer put him in far greater danger. But Han Li was left with no other choice. 150 meters, 120 meters, 90 meters. Han Li's heart violently thumped in his chest, and he couldn't help but suck in a deep breath as he prepared to release the blood spirit drill in his hand. But what Han Li saw next left him dumbstruck. When the demon mantis was just 60 meters away from Han Li, it suddenly circled off into another direction, descending not far away from Han Li. After two miserable roars sounded out, the huge mantis flew away without the slightest reluctance, carrying a large mountain boar in its forelimbs. After seeing the demonic beast fly away into the distance, Han Li finally let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground, despite appearing unbefitting of a cultivator. He had just gone through a matter of life or death. Had he went ahead and launched the attack, he would have ended up just like that boar, as food for the demonic beast. He was extremely fortunate to come out unscathed. Han Li silently rejoiced. This was the first time he had felt that his luck was quite good. But now that he had calmed down, Han Li thought of the culprit that caused all of this, the controlling spirit sect cultivator that resided in Crooked Soul's body. Han Li couldn't help but feel burning fury. It was clear the cave was a trap. Those jade slip letters were just a fabricated lure. Despite his carefulness, he was still no match for that cunning old fox. He had fallen deeply into his trap and had nearly died as a result. Oh, very good. Since I'm still alive, I'd better go and pay you a visit. As Han Li rested, he felt an intense hatred burning inside him that he never felt before. Han Li knew that because he stuck 3 soul lock talismans onto Crooked Soul, it would be impossible for him to escape. His cultivation was simply too weak. Once Han Li returned, he would be able to easily take his life. When he felt that his physical strength and magic power had recovered, Han Li shot off on his divine wind boat toward Crooked Soul. However, he now didn't dare to boldly fly up into the sky. Instead, he cautiously flew at a low altitude, about 30 meters up in the air, because he was afraid of catching the demonic beast's attention once more. On Han Li's journey back, the freezing night wind had calmed a majority of Han Li's raging fury. Once his mind became clearer, he started to re-examine his interactions with Crooked Soul. The words and actions of the controlling spirit sect cultivator were well thought out. In addition, with the fearsome strength of the demon mantis, Han Li was beginning to doubt that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could such a fearsome demonic beast appear within 50 kilometers of a place like Jiayuan City? There was no way it could be wild. When he thought of the controlling spirit cultivator, he couldn't help but think that this huge mantis was likely a domesticated spirit beast. It's hard to imagine that such a fearsome spirit beast was domesticated by a Foundation establishment cultivator. From his point of view, that mantis spirit beast could handle 4 late Foundation establishment disciples. It was beyond ferocious. Could it be that this Crooked Soul wasn't a Foundation establishment cultivator but actually a core formation? Han Li couldn't help but guess. Han Li's heart jumped. Seeing that he was about to arrive, Han Li stopped his advance and entered deep contemplation while still floating in midair. How could a core formation cultivator be reduced to such a miserable state where their body was destroyed and their soul was cast adrift? Could it be that he was forced to eject his soul because he was no match for another core formation cultivator? Or could it be that he ran into a nascent soul eccentric from the state of you? However, the 7-sex nascent soul cultivators have long since detached themselves from the world. Only 2 or 3 still remained within the state of you. Even among the clashes between the Devil Dao and 7-sex, Han Li had never heard of a nascent soul cultivator taking action. Such a display was quite hard to imagine. With just a single wave of a hand, such an expert could easily shatter mountains and overturn the seas. However, Han Li felt some resentment toward these nascent soul cultivators and inwardly cursed them several times for their detached observation of the wars of lower-level cultivators. When would these profound cultivators finally take action? Could it be that was what happened? Is it possible that this core formation expert came across a nascent soul eccentric? Han Li speculated in his mind. If a core formation cultivator truly was trapped inside Crooked Soul's body, it completely made sense. After all, he knew much secret information about the Devil Dao's invasion and possessed such a powerful spirit beast as well. After further contemplation, Han Li conceded that Crooked Soul was most likely a core formation cultivator. This caused him to break out in cold sweat and wear a queer expression, holding traces of both fear and excitement. Could it be that he had disguised himself to lure me in? Did he pretend to have low cultivation to play with me this entire time? Han Li did his utmost to ponder about the possibility of the worst-case scenario. Impossible. Those displays of weakness couldn't be faked. After a moment more of deliberation, he finally arrived at a definite conclusion. It was an indisputable fact that he had already occupied Crooked Soul's body for several years. The only possible reason for this was because he had lost his body, along with his profound cultivation, like he previously said. Even with his primordial soul, Crooked Soul would only be able to recultivate without any bottlenecks. His current cultivation should be as it appeared. Furthermore, Han Li figured out that he was unable to control the mantis spirit beast. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have such a fearsome beast follow him as a bodyguard? During his current moment of weakness, Crooked Soul's greatest need was strong protection. That was why he had no choice but to trick Han Li into entering the cave, in the hope that his uncontrollable mantis would kill him. With his sharp mind, Han Li mulled through the series of events before gradually realizing the complete truth. His heart grew courageous once more. Han Li wasn't merely taking advantage of someone's weakness. He was dealing with a core formation cultivator, a great enemy belonging to the controlling spirit sect. If Crooked Soul managed to run away, he would come back as a core formation cultivator and be certain to dismember him into countless pieces. Therefore, Han Li absolutely couldn't leave this person alive. Understanding how things stood, Han Li continued his flight without the slightest hesitation and flew onto the small mountaintop. In the blink of an eye, Han Li arrived on the mountaintop and saw Crooked Soul still held in place. The talismans on his body were still untouched. Han Li was jubilant and descended about 30 meters away from Crooked with a relaxed heart. But at the same time he held a magic tool in each hand. Having seen Han Li descend, Crooked Soul appeared extremely shocked, as if he hadn't expected that Han Li would return alive. Following that, he forced himself to widely smile, wanting to say something. But Han Li just advanced several steps forward and raised his hand, shooting 2 black streaks of light toward him. Since Han Li already decided to kill him, he had no need to speak with him. Seeing the fierce and overbearing advance of the black dragon's claws, Crooked Soul's complexion paled. Recognizing that Han Li wanted to rip him apart, Crooked Soul's body suddenly flashed, jumping several meters to the side and avoiding the attack. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you forgot about your death oath." The controlling spirit sect cultivator cried out in a fluster. He clearly hadn't expected to see Han Li again and was caught off guard by his attacks. Han Li appeared to have ignored Crooked Soul's words. Instead, he was intensely staring at the 3 soul-lock talismans still on his body, as if he didn't dare to believe his own eyes. The talismans weren't removed, but he can still move. Han Li's heart was filled with doubt. However, now was not the time to be distracted by questions. Thus, Han Li snorted and remained silent. He pointed at the black dragon's claws and caused them to immediately grow several times their original size, turning into two huge black lights before charging toward Crooked Soul. Han Li had already made up his mind. Even if he had to sacrifice the body of Crooked Soul, he had to thoroughly eliminate this core formation cultivator. Seeing that Han Li had no intention to stop until he was dead, Crooked Soul gaped from desperation upon seeing the black dragon's claws oppressively charge toward him. A streak of green light spouted out from Crooked Soul's mouth, rigidly blocking the full power of the black dragon's claws. What is that? Han Li was greatly surprised that Crooked Soul was actually able to block his full power strike and couldn't help but stare at the green light. The inch-long dagger glimmered with a translucent green brilliance. Magic treasure! Han Li couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Regardless of whether it was a magic treasure or not, Han Li was still shocked. With just his 6th layer Qi condensation cultivation, he still was able to use that item to block the black dragon's claws. Han Li was surprised that he still had a magic treasure to protect himself. It'll be a bit more troublesome, but Han Li would be able to kill him with pleasure and leisurely acquire this treasure. He was now completely certain that this person was once a core formation cultivator. With that in mind, Han Li continued his fierce assault with the black dragon's claws and flipped his hand, revealing the spirit guiding bell. The reason why Han Li didn't think of using it from the start was because he thought that it was unnecessary, since Crooked Soul had already been restrained by the Soul Lock talismans. Seeing that Han Li took out the soul guiding bell, Crooked Soul's eyes flashed with panic. But soon after, he immediately struck his lower abdomen with a grimace, spitting out an emerald green ball. As soon as it appeared, it released a soft green light that enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Han Li started to ring the soul guiding bell, intending to cause Crooked Soul's bones to become numb and leave him unable to fight. After a series of rings, Crooked Soul stood there unscathed as if he was completely unaffected. Han Li's expression grew solemn. It was clear that the green ball's radiance was protecting him from the bell's effects. With that in mind, he rang the bell 2 more times. Seeing that it had no effect, he gloomily put it away. Then, with a wave of his hand, over 10 puppets appeared in a flash of white light. They were Han Li's last remaining Grade 2 puppets. If these were broken, then he would only be able to use his weak self-made puppets. Therefore, Han Li had no intentions of dragging this on further. As soon as the puppets appeared, he commanded them to shoot light beams and arrows in an overbearing assault. Upon seeing such a fearsome attack, Crooked Soul clenched his teeth in furious alarm. He hastily flung incantation gestures toward the green ball, causing it to quickly spin and glow brighter. Suddenly, the streaks of light interweaved among each other and erupted in a dazzling explosion. Crooked Soul then rode the waves of the explosions to retreat about 10 meters. Han Li was left dumbstruck. A cultivator at only the 6th layer Qi condensation was actually able to block the full power attack of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. This action was heaven-defying. However, when he recalled that this person was once a core formation cultivator, he didn't feel that it was too strange. He'd have a few trump cards after all. Crooked Soul inwardly sighed in relief. His secret techniques had managed to block Han Li's attack. At that same moment, he was mulling over the words he should use to persuade Han Li to stop his furious barrage of attacks. Since he had a pitiful amount of magic power, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. But without waiting for him to speak, Han Li touched his storage pouch after a moment of hesitation and suddenly raised his hand, releasing a blinding flash of red light. Crooked Soul was astonished. Without understanding what had happened, the floating green ball had ruptured before his eyes, and he felt an agonizing pain from the very depths of his soul. He couldn't help but scream loudly as he fell to the ground with limbs incessantly flailing about. The green light protecting Crooked Soul's body had disappeared without a trace upon the destruction of the green ball. With nothing left to obstruct the light beams and arrows, he was suddenly overwhelmed as if he were drowning in a torrent of rain. Without a master to control it, the green dagger suddenly decreased in power and was forcibly suppressed by Han Li's black dragon's claws, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Han Li was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that risky strike to be so effective. The reason why he hadn't used the blood spirit drill to directly strike at the heart or the head was because they were not vital points to Crooked Soul, a moving corpse. At most, Han Li would only be able to severely injure him while being unable to kill him. With that in mind, it would be better to strike at that troublesome green ball. However, he hadn't expected that the green ball would rupture from a single strike and cause Crooked Soul to meet his end. It appeared that the green ball had a close connection to his soul. It was no wonder that he had such an unsightly expression when he spouted it out to face an enemy. Could it have been the golden core he had condensed from core formation? Han Li sinisterly guessed. Han Li then waved his hand, stopping the puppet's attacks before taking a close look in Crooked Soul's direction. After the streaks of light faded away, Han Li clearly saw a blackened corpse lying on the ground. Han Li was greatly surprised to find that the corpse hadn't turned into ash. Could it be that Crooked Soul's body was extraordinary because he was a Xianxia? Han Li remained motionless, looking at the corpse for a moment and muttering to himself. He then raised his hand to the sky, causing 6 fist-sized fireballs to appear in the air. Go! With a single command, the fireballs shot toward the corpse like a loosed arrow. Puff! Puff! Han Li indifferently gazed at the corpse as it burned in the inferno. An instant later, an egg-sized green sphere of light suddenly flew out from the inferno, wanting to escape. Han Li's face grew cold and his body blurred, appearing behind the ball of light. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing it while covered in white light. The green sphere of light suddenly let out a miserable scream before Han Li crushed it with his spiritual power-infused hand. Han Li then blurred, returning to Crooked Soul in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve, the fire on Crooked Soul's body disappeared without a trace. It seems even a core formation cultivator can be duped with a mere illusion technique. Han Li lowered his head to look at the blackened Crooked Soul with a sneer on his face. Han Li then carefully examined Crooked Soul's injuries. He was greatly surprised to find that apart from his completely scorched exterior, Crooked Soul's internal organs and bones were entirely undamaged, much to Han Li's pleasure. Although Crooked Soul was only an empty corpse, Han Li had regarded him as a loyal servant. If Han Li was able to repair him, then he would naturally do so. Besides, he had a plan in mind that required Crooked Soul. As such, Han Li lightly rung the soul-guiding bell. Crooked Soul immediately stood up and opened his eyes with a blank expression. Han Li nodded his head. Although Crooked Soul had flesh wounds, he should be able to quickly recover with his exceptional regenerative power as a Xianxia. Han Li then turned his gaze toward the small shining green dagger floating in the air. Having lost its master, it was now completely still. Han Li proceeded to use his black dragon's claws to gradually suppress it before carefully submerging his spiritual sense into it. He found that he was completely blocked from entering it. It seems like the rumors were true. Without core formation cultivation, I will be completely unable to use magic treasures. Han Li thought with annoyance. He could only look upon this magic treasure with envy. However, Han Li was still very interested in this magic treasure. After a few cautious tests, he finally grabbed it with his hand and carefully admired it. The blade of the dagger was only 1.5 inches long. Without a master to imbue it with spiritual power, its splendor had greatly weakened. However, it still released a mist of cold aura that appeared exceptionally beautiful. In addition, the dagger's body was inscribed with 2 ancient characters. Han Li couldn't help but softly whisper upon reading its name, Green Brilliance. Han Li lovingly fiddled with it for a moment before reluctantly putting away the Green Brilliance dagger inside his storage pouch. Han Li looked around to see if he had missed anything. As a result, his attention was drawn to specks of green light on the ground. He went over to take a careful look and discovered that they were fragments of the green ball that had been destroyed by Blood Spirit Drill. Although it had been shattered, its radiance hadn't diminished in the slightest. He walked over and bent down, carefully gathering the shards. Although he didn't know how he could make use of it, Han Li could guess that it should have something to do with a core formation cultivator's golden core. Han Li didn't carefully study the fragments. Instead, he carefully swept his surroundings once more. After he was convinced that he hadn't overlooked anything, he started to think about how he should deal with the huge mantis. He didn't want to let this demonic beast slip by. After all, its forelimbs were rare, high-quality crafting materials, not to mention the other parts of its body. As for subduing the monster alive, Han Li abandoned the thought after some consideration. He clearly understood that he did not have the experience required to attempt it. Cultivators that control demonic beasts have learned to restrain magic beasts since their childhood and have become extremely familiar with the process. Wanting to vainly keep such a powerful spiritual beast was just wishful thinking. As for the controlling spirit sect cultivator, he had probably lost control of the mantis when he lost his body and changed appearances. Else, his spirit beast would have remained in his control. The spirit beast would have loyally served him for a lifetime and never leave him. It was bound to be more loyal than a human. As for whether Han Li should inform the seven sects and their allies of this information, he decided to wait for a few days and listen for any news, since he had no way of knowing whether the controlling spirit sect cultivator's information was genuine or not. After all, he could travel at great speed. Even if he was a few days late, he would be able to arrive at the seven sects camp before the deadline. As a result, Han Li spent a day in the dense forest near the mountain cave, secretly setting up the 5 elements reversal Great Formation. Han Li didn't lay out a portion of the Great Formation in a hurry, like he did at the Imperial Palace. He had set up the formation in its entirety. Its power was naturally far greater than before. At this moment, he saw the huge mantis leave to hunt for food. It had actually brought back a huge black tiger, leaving Han Li astonished. This was the first time he had seen this kind of black tiger. It was definitely no common beast. However, it was quite unfortunate that this beast had met its end, merely becoming a wholesome meal for the mantis. Having finished his preparations, Han Li quietly snuck into the mountain cave. But just a short moment later, he was already rushing out of the cave on his divine wind boat, flying straight toward his formation. A shadow closely pursued him. It was the huge mantis that Han Li had startled. Because he had placed the formation nearby, Han Li entered the formation's territory soon after he left the cave. Although the mantis was somewhat intelligent, it couldn't possibly comprehend the formation spell and was easily trapped within the formation spell. In the following 2 days, Han Li allowed the huge mantis to frantically run around within the 5 elements reversal formation, fully displaying the effects of the illusionary entrapment and the boundaries of area confinement. After the 2 days had passed, the demonic beast was exhausted and no longer moved within the formation. At that moment, Han Li took out many puppets and started to unceasingly harass it from outside the formation, prohibiting it from resting. Although the mantis attacks were exceedingly fearsome, its defense was just ordinary. Because it couldn't approach the puppets attacking it, it was forced to use its scythe-like forelimbs to protect itself. This continued for half a day until the demon mantis was no longer able to endure, allowing the puppets to strike at its body. Although its injuries weren't heavy, its strength had been mostly exhausted. At this moment, Han Li took turns changing the puppet's spirit stones. Seeing that it was almost time to finish up, Han Li summoned a treasure talisman, a small yellow knife. Under the cover of the puppet's attacks, it stabbed through the mantis head, killing it within the formation. Victorious, Han Li walked toward the demon beast's corpse with barely concealed excitement. He then took out his huge silver sword and cut off its incisive forelimbs. Then, with great expectations, he slowly opened the mantis' abdomen. He hoped that this demon beast was truly a grade 5 demon beast. As such, he would be able to acquire an exceptionally rare demon core. Han Li's face suddenly revealed pleasant surprise, but his expression turned strange immediately after. He was shocked by the items he had taken out of the corpse, several identical shining white ovals with visible veins. Monster beast eggs? Han Li spoke to himself with astonishment. He was a bit confused. He had been expecting a demon beast's core. After Han Li recovered from his astonishment, he removed another 7 eggs from the mantis abdomen for a total of over 10 eggs. These eggs were the same size as a chicken's egg. Han Li couldn't help but laugh. This was truly a pleasant surprise. He immediately thought of something and suddenly wrinkled his brows. His brows remained furrowed as he placed his finger on a white egg and closed his eyes. Shortly after, Han Li's face became unsightly. These eggs didn't contain the slightest aura of life and were clearly lifeless. This was quite common with regards to demon beasts. After all, how could an extraordinary demon beast leave behind offspring so easily? With a gloomy expression, he tested the rest of the eggs. As expected, all the eggs were lifeless, causing him to feel depressed. With an angry heart, Han Li thought of turning the eggs to ash, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided to keep them in a jade container. This mantis wasn't a common demon beast. Even if its eggs were dead, they could prove to be useful, Han Li said with unwillingness. After he picked off the mantis' gray wings, Han Li turned its corpse into ash and flew off toward the cave. Although his hopes weren't high, Han Li still wanted to see if there was anything worth taking. Han Li's search resulted in a surprise. Inside the cave, Han Li actually found a shriveled, gray-robed corpse. The corpse had an intact storage pouch at its waist. As Han Li grasped the storage pouch, his heart was pounding heavily. There was no question. This corpse was certain to be the remains of that controlling spirit sect cultivator. When he ejected his soul from his body, he had actually left his storage pouch behind, leaving behind a pleasant surprise for Han Li. Naturally, Han Li couldn't have known that the controlling spirit sect cultivator had immediately perished because his injuries were too severe. He was only able to bind his green brilliance dagger and condense a small amount of his golden core's spiritual chi into that green ball, flusteredly taking 2 items with him before his soul left his body. After all, if he was too late, then his soul would perish along with his body. The storage pouch in his hands had belonged to a core formation cultivator. After suppressing the giddy excitement in his heart, he submerged his spiritual sense into the storage pouch and carefully examined what was inside. However, after searching through the storage pouch, Han Li no longer felt any of his previously held excitement. The huge storage pouch was actually filled with jars and pots. A majority of them were demon beast feed for insects. This was naturally of no use to Han Li. The rest was just a bit better, containing all sorts of named insect specimens. After a bit of investigation, Han Li found that most of the insects were still alive, much to his surprise. They had actually survived after several years without care. Their vitality was truly tenacious. As for the high-grade talismans, magic tools and treasure talismans that Han Li direly needed, not a single one of them could be found, leaving Han Li speechless. Fortunately, Han Li had eventually reached the bottom layer of the storage pouch and found a green jade slip that greatly roused Han Li's interest. The slip contained that controlling spirit sect cultivator's experiences on breeding insects. Not only did it introduce over 1,000 unknown insects to Han Li, but it also mentioned the secret techniques that were used to breed and control them. But what caught Han Li's interest the most was his ranking of which insects were the most ferocious. The huge mantis was obviously on the list. Although it was gray, he had called it the golden-back demon mantis. This caused Han Li to be utterly confused for a moment. This huge mantis was only ranked 73 in his list of strange insects. There were still over 72 even more fearsome insects on that list. Han Li, who had personally witnessed the strength of the golden-back demon mantis, was stunned. Han Li eagerly looked through the list for most of the day before finally withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade slip. After a moment of contemplation, he started to match the insects in his possession with the description of the fantastical insects he had read about. The results left Han Li beyond dissatisfied. Without considering any other uses the insects may have, their rankings were far too low. Only 2 of them were ranked above 100 and the vast majority of them were ranked among 2 and 300. Had that controlling spirit sect cultivator heard Han Li's complaints, he definitely would have cursed him out. How could these strange insects be so easily acquired? Not to mention the top 100 rankings, even insects ranked in the top 3 to 400 were rare breeds that were acquired over several hundred years of effort and violent struggle. After looking through the items in the storage pouch, Han Li bluntly moved all of the items into his own storage pouch before slicing the original storage pouch into pieces. Although this storage pouch was clearly much better than his own, Han Li didn't dare to use it as he wasn't sure if the bag possessed any hidden traces. Han Li then rested for another day before he felt that it was about time to leave. With Crooked Soul in tow, he flew toward Yellow Maple Valley instead of the Seven Sects camp. Han Li reckoned that if anything bad occurred at the Seven Sects camp, the sects would be the first to receive this information. Therefore, he first headed to the sect in order to hear if there was any news. If nothing was out of the ordinary, then he would quickly convene at the Seven Sects camp. After flying for 6 days, he had uneventfully arrived at the Taiyu mountain range. Han Li didn't notify anyone. Instead, he first secretly returned to his own Immortal's cave first. Once he entered the cave and closed off his formation from the outside, Han Li felt much more at ease. After all, he was in the safety of his own territory. Han Li immediately rushed to the secret room containing his spirit wellspring. He found 2 fist-sized spiders floating in the spirit wellspring, having already hatched from their eggs. Although they weren't large, one could tell that they were beyond ordinary from their sparkling and translucent bodies. Upon seeing Han Li, the small spiders blurred, immediately shooting toward him. Han Li was surprised at first, but something immediately came to mind, and he didn't avoid them. As a result, the 2 spiders steadily landed on Han Li's shoulders and mischievously crawled over Han Li's body. Han Li faintly smiled. It seems the soul-controlling restriction that used his blood essence had an effect. The 2 spiders already saw him as their parent and thus had shown such affection. Delighted, Han Li picked up a spider off of his body and carefully observed it with curiosity. Although spiders generally gave people feelings of great disgust and hate, this spider had a shining, pure white body. It was extremely beautiful, giving people the notion of wanting to pet it in admiration. But what surprised Han Li the most was that the small spider already had the spiritual chi of a 4th-layer chi condensation cultivator. It was already a genuine low-grade 1 demonic beast. It appeared it had great potential. With regards to the white spider's ranking on the list, it was listed as the Bloodjade spider at about rank 100. Although it was not as fearsome as the goldenback demon mantis, it was a rare breed. Han Li played around with the 2 small spiders for a moment before placing them inside a leather bag. Since he didn't know when he would be able to return, he naturally wanted to carry them with him so that he could properly train them. Afterwards, Han Li went to his own bedroom and took out a small chest from underneath his bed. The box contained storage pouches filled with all kinds of talismans. Han Li casually took 2 of them. Since he had nearly used all of the talismans on hand, he had to replenish them. Having finished his affairs, Han Li left Crooked Soul in his Immortal's cave and confidently flew straight toward Yellow Maple Valley. Perhaps it was because a majority of the people had already hurried off to the Seven Sects camp. Han Li only came across a few separated chi condensation disciples. He casually stopped one and made an inquiry about the circumstances of the valley. No news had arrived about misfortune falling upon the 7 sects, much to Han Li's relief. But since this had only come from a chi condensation disciple, Han Li couldn't let this matter drop. After a moment of consideration, he headed straight toward the 100 Medicine Garden. As a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, that small old man should have some reliable information. A short moment later, Han Li had appeared above the 100 Medicine Garden, but he was blocked by the white mist formation spell. He had long returned its command medallion to the small old man and could no longer enter the 100 Medicine Garden as he pleased. Although Han Li had already witnessed the power of the 5 elements reversal formation, the small old man's simple illusion formation was still able to obstruct Han Li. Instead of entering by force, Han Li sent a sound transmission talisman instead. After speaking into it, it turned into a streak of fire, flying into the white mist. Not long after, the white mist below him blew away, allowing him a path in. When Han Li saw this, he chuckled and gently descended. When he arrived at the center of the 100 Medicine Garden, he found 2 people waiting for him. Senior Marshal Brother Ma. It's been a while. Han Li grinned at a small old man as he said this. Humph. Even without seeing each other, you still went and found trouble for me. The small old man, the master of the 100 Medicine Garden, didn't greet him with a smile and rolled his eyes instead. Hee hee. Could it be that such an adorable disciple like young Lady Xiao is not to your satisfaction? Han Li continued to grin at him completely without concern. With a slightly red face, the young woman saluted Han Li and greeted him with gratitude. Xiao Chuier pays her respects to Martial Uncle Han. Many thanks for Martial Uncle's great kindness. This young girl was the granddaughter of that Xiao grandparent-grandchild pair. When the small old man heard this, he revealed an unsightly expression. But when he wanted to say something, Han Li quickly interrupted him. Senior Martial Brother Ma, the reason why I came here is because I have a few important matters to discuss with you. It concerns something significant, Han Li suddenly said with a solemn expression. Having seen Han Li's solemn expression, the small old man wrinkled his brow. An instant later, he instructed Xiao Chuier, guard the garden's entrance. I have a few matters to discuss with your martial Uncle Han. Yes, master, the young woman respectfully replied and silently walked to the garden's entrance. Xiao Chuier's obedient action was clearly to the small old man's satisfaction. He had even revealed a trace of a fond expression. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly laughed. This senior martial brother Ma said that he gave him trouble, but he was inwardly fond of Xiao Chuier. Even so, he was still trying so hard to save face in spite of this. The small old man brought Han Li into his guest room. After they both sat down, he insipidly asked, Junior martial brother, shouldn't you be at the border camp? How do you still have time to come here for questions? Let's hear what's so important that you had to come here. Senior martial brother Ma wore an indifferent expression. It's a long story. Han Li sighed and bitterly smiled. Because Han Li had been friends with the small old man for so many years, he knew that although the old man's words were caustic, he had a truly good character. Thus, he had told him about his encounter with the controlling spirit sect cultivator. Naturally, Han Li glossed over the finer details of the fight and focused on the possibility that Spirit Beast Mountain was still working with the Devil Dao. After hearing Han Li out, the small old man's expression became stiff. A long while later, he eventually asked Han Li with a strange expression, Junior Martial Brother Han, you exterminated the soul of a core formation cultivator? And Spirit Beast Mountain is still an agent of the Devil Dao. He was in complete disbelief as if he had listened to a tall tale. Han Li's face became bitter in response. It was no wonder why the old man was like this. No one could be convinced in such a short amount of time. Han Li tensely wrinkled his brow and replied, I don't know how reliable this information is. That's why I returned to the sect first to see if there was any news from the border camp. If nothing had happened, I would be able to go there with an easy heart. Han Li didn't conceal anything from the small old man, fully revealing his great desire to preserve his own life. There is nothing. We've only received requests to transport large quantities of spirit stones and other supplies. No negative news had arrived. It has all been very ordinary, the small old man said with a stern expression. Han Li lightly sighed and stroked his nose, muttering, It seems I was completely made a fool of by him. I want to curse that cultivator out to vent my gloominess. Or maybe I should be celebrating that nothing bad had happened to the main camp instead. Dang, dang. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a huge bell continuously tolled from the official hall. The small old man and Han Li couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The bell tolls continued for the time it would take to finish a cup of tea before stopping. The small old man had an extremely unsightly expression and took a deep breath. He spoke with a deep voice. No less than 81 tolls. It seems your information is most likely true. The circumstances are far from great. Let's go and see what happened. It might not have anything to do with my information, Han Li calmly said after a moment of silence. Humph. It'd be a miracle if it were not. If it's not a major defeat at the front lines, what else would cause the dragon-waking bell to toll 81 times? Representing an extermination-level crisis of our sect. The small old man bitterly smiled. Han Li and the small old man left the room together. Having heard the series of bell tolls, Xiao Chuier, who was guarding the garden entrance, couldn't help but look back at the old man in panic. The small old man wrinkled his brow and walked over to her, whispering something in her ear. Afterwards, the young girl was calm once more. The old man then called out to Han Li, and the two flew off in the direction of the official hall. On the way there, Han Li saw many cultivators traveling in the same direction. However, a large majority of them were Qi condensation disciples. It was clear the sect's strength had greatly diminished. When the Devil Dao arrived, even with the great protective formations, the sect wouldn't be able to endure for long. With solemn expressions, the two remained silent on their journey. Soon, they arrived at a huge stone hall. At this moment, over 1,000 cultivators gathered in front of the hall. However, the guards blocked them all from entering. They only allowed cultivators who were at least foundation establishment to enter. Under the crowd's complicated gazes, Han Li and the small old man silently entered. Once Han Li entered the official hall, he was shocked. It was not chaotic like he had expected. Instead, he saw over 100 cultivators waiting in complete silence, respectfully gazing at a seated person. This person wasn't the Yellow Maple Valley sect master, Zhong Lingdao. Instead, sect master Zhong Lingdao was actually standing at his side. The old man had fully white hair, wore embroidered clothes, and had a yellow, withered expression. But for some unknown reason, Han Li's heart pounded upon seeing him, and he found it hard to stop his limbs from trembling. "What is this?" Han Li was amazed. The old man had merely gazed at Han Li and the small old man. But that mere gaze caused Han Li to feel his body go ice-cold and his heart to feel stifled, as if his concealed secrets were seen through. Han Li couldn't help but grow pale from shock. "HM? Your soul cultivation is quite good. What kind of soul-strengthening cultivation technique do you use?" When the old man saw Han Li, his eyes flashed with amazement. When Han Li heard this, he experienced both anger and terror. He felt overwhelmed with disbelief. He did not sense any spiritual power from the old man, illustrating that the differences in their cultivation were like heaven and earth. However, Li Huayuan and the other core formation cultivators didn't make him feel this way. Could it be that this person is a... After a moment of thought, Han Li was left dumbstruck. Having long flung his anger away from even the farthest of clouds, Han Li hastily replied with the utmost respect. "This one reports to Senior that he truly had cultivated a technique that has some relation to the soul. Senior's gaze is truly perceptive." His reply held a tone of flattery. The embroidered clothed old man faintly smiled and lightly waved his hand. Han Li and the small old man then tactfully stood among the crowd. After the time it took to finish a meal, more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators had arrived. At that moment, Zhong Lingdao respectfully said to the old man, "Venerable ancestor, all of the foundation establishment cultivators present in the sect have already arrived. As for Marshal Senior Huang, he won't be able to return soon. He is currently at Heaven Rock Mountain." When the embroidered clothed old man heard this, he slightly wrinkled his brow and immediately instructed him with indifference. "Then so be it. We cannot afford to delay this further. We will start first without him." "Yes, venerable ancestor speaks truly." Zhong Lingdao strongly agreed with him. The embroidered clothed old man chuckled in response and didn't say anything further. "My fellow martial brothers, let me introduce you all to our venerable ancestor Ling Hu. As you have previously heard, he entered nascent soul stage 300 years ago and is our sect's sole grand elder. As of now, our sect had encountered an unprecedented crisis of extermination. Our venerable ancestor will fully explain this matter." After finishing, Zhong Lingdao stepped off to the side. Although a majority of those present had correctly guessed the identity of this embroidered clothed old man, an uproar emerged upon their suspicions being confirmed. The crowd looked upon this venerable ancestor Ling Hu with a peculiar gaze. In the near 1,000 years that Yellow Maple Valley had existed, there had only been one nascent soul cultivator. At nearly 800 years old, it could be said that he was the unaging father of Yellow Maple Valley. Ancestor Ling Hu lightly coughed in response to the chaotic situation, immediately silencing the entire hall. Who would dare to not give face to this venerable ancestor? Since you've all heard the dragon waking bell, I won't beat around the bush. As of now, our 7 sects along with our allied armies have suffered a huge frontal defeat, along with a disastrous amount of casualties and wounded. Although we've barely managed to establish a second defensive line, defeat is only a matter of time. After the old man said this, all the cultivators in the hall paled. Han Li and the small old man looked at each other with complicated expressions but remained silent. Venerable ancestor, how is this possible? The day of the decisive battle has yet to come? There is still a month. A middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but ask this. It is because those at the front line held the same thoughts as you that the Devil Dao was able to launch such a successful surprise attack. The embroidered-clothed old man bluntly rebuked him with dark expression. The middle-aged man thoroughly blushed and saluted him before hastily stepping back. No one else dared to be so tactless, having seen the middle-aged cultivator's embarrassment. As a result, they suppressed the many doubts they held in their heart and silently waited for Ancestor Ling Hu to continue. This disastrous defeat cannot be completely blamed on our own forces' carelessness and their lack of vigilance. There was a traitor among the 7 sects, Spirit Beast Mountain. While they were solely standing guard, they actually opened the exterior formation and allowed the Devil Dao entry, leading to our disastrous defeat. As the old man said this, he revealed a trace of anger. The crowd of cultivators suddenly came to a realization and loudly cursed Spirit Beast Mountain, causing the scene to become chaotic once more. Enough! There is no use in cursing. As the enemy's means were greater than ours, we have no other choice but to concede defeat. Currently, the most important matter is how to prevent our sect from being exterminated. Our remaining cultivators on the front lines will only be able to last 2 or 3 days at most. Before that time comes, we must evacuate the state of you as soon as possible. Ancestor Ling Hu said with exceptional calm. Evacuate from the state of you? Once that question was asked, the entire hall grew silent as if they were all stunned. As cultivators who had lived their entire lives in the state of you, they found leaving hard to accept. For a while, nobody spoke in agreement. What? You find it hard to leave? The old man said indifferently. He was hardly surprised. Venerable ancestor, could it be that you and the other nascent soul seniors have no method to repel the Devil Dao? Eventually, a 30-year-old youth hesitantly asked this. Of course we can. If us old fellows were to join hands, we should be able to easily exterminate those Devil Dao cultivators. The old man said straightforwardly. Then could venerable ancestor. But you all shouldn't forget, with the 6 Devil Dao's grand reputation, how could they be lacking in nascent soul cultivators? We old fellows had already acted against them, but we were at a disadvantage. As a result, they compelled us to swear a death oath such that as long as they did not participate in the battles, we wouldn't either. As such, the battles were restricted to the level of core formation cultivators. Ancestor Ling Hu sighed and revealed a surprising secret. Han Li suddenly came to a realization as to why he had never seen any battles between nascent soul cultivators. If we do not move, they will be able to surround Yellow Maple Valley and deal with the sect in a single move. Since I am bound by oath, I will not be able to save you. Thus, I've already decided that the entire sect must depart the state of you. Furthermore, we aren't the only ones leaving. The other 5 sects will be joining us. As such, we will be able to rise back to power in a foreign land. When our strength is sufficient, we will return and fight for our rightful place in the state of you. Ancestor Ling Hu spoke with a cold smile. Obviously, he didn't seem all too opposed to leaving the state of you. Having heard the ancestor's decisive tone, the others could only follow his commands. They didn't dare to voice any differing opinions they may have held. Most of the other affairs have been settled. However, there is still one dangerous task that must be done. Ancestor Ling Hu suddenly said something that shocked the crowd, causing them to look at each other in dismay. The following people I point to must follow me to the rear hall. The others will remain and listen to Sect Master Zhong's evacuation arrangements. The old man then stood up from his seat and expressionlessly walked toward the crowd. The crowd continued to remain in shock. You and you. With no trace of politeness, He pointed to over half of the people present. Han Li and the small old man were included among the chosen. After finishing the selection, the ancestor walked toward the rear hall apathetically. Han Li and the others were restless and hesitated for a moment before obediently following behind him. When they arrived at the rear hall, the old man was standing with his hands held behind his back. Seeing that the many cultivators had arrived, he said with a calm expression, "Those of you that I had just chosen have good aptitude or have practiced exceptional cultivation arts. As such, you are the spark that will ignite our sect's revival. Therefore, I will give you all half a day to immediately return and retrieve your items. Afterwards, Marshal Nephew Huang will lead you on your journey." Everyone was shocked. Someone then asked in bewilderment, "Venerable Ancestor, don't we still have 2 more days before the Devil Dao breach our defensive line? Why the hurry?" "Humph! While it will take 2 days to break through our defensive line, do you believe that they will allow those left behind to slip away? They will send men past the defensive line to attack the distant sects, most likely with the objective to obstruct our escape rather than extermination. For this reason, we will sacrifice those outside in order to buy time for you to retreat. But if you dare to leak this matter during the time you are to retrieve your items, our retreat will be met with great chaos, and I will have to personally dispose of the sect." The ancestor's voice was extremely callous, causing the hearts of those present to tremble. "Yes, venerable ancestor." Naturally, Han Li and the others didn't dare to object. They all respectfully agreed and went out to retrieve their items. On their way back, Han Li and the small old man parted with much on their minds. Because Han Li's Immortal's cave was too far away, he had to fly at full speed on his divine wind boat. Han Li's heart was in turmoil. According to what Ancestor Ling Hu said, Han Li would no longer have to worry about his well-being. If they were to move to another country, he would be regarded as valuable due to the fact that manpower was lacking. But at the same time, they would have to conquer territory in a new country in order to establish Yellow Maple Valley. As one of the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, Han Li would be preoccupied with miscellaneous affairs. He would no longer have much time remaining to cultivate. Presumably, when this matter had been settled and the 6 sects have re-established themselves, he would have already come across an opportunity to advance to the core formation stage. However, Han Li was unwilling to deal with these troublesome affairs for such a long period of time. But as Han Li entertained the idea of making his escape, he had no idea whether or not he was still being observed by that old eccentric spiritual sense. He didn't know if his actions could still be observed at this distance. If this were the case, he would be certain to meet a tragic end if he deserted. Han Li felt great regret. Had he known that the situation had deteriorated to this degree, he definitely would have fled the country instead of returning. Without any other option, Han Li could only return to his Immortal's cave. Upon entering his Immortal's cave, he first headed to his bedroom and took all the talisman-filled storage pouches from underneath his bed. He then went to his storage room and put away his remaining rare medicine ingredients. Lastly, he went to the secret room that held the spirit wellspring and completely destroyed it, concealing the spirit wellspring. Since he was currently unable to transport this item, Han Li didn't want those from the Devil Dao to make use of it. Having finished all that, Han Li inspected his residence thoroughly once more. Feeling that he hadn't overlooked anything, he called Crooked Soul out of the cave before carefully removing and putting away the formation flags and plates of the first set of the 5 phases reversal formation. After the formation spell disappeared, he looked at the large entrance of his Immortal's cave. With an intense gaze, he suddenly released 2 streaks of black light and smashed the mountaintop, thoroughly concealing his Immortal's cave. Subsequently, he released the divine wind boat and brought Crooked Soul on board. After flying a circle around his former home, he finally flew off. By the time Han Li returned to the official hall, most of the others had already arrived. Leaving Crooked Soul outside, he entered the hall by himself. But what surprised him was that apart from tens of Foundation establishment cultivators, several hundred Qi condensation disciples were also gathered outside the hall. Could it be that they will evacuate together with us? Han Li thought doubtfully. His eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing the small old man and Xiao Chuier. They were quietly talking to each other with grim expressions. Having seen this, Han Li walked over without hesitation. "Marshal Uncle Han." Xiao Chuier respectfully greeted Han Li when she saw him approach. Han Li nodded to her with a smile and then turned toward the small old man, whispering, "What's going on? Are these Qi condensation disciples traveling with us?" Han Li spoke in a soft voice to avoid attracting the others' attention. "That's right. To avoid being easily abandoned, these disciples either possessed exceptional aptitude or distinguished status. My own disciple also has exceptional aptitude." The small old man spoke indifferently. But when he mentioned Xiao Chuier, he revealed a trace of pride. Han Li found this somewhat humorous. A short while later, Ancestor Ling Hu and a valiant middle-aged man appeared. "I've just received information that traces of Devil Dao cultivators have been spotted nearby. We must all immediately set off. Obey Marshal Nephew Huang's orders from now on. I will gather the remaining sect members to draw the enemy." Ancestor Ling Hu spoke with a solemn expression. Han Li and the others were shocked by what they heard. The Devil Dao were truly swift. The valiant middle-aged man who stood by his side followed up, coldly saying, "As time is pressing, I will keep it short. In this evacuation, I only have one demand. You must all listen to my orders. Those that disobey will be regarded as traitors. We will now depart." This person was truly quick and decisive. With those brief statements, he respectfully saluted the old man before taking the lead to leave the hall. After a moment of astonishment, everyone rushed after him like a swarm of bees. As a result, the grand crowd of several hundred cultivators took to the skies and hurriedly flew toward the northeast. Over half a day later, the group had arrived at the Taiyu mountain range. At that point, they slightly increased their speed. Standing on the divine wind boat, Han Li flew near the front of the group. When the small old man saw that Han Li's divine wind boat could carry more, he dragged Xiao Chuier into the boat with him without a trace of politeness. Han Li could only bitterly laugh in response and said nothing more. Xiao Chuier was a bit interested in Crooked Soul, who stood behind Han Li and stared at him with wide eyes. Naturally, the young girl was able to somewhat see through Crooked Soul. After asking a few questions, she no longer pressed the issue. After traveling over 50 kilometers through the Taiyu mountain range, a streak of white light suddenly shot toward the group from behind. In the blink of an eye, it traveled past the group and into the hand of Marshal Uncle Huang. It was a sparkling short sword with a jade slip tied to it. The middle-aged man's face darkened and he waved his hand, stopping the group. After taking the jade slip off, he casually flung the short sword away. Immediately after, it transformed back into a streak of white light and flew back toward its original location. Marshal Uncle Huang then probed the jade slip with his spiritual sense. A moment later, his face became very unsightly, and he immediately lowered his head in deep contemplation. It was obvious that a troublesome matter had occurred. The circumstances have changed. All Foundation establishment cultivators step forward. I must assign you another duty. The middle-aged man turned around and said this with a dark expression. These words left Han Li and company stunned. But after they looked at each other, Xiao Chuier cleverly jumped off the divine wind boat, and they obediently flew forward. "Marshal Uncle, what happened?" Many had witnessed the middle-aged man receiving a message from the flying sword. "Venerable Ancestor sent us a message. The Devil Dao is about to arrive. It seems like they knew of our plan and separated into two groups. One group moved to surround Yellow Maple Valley, while the other group chased after us. In order to protect our continued retreat, I require a squad to follow me and draw them away. As I block them, those who remain will follow those that I assign and continue their escape from the state of you," Marshal Uncle Huang said in an ice-cold tone. Their hearts trembled upon hearing his words. They weren't fools. Being assigned to block the Devil Dao would most likely result in death. Although a majority of them evaded his gaze, Marshal Uncle Huang started pointing without restraint. In a single breath, he had picked over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators. While the small old man managed to escape calamity, Han Li was unfortunately among those chosen. Those that were chosen became deathly pale, but they didn't dare to utter any words of refusal. With a wave of an arm, Martial Uncle Huang sent the others to continue their journey, leaving Han Li and company behind. We are pressed for time. I know that you all don't think very favorably of this assignment, but I don't need to stake your all to meet the enemy. I only request that you mount an ambush and draw their attention away from our retreating forces, the middle-aged man said with a relaxed tone. He then took out about 20 green jade slips. Memorize the map inside the jade slip and then destroy it. If you are later separated, you will be able to regroup again in accordance to the map. Martial Uncle Huang waved his hand and streaks of green light shot toward the 20-plus cultivators and floated in front of them. Having heard Martial Uncle Huang's words, the others' complexion improved visibly. Since they didn't have to rigidly block the Devil Dao, their chances of survival were much higher. As a result, they all grabbed the jade slips and started to memorize the map contained within. Han Li only skimmed through the jade slip in passing and didn't take it to heart. After all, this assignment to remain behind and block the Devil Dao was a rare opportunity to escape. Han Li was unwilling to stay with Yellow Maple Valley to the very end for a later opportunity to reach core formation. After seeing that everyone had crushed their jade slips, Martial Uncle Huang revealed an expression of satisfaction. His hands then flashed with yellow light, and a small foot-long banner appeared in his hand. The banner was white and glowed with a yellow radiance, rendering its embroidery difficult to discern. I will use the Cloud Wind banner to mask the traces of your presence. When the enemy arrives, launch your ambush when they are most vulnerable. Martial Uncle Huang then lightly shook the small flag in his hands, releasing countless strands of milky white vapor from his flag. In the blink of an eye, a huge 100-meter-wide cloud had appeared, concealing Han Li and company within. Han Li and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were pleasantly surprised by the sudden concealment. This cloud was exceptionally thick, but for some unknown reason, their vision wasn't obstructed in the least. It would serve as exceptionally good cover. Martial Uncle Huang continued his casting, causing the cloud to further expand. Soon after, they could no longer see anything outside of the cloud. Han Li was left speechless. Although his magic tool Azure Fire Miasma could also turn into a thick cloud, it was incomparable to the Cloud Wind banner. Not only was the scope of his Azure Fire Miasma smaller, he could only use it on himself. Anyone else within it would be poisoned. With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but glance at Martial Uncle Huang. He was sitting down cross-legged with his eyes shut in the cloud. Two Foundation establishment cultivators were attentively standing behind him. It seemed that they were his bodyguards. Han Li stared blankly for a moment, but soon after, he came to the realization that Martial Uncle Huang was using his spiritual sense to scout for enemies. As a core formation cultivator's spiritual sense was great and could detect movements within a radius of 100 kilometers, he should be capable of detecting them. Having seen this, Han Li sat on his divine wind boat and rested. The upcoming fight would be incredibly dangerous. Crooked Soul remained motionless behind him, appearing steadfast. After 2 hours, Martial Uncle Huang spoke. The enemy has arrived. We're about a kilometer away from them. We need to intercept their advance. He then took off without another word, bringing the cloud with him. Everyone within the cloud naturally didn't dare to leave its cover and hurriedly followed after Martial Uncle Huang on their magic tools. Han Li wrinkled his brow and took out his huge silver sword as he flew, giving it to Crooked Soul. Although he didn't know how useful it would be, it was still better to try to increase one's fighting capabilities. We are here. The enemy will soon arrive. Everyone, prepare yourselves, Martial Uncle Huang commanded. After a short moment, the cloud had arrived in the enemy's path. Suddenly, everyone's magic tools started shining, and they began to apply defensive magic techniques to their bodies. Sparkles of light flashed from within the cloud. Han Li took out 2 azure red spheres and lightly bumped them together. With a muffled thump, a concentrated azure red mist was released from the 2 spheres, quickly enveloping Han Li. In the blink of an eye, a huge 20-meter-wide azure red cloud completely concealed Han Li. Han Li had unexpectedly used the Azure Fire miasma to form a cloud as a defense while still within Martial Uncle Huang's cloud. The nearby cultivators were stunned, not understanding Han Li's intentions. Han Li didn't pay attention to his fellow sect members. He grabbed his tortoise shell with one hand and held in common blue throwing knife in the other hand instead of taking out his black dragon claws. Han Li clearly understood what he was doing. In his mind, the more low-profile the magic tool, the better. Only then would he avoid any troublesome attention during the raid and easily make his escape. Everyone waited attentively, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. However, not a single enemy was found. A majority of the waiting cultivators grew anxious and impatient. They couldn't help but look at Martial Uncle Huang with doubt. The valiant Martial Uncle Huang now also appeared doubtful. But after a moment of thought, he unhurriedly said, "Everyone, do not worry. I will launch a search with my spiritual sense." As he sat down, a deafening series of booms suddenly sounded out from the sky before he could even start. The sounds increased in intensity and occurrence until they appeared to be coming from all directions. Alarmed by the sudden noise, the cultivators quickly turned their heads to the sky. What they saw left their faces pale. The sky had turned red at an unknown time, and all of the clouds had turned into fiery red ash clouds as if they were made of boiling lava. The huge rumbling sounds came from bursting pockets of lava within the clouds. "What's going on?" Someone to the side of Han Li shouted in horror. "Everyone, be careful. This is the intermediate high-grade heaven fire magic technique. Lava will begin dripping from above, with each drop equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator's strike. If you do not block it, you will turn into ashes." As Senior Uncle Huang said this, his face became extremely unsightly. It was clear that the ambushers had now become the ambushed. "Then let's quickly escape. I have no intention of trying to block this," someone said with panic. He was prepared to fly off immediately. "It is already too late. The magic technique is complete, and we are now trapped within it. Everyone, gather together and form a defensive barrier." Martial Uncle Huang's eyes flashed with coldness as he gave his commands with fierce resolution. Having heard his orders, the others suddenly understood the situation and hastily acted together. With a flash of blue light, they erected a huge light barrier. In nearly the same instant that the barrier was formed, the intermediate high-grade magic technique started to wreak devastation from the sky. It struck down upon Han Li and company, but the barrier they had just erected managed to easily repel the attacks. However, that was only the beginning of the rain of lava. Although the majority of the attacks missed, a significant amount of damage had been inflicted upon the light barrier, causing it to spark with red and blue light. Initially, the group felt that they had energy to spare, but the lava soon began dropping at an increased rate and in larger quantities. In turn, the group's spiritual power expenditure also quickly increased. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to last for long. The barrier of blue light gradually weakened from the assault. Fortunately, this formidable magic technique ended as quickly as it began. Just as the barrier was on the verge of collapse, the heaven fire technique reached its end, and the clouds of lava disappeared without a trace, causing the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators to feel relieved. However, their happy expressions immediately froze a moment later. At some point during the attack, they had been silently surrounded by nearly 100 cultivators. From their attire, they appeared to be from the Devil Dao. They were all looking down at the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators with a trace of ridicule. The Yellow Maple Valley cultivators were both furious and frightened. However, the surrounding cultivators were only Foundation establishment disciples. Not a single core formation cultivator was amongst them, causing the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators to sigh in relief. Although they had consumed much of their magic power, they still had a core formation cultivator among them. There should be no need to be afraid. "How did you know we were here? My cloud wind banner should have concealed us from your spiritual sense," Martial Uncle Huang asked with a sunken expression. "I can answer that." A slurred, coquettish voice came from above, causing Martial Uncle Huang's heart to tremble in fear. He hastily looked toward the sky and saw a man and woman floating down from above. The man had a head full of white hair and was shriveled to the bone, appearing as if the slightest breeze could knock him over. The woman was seductively attractive with a slender waist and generous bottom. Every one of her movements tugged at the heart. Han Li silently cursed. The two in the air were actually core formation cultivators. Their appearance brought greater trouble. Fair Rouge and Skeleton? Upon seeing the two, Martial Uncle Huang's pupils shrank. Without waiting for their reply, he suddenly waved his cloud-wind banner and caused the white mist to completely disappear, revealing Han Li and company. While facing such powerful enemies, he naturally couldn't afford to look after Han Li and his other martial nephews. Hee. I truly didn't expect that fellow Taoist would recognize this couple. This isn't fair. You recognized us husband and wife, but we are rather unfamiliar with fellow Taoist. However, I have heard of an ice-cold fellow from Yellow Maple Valley that had a very interesting magic treasure called the Cloudwind Banner. Could your esteemed self be him? The seductive woman chuckled as if she didn't possess the slightest hostility. But upon seeing the woman's delicate, charming smile, Martial Uncle Huang's expression only grew colder. He continued to stare at her in silence. The woman faintly smiled in response to his silence, before suddenly shouting, "How utterly boring. Kill them. All right, since Junior Martial's sister wants his life, I will naturally obey." The shriveled skeleton chuckled and sinisterly said. At that moment, Han Li and company heard their martial uncle's voice transmission in their ears. "Once I act, immediately break through their enclosure. Run away as far as you can." Martial Uncle Huang's voice was completely devoid of emotion. Immediately after Han Li and company heard Martial Uncle Huang's voice, the Cloudwind banner suddenly flashed with blinding yellow light. The burst of radiance contracted and then swelled before exploding. A white mist even thicker than before madly rushed forth from the banner and enveloped both enemies and allies in the blink of an eye. "You're courting death." A roar from the human skeleton traveled through the fog along with the furious, charming voice of the seductive woman. Afterwards, the sound of huge explosions started echoing through the mist. It was obvious that Martial Uncle Huang was currently fighting with the two Devil Dao core formation cultivators. Han Li and company didn't allow this opportunity provided by their martial uncle to slip by. At nearly the same moment that the mist appeared, the Yellow Maple Valley cultivators scattered in all directions, flying off on their magic tools. Relying on the divine wind boat's great speed, Han Li shot through the fog. Han Li chose to flee in the direction that held the most enemy cultivators. Although the enemies there were numerous, Han Li felt that their magic power and cultivation was weaker, thereby being the best direction to break through. However, many of his fellow sect members didn't understand this, and the majority of them chose the directions that held fewer enemies. Han Li could only look on with disapproval. In an instant, Han Li had taken advantage of the chaotic situation to arrive at the edge of the encirclement. The mist at the edge of the enclosure was much weaker, allowing the Devil Dao cultivators to notice Han Li's rushing figure. But because Han Li was using the Azure Fire miasma, they were only able to see a large cloud of azure red smoke, leaving them stunned. However, 3 nearby Devil Dao cultivators immediately came to their senses and simultaneously launched their attacks. A streak of golden light, 3 streaks of yellow light, and a large ball of black chi shot toward Han Li's direction. Han Li snorted and pointed to the tortoise shell, causing it to immediately swell to several times its original size. At that same moment, he madly poured more spiritual power into the divine wind boat in an attempt to fly as fast as possible. Han Li had already come to the conclusion that now was not the time to be tangled up in a battle. If other enemies were allowed to ensnare him, he would no longer be able to run. Therefore, he poured most of his magic power into his flying magic tool as it was a race against time to escape. This was only possible due to the great confidence Han Li had in his tortoise shell, as it was even harder than his white scale shield. While Han Li was still thinking, the golden and yellow streaks of light collided with the tortoise shell. Just as Han Li had expected, they were forcibly blocked. However, the ball of black chi was unexpectedly tricky, and it suddenly split in two when it smashed against the tortoise shell. The halves slipped around the sides of the tortoise shell before reforming. Although it had been delayed for a moment, it still arrived at Han Li's side. The ball of black chi turned into a 10-meter-large ghost head, attempting to swallow Han Li along with his divine wind boat. Han Li sneered in response. With a single wave of his arm, over 100 fireballs appeared, tearing the ghost head apart in an instant. Over the course of the war, Han Li had grown quite familiar with such elementary Devil Dao arts. Taking advantage of the opening, Han Li exhaled and sped past the evaporated ghost head. In an instant, he had broken through the enclosure, leaving the Devil Dao cultivators behind him. Although their attacks were not successful, the Devil Dao cultivators were naturally unwilling to just let him go. They cursed before hastily chasing after Han Li on their own flying magic tools. However, Han Li didn't pay any attention to his pursuers, only focusing on flying at the greatest speed possible. As Han Li expected, the curses of the Devil Dao cultivators sounded further away and rarer as time passed. Flight magic tools capable of such speed as the divine windboat were seldom seen after all. Finally, after a mad rush lasting a few hours, not a single person could be seen behind him. Even with this, Han Li still didn't dare to grow complacent and continued speeding along for a moment before slowing down and carefully examining his surroundings. He then stamped his foot on his divine wind boat, shooting away once more. Han Li's current condition wasn't very good. Almost half of his magic power had been consumed in the creation of the United Defensive Barrier. With the additional magic power consumed during his mad rush, he was in dire need to replenish his magic power. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits if he were to encounter an enemy. With that in mind, Han Li descended onto a desolate mountain and put away his azure fire miasma. He then found a concealed location behind a huge rock and sat down cross-legged behind it. Afterwards, he took out a blue mid-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and started to replenish his magic power. Crooked Soul stood by his side and kept watch. Not long after Han Li sat down, a streak of red light flew across the sky in a panic. Soon after, 6 streaks of black and green light chased after it. It was obvious that an unlucky person had managed to get snared a second time. Han Li didn't pay further attention to them and slowly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into a state of emptiness to recover magic power at even greater speed. After an indeterminate length of time had passed, Han Li opened his eyes. Having nearly recovered the entirety of his magic power, he was unwilling to stay here for even a second longer. He looked up at the sky and saw that it was now dusk. He was just in time to make his escape under the cover of night. However, Han Li didn't make any haphazard movements. Instead, he took a moment to carefully observe his surroundings with his spiritual sense and confirmed that there were no Devil Dao cultivators nearby. It seemed that they were now pursuing the main Yellow Maple Valley group after having dealt with the failed ambush. With the enemy's strength in mind, Han Li shook his head. Everything pointed to disaster for the main group. Han Li gave it no more thought and released his divine wind boat. After making sure of the direction to the state of Yuanwu, Han Li and Crooked Soul took off. Although a majority of the cultivators from the state of Yuanwu had met their end in the state of Yu, it would still take several months for the 6 Devil Dao sects to fully conquer the state of Yu. For the time being, the state of Yuanwu could still be considered safe. Han Li didn't plan to go to the meeting location and assemble with the main group. The main group may have already been pursued by the Devil Dao. To go there now would just be looking for more trouble. Furthermore, Han Li could take advantage of this opportunity to search for a new place to cultivate. If he were to follow Yellow Maple Valley to another country, he would only be a high-level steward at best. Han Li was unwilling to live such a life. If Han Li's thoughts were correct, after the Devil Dao annexed these countries, they would eventually gather their strength and resume fighting against the Righteous Dao Alliance. When that time came, the whole Heavenly South region would no longer be safe. This was in opposition to Han Li's intention to peacefully cultivate. If he were to go the state of Yuanwu now and see how the situation developed, couldn't he both find out whether or not the transportation formation could be restored and still see how the situation unfolded? If the circumstances were truly terrible, He planned to use the transportation formation to travel to a different land and avoid the upcoming war. As Han Li silently sunk into contemplation, his divine wind boat turned into a streak of white light, and he disappeared into the horizon. 2 days later, Han Li arrived at the border between the state of Yu and Yuanwu after taking a meandering route. He turned his head to look at the mountains of the state of Yu and lightly sighed before flying into Yuanwu along with Crooked Soul. Han Li couldn't have known that half a day later, a squad of several tens of devil Dao cultivators would be stationed at this location. They were responsible for guarding 50 kilometers along the border to intercept any state of Yu cultivators that intended to enter the state of Yuanwu. Once Han Li entered the state of Yuanwu, he first headed toward Golden Horse City. After 4 days, he eventually arrived at the west hills of Golden Horse City. Observing carefully from the sky, Han Li eventually found Xianxia's residence and slowly descended. Han Li jumped off the boat, sweeping his gaze in every direction. What he saw left him stunned. The stone rooms leaned at an unsteady angle, and all the rocks and azure bamboo were broken and scattered. They were most likely destroyed. In addition, the defensive formations Xianxia I had laid out were broken through by force. Han Li's face darkened, and he flipped his hand, taking out a magic tool. He then walked over to the mostly toppled rooms. Although it seemed like this had occurred long ago, it was still prudent to be cautious. Han Li searched the rooms, and among the destroyed interiors, he found a thoroughly rotted corpse. Han Li pinched his nose and took a long, careful look at the corpse's face. He wrinkled his brow. The corpse wasn't Xianxia but rather the loyal shopkeeper in charge of his store. Much to his relief, Han Li found no other corpses in the other rooms. After Han Li finished searching, his expression suddenly grew cold. His body turned into a blur, instantly reappearing on the divine wind boat. He then turned his gaze toward the southern sky. Above the southern hills, 2 streaks of deep blue light shot straight toward his location. A moment later, they landed not far in front of Han Li. Once the light faded away, an old man and a youth were revealed. The old man had a common appearance, aside from his thin, slender eyes and goatee. He was a Foundation establishment cultivator and wore an expression of bewilderment. The other person was a handsome youth that appeared to be about 20 years old. He was fiercely staring at Han Li with a baleful gaze, despite being only a qi condensation cultivator. Han Li calmly looked at the two without speaking a word. However, he clearly understood that these two most likely had something to do with Xianxia's residence being destroyed. In response to Han Li's silence, the youth couldn't help but ask, "Who is your esteemed self, and what is your relationship with that fellow named Qi?" Upon hearing this, Han Li merely gave the youth a cold glance before ignoring him and turning his gaze back to the old man. It was obvious that with regard to cultivation, the old man was the one who was truly in charge. When the youth saw Han Li disregard him, he was furious. Although he knew that Han Li was a Foundation establishment cultivator, his clan was one of the most prestigious clans in the state of Yuanwu. He had never been treated like this before. Furthermore, due to the matter regarding Xianxia, he was already filled with anger. Thus, he clenched his teeth and wanted to release his magic tools. But just as he was about to move his arm, the old man grabbed onto it, stopping him. "Not yet. We still don't know who this person is. We must find that out first before we take further action," the old man stated with a calm expression. The youth then glanced somewhat suspiciously at Crooked Soul, who stood behind Han Li. Crooked Soul didn't have the aura of a living person, yet he could feel magic power fluctuations from his body. He felt that it was inconceivable. When Han Li heard this, his eyes narrowed. The old man was a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, yet he spoke as if he were not to be trifled with, causing Han Li to grow slightly apprehensive. "Were you the ones who destroyed this place?" Han Li asked with poise. "What relation does fellow Taoist have with Xianxia? Are you from the Qi clan?" The old man responded to Han Li's question with his own. Han Li slightly wrinkled his brow. It seemed the other party wouldn't honestly answer him, as he only exchanged one question for another. "Seems like we both don't wish to answer one another. Wouldn't it be better to exchange answers with each other?" That way we can waste less of each other's time. Han Li asked with raised eyebrows. The old man was surprised for a moment, but after pondering for a moment, he agreed. Since I was the one who proposed this, how about you ask first? Han Li said insipidly. Is your esteemed self a member of the Qi clan? The old man immediately asked without a trace of politeness. In turn, Han Li responded without the slightest of hesitation. I am not. Having heard Han Li's resolute reply, both the old man and the youth were surprised and revealed an expression of doubt. Is Qi Yunxiao currently dead or alive? Han Li unhurriedly asked. He's still alive. The old man hesitated for a moment before answering. The words still alive immediately put Han Li's heart at ease. What relationship does your esteemed self have with Qi Yunxiao? The old man cautiously asked. I have a business deal with him, Han Li coldly responded. A business deal? Surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. Where is Qi Yunxiao currently? Although Han Li asked this casually, he was feeling quite worried. I cannot tell you this. The old man instantly rejected. Then I will change the question. Why did you attack Qi Yunxiao? Han Li immediately asked another question without batting an eye at his refusal. He killed members of our Fu clan. Why shouldn't we kill him? The youth to the side quickly answered with a sneer. The old man wrinkled his brow, revealing a trace of annoyance, but he didn't say anything more. Fu clan. When Han Li heard this, he was instantly reminded of those Qi condensation cultivators he had killed while saving Xianxia. He now felt a great desire to kill. So it was like that. However, there are only two of you here. If the Qi clan were to come here with a formidable character, how would you be able to match them? Han Li casually asked this while appearing indifferent. How could any foreign cultivator sent by the Qi clan oppose the two of us from the Fu clan? Could it be that we are not enough? The youth proudly answered Han Li's inquiry. So, you two are here alone? Han Li suddenly asked with a deep voice. Why are you asking this? The youth was thinking of how to respond with an angry expression. But the old man at his side suddenly asked this with suspicion. However, it was already too late. Han Li suddenly raised his arms and shot 2 streaks of black light toward the youth. Afterwards, he patted his storage pouch, releasing over 10 streaks of white light. In the blink of an eye, those lights transformed into puppet beasts and puppet soldiers. Once those puppets appeared, they immediately released a mad barrage of light beams and light arrows. When the old man saw this, he felt aghast. His body instantly blurred and appeared beside the youth, summoning a copper coin magic tool in front of him. In an instant, it grew to the size of a table and blocked the incoming attacks. A series of explosions could be heard as numerous beams of light struck the copper coin. Each strike pushed the old man further and further back, much to his dismay. But in the next moment, the youth next to him let out a miserable shriek, causing the old man to hastily turn his head in dread. But as he turned his head, his neck suddenly felt cold and everything went dark. After the old man's headless body fell to the ground, Han Li was the only one remaining in the air with a faintly shining thread tied to the ring finger of his right hand. Just a moment ago, Han Li took advantage of the massive, eye-catching assault to conceal his movements. By using the smoke-shifting steps, he was able to travel over 60 meters away from his divine wind boat in a few breaths, arriving behind the two. Then, with a wave of his string, he was able to easily behead them. Han Li had found this battle to be as easy as dusting off his clothes. Han Li found it quite humorous. In a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators, elemental defensive barriers basically weren't used because they were unable to block the attacks of top-grade magic techniques. They required too much time to activate, and they were far too expensive. Thus, most people used defensive magic tools to protect themselves instead of defensive light barriers that they felt were useless. That kind of thinking had given Han Li many openings to take advantage of. This was especially apparent when Han Li originally fought the Devil Dao cultivators at the border, as a majority of his kills had died in this manner. Now that he thought about it, this particular killing technique was quite similar to that of the Black Fiend School's blood servant, Ice Demon. It was as fast as lightning. By the time they hear the thunder, it was already too late. Unfortunately, this technique could only be used on the ground. Otherwise, Han Li would have no one to fear among Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li lightly shook his head, feeling a great sense of lamentation in his heart. He walked in front of the headless corpses and collected their storage pouches. After he inspected them with his spiritual sense, he felt some disappointment. Although they possessed 3 top-grade magic tools, they were of common quality. Han Li did not have much use for them. On the other hand, that copper coin was a rarely seen defensive magic tool. With that in mind, Han Li restored it to its original size and had it fly into his hand. After happily admiring it for a moment, he flung 2 small fireballs toward the headless corpses and turned them into ashes. Back in the boat with Crooked Soul, Han Li circled through the vicinity once before taking to the skies. This time, he would go to that small mountain with Xianxia's residence. He hoped her home was well hidden enough that it hadn't encountered any mishaps. 6 hours later, Han Li arrived at the nameless mountain of Xianxia's residence. When Han Li saw that the fog above the mountain was intact and the same as before, he felt overjoyed. After musing for a short while, Han Li didn't dare to fly down. Instead, he flew halfway up the mountain before taking out a sound transmission talisman. He then softly whispered a few words into it before throwing it out. The sound transmission talisman turned into a fiery streak of light and flew towards the mountain, suddenly disappearing from sight. Soon after, a large portion of the fog rose and completely enveloped him. Han Li stood still as he saw a scene bloom before him, leaving him surrounded by gargantuan trees over 300 meters tall. He couldn't help but feel shocked, feeling like an ant among the huge trees. Still, he knew that once Xianxia received the sound transmission talisman, she should be quick to come meet him. As expected, the huge tree illusions turned into thick fog a short moment later. Then the fog parted and revealed a 3-meter-wide passageway. The passage was remarkably long. After traveling for over 200 meters, he was finally able to faintly see its opening and couldn't help but grow excited. But when he was about 20 meters away from the exit, he suddenly heard a hoarse woman's voice. "Senior Han, who is that person behind you? You shouldn't be bringing strangers to this place." When Han Li heard this, he faintly smiled and immediately explained, "Young Miss Xian has misunderstood. This individual by my side isn't a living person. He's just a corpse that I had refined. Once young Miss Xian inspects him with her spiritual sense, it will be made clear." After Han Li said this, he took the initiative to stop and wait for Xianxia to recognize Crooked Soul as a Xianxia. A short moment later, Xianxia responded, "Ah, I was mistaken. Senior Han, please come in." Xianxia's tone was apologetic, but Han Li paid it no mind, flying forward on his divine wind boat with a smile. Just as Han Li flew forward, the scene before him brightened as the bamboo rooms that he had seen on his previous trip appeared once more. 2 women were standing in front of the bamboo rooms, Xianxia and her pretty maid. While both were wearing pure white clothes, Xianxia's style of dress left Han Li stunned. Widow Xian pay her respects to Senior Han. When Xianxia saw Han Li arrive, she stepped forward and gracefully greeted him. However, her haggard appearance raised Han Li's suspicions. "There is no need for young Lady Xian to be so courteous." Han Li continued on with a few polite niceties. At this moment, the young maid behind Xianxia stepped forward and greeted Han Li. Han Li inattentively nodded his head in response. It was obvious that Xianxia didn't intend to stand there and have a long chat with Han Li. With a forced smile, she led Han Li to one of the larger bamboo rooms. Upon entering the room, Han Li was left dumbstruck. Right beside the door, there was a table with a pitch-black memorial tablet with the words, "Husband Qi Yunxiao," carved into it in large characters. There was a small incense burner in front of the memorial tablet with several lit incense sticks slowly releasing smoke. Having seen this, how could Han Li not know what had happened? Han Li was beyond surprised to find that Qi Yunxiao had actually passed away. After he had recovered from his shock, he lightly sighed and took the initiative to approach the table. After taking out an incense stick, lighting it, and paying his respects, he placed it inside the incense burner. Young Lady Xen, how did this happen? After he finished paying his respects, Han Li turned his head and asked in a soft voice. There is much to say. How about I give Senior Han a proper explanation in another room? Xian Ruyan said with a feeble voice as the corner of her eyes reddened. As of now, Xian Ruyan was no longer the intelligent and shrewd woman he remembered. He only saw a pitiful young woman. In response, Han Li silently nodded his head. Xian Ruyan then led Han Li to a neighboring room and sat down. The young maid quickly steeped a pot of tea for Han Li and poured him a cup. Han Li lightly sipped the fragrant tea before setting down the cup and speaking with a solemn voice. I truly didn't expect that after several months, fellow Taoist Qi would encounter mishaps. The heavens truly enjoy toying with men. Ah yes. When did fellow Taoist Qi and young Lady Xian marry? Had I known about it, I definitely would have sent a gift. Xian Ruyan bitterly smiled in response. Without waiting for her to speak, her maid answered on her behalf. Senior, my clan's young madam decided to voluntarily live as young Master Qi's widow after his death. Han Li was left utterly shocked and couldn't help but gaze at Xian Ruyan in astonishment. Xiao Mei speaks truly. I have decided to observe widowhood on young Master Qi's behalf. Xian Ruyan confirmed this, slowly nodding her head in response to Han Li's gaze of astonishment. Han Li was left speechless. This one has received life-saving kindness from young Master Qi on numerous occasions. A debt that can't possibly be paid back. If young Master Qi were still alive, it would only be a matter of time before I married him. Now I am merely doing what I should. As she calmly said this, Xian Ruyan reached out with her flawless hand and lightly pulled away a strand of her beautiful hair that laid against her forehead. Han Li naturally had nothing suitable to say in response. Xian Ruyan then continued, detachedly giving Han Li an explanation of how Qi Yunxiao's death came to be. Due to Han Li's exhortations, Qi Yunxiao and Xian Ruyan were very careful and rarely went outside after he left. Nevertheless, after 2 months, Xian Ruyan lacked some direly needed materials to research the spell formation and had no choice but to make a trip to a nearby market city. This matter had unexpectedly been found out by Qi Yunxiao. As someone who was wholeheartedly infatuated with Xian Ruyan, he offered to make the trip for her. However, they couldn't possibly have known that the cultivators Han Li had slaughtered to save Xian Ruyan were actually juniors from one of the greatest cultivation clans of the state of Yuanwu, the Fu clan. As many juniors of their lineage had disappeared without reason, the Fu clan naturally pursued the matter to the finest thread. As a result, a few Fu clan cultivators wandering nearby had come across Qi Yunxiao, who had just recently emerged. Had Qi Yunxiao been shrewd or experienced enough, he would have been able to deal with any situation that arose. But unfortunately, he was far too naive and inexperienced. After only being asked a few questions related to the disappearance, he lost himself to panic and aroused the suspicions of the Fu clan members. They immediately wanted to arrest him and bring him back for interrogation. Naturally, Qi Yunxiao didn't wait for himself to be captured. With the formidable magic tools he had on hand, he forcibly escaped from the Fu clan Qi condensation cultivators and fled back to his residence. As such, Qi Yunxiao had doomed himself to calamity. The Fu clan cultivators were able to quickly track him back to his residence. However, the great formation he had laid down managed to severely injure or kill over 10 of their cultivators. In their fury, the Fu clan had actually dispatched a core formation expert. After half a day of fierce attacks, they were able to forcibly break through his great formation. However, no one had expected that Qi Yunxiao would hastily lay down an even more ferocious illusion formation behind his first formation while the tide was against him. He managed to trap the core formation cultivator within, giving him the opportunity to escape. Naturally, the other Fu clan cultivators weren't going to let him go so easily. Although Qi Yunxiao was able to break through their siege by using the remnants of his formation spell, he sustained mortal wounds in the process, and his loyal shopkeeper had died as well. Shortly after arriving at Xian Ruyan's residence, Qi Yunxiao took his last breath. The Fu clan was unaware of this and resentfully searched for Qi Yunxiao at every location. In addition, they had dispatched experts to monitor his residence. In this case, it was the old man and the youth from the Fu clan that Han Li had killed. After hearing Xianxia's account, Han Li felt a slight twinge of sadness. Although Han Li wasn't a close friend with Qi Yunxiao by any means, he still felt that he was a pretty decent person. To think that he would die so young. The world was truly a fickle place. Ah! Senior Han must have come here for the ancient transportation formation. Having finished her account, Xianxia suddenly mentioned this. Oh, that matter isn't urgent. Han Li spoke with embarrassment. After all, her husband had just died. This was not the appropriate time to inquire about such matters. I've just about restored the transportation formation. It should be finished in a month, Xianxia continued, not seeming to mind Han Li's embarrassment. Really? Han Li couldn't help but grow excited and revealed a somewhat happy expression. Yes, really. Not only will I restore the transportation formation, but I also have 2 things to give to Senior Han, Xianxia calmly said, taking 2 jade boxes out of her storage pouch and setting them on the table. What's this? Han Li blankly stared on in surprise. One of the boxes contains Yunxiao's insights, my husband's collection of tool refinement records. The other box contains a large amount of books on the Tao of formation spells and my expertise in formation spells. I hope that Senior Han will accept these items, Xianxia faintly said. Han Li's heart trembled. After taking a look at the 2 jade boxes, he looked at Xianxia with a calm expression and asked, What do you want? Young lady Xian, why do you want to give such precious items to me? Please, speak bluntly. Han Li's voice held a trace of coldness. I am giving these items as a gift to Senior Han in return for a promise. Xianxia didn't avoid Han Li's gaze, revealing an unwavering expression. This promise being? Although Han Li could faintly guess what she wanted, he still asked this with a heavy tone. If Senior Han were to one day enter core formation, I wish for Senior Han to thoroughly exterminate the Fu clan from the state of Yuanwu on my and Qi Yunxiao's behalf. Xianxia's voice was as cold as ice frozen for countless years. When Han Li heard this, the resentment contained within her words caused even his heart to tremble. Han Li didn't immediately refuse or agree. Instead, he tightly wrinkled his brow and lowered his head in silence, weighing the potential gains and losses. Truth be told, Han Li was unwilling to agree. As of current, Han Li held little interest in spell formation and tool refinement techniques. Only after he successfully reached core formation would he have the time to research such things. In addition, he was unwilling to provoke a huge cultivator clan for no reason, not to mention that he didn't have the ability to do so. I understand that this request is overreaching, but Rian truly doesn't have any other way. Xianxia gave a bleak smile with a pale complexion. Elder brother Qi's death by the Fu clan was because of the incident that I brought about. If I do not avenge my husband, then I wouldn't have the face to see him after I die. I would prefer to go to hell, Xianxia softly whispered with a pleading tone. When Han Li heard her say die, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly raised his head, taking a careful look at Xianxia's complexion and leaving Xianxia stunned in response. There is something amiss with your complexion. Let me see your veins. Han Li spoke in an irrefutable tone, greatly surprising Xianxia. A queer glint flashed from her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she obediently handed Han Li her flawless wrist. Han Li impolitely brought 2 fingers to her wrist and poured a strand of spiritual qi into her body. A long while later, Han Li's expression became unsightly. Are you aware that your blood vessels have completely withered away? If this is not addressed, you will die within 2 years, Han Li coldly said after withdrawing his hand. Xianxia faintly smiled in response to Han Li's assertion. Of course I know this. How could I not know about my own body? My constitution is of the dragon's cry, a male body wrongly born as female. If someone with this constitution were to forcefully cultivate, their meridians would gradually wither away along with their lifespan. For me to have lived this long was by mere luck. Originally, I had hoped to find an ancient formula to cure this illness. However, I failed. merely wasting the many spiritual medicines that elder brother Qi had searched for in vain. Xianxia revealed an expression of self-mockery. "Young madam," Xianxia's maid couldn't help but shout out with sadness from behind her. "It's nothing, Xiao Mei. I am only going to see elder brother Qi a bit sooner. This is exactly what I desire." Xianxia unexpectedly consoled her maid with a peaceful expression. Han Li's expression grew soft, and for some unknown reason, he truly felt pity toward her. But unfortunately, Han Li couldn't do anything about Xianxia's strange illness and could only watch on as her life and beauty withered away. Since Senior Han now knows of this matter, he should understand why I have acted in this manner. Although Senior is currently only a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you are the sole person familiar with elder brother Qi and me that has a chance of avenging him. I don't require Senior to swear an oath. I only want a promise, so that I may pass away with ease. Xianxia returned to her previously calm demeanor and nonchalantly mentioned the matter of vengeance again. Han Li stroked his nose with all his strength, finding himself in a rather difficult position. But after a moment of hard thought, he suddenly asked, "What about those from fellow Taoist Qi's clan? Humph, the Qi clan? They are merely a common clan within the state of Yuanwu. How could they dare to offend the Fu clan? Besides, elder brother Qi was only an external branch disciple driven out from the sect. They couldn't be less concerned. As for me, I've learned everything from a nameless formation spell grandmaster. He was a rogue cultivator that had long since passed away." Xianxia understood what Han Li meant and explained her and Qi Yunxiao's background to Han Li in a soft voice. Han Li's mind grew quiet. He had truly thought that this woman had an alternative. "Fine, I can give young Lady Xian this promise. However, I will only act when I possess the ability to do so. If such an opportunity does not appear in my lifetime, will you regret it?" After pondering for a long while, Han Li took a deep breath and spoke in a heavy voice. "That will be enough. So long as you can give me hope, it will do. Let me thank Senior Han in advance." Xianxia couldn't help but widely smile in response, suddenly appearing daintily beautiful. Han Li was stunned as he took in her beauty. But soon after, he shook his head and bluntly swiped his sleeve across the table, causing the 2 jade boxes to disappear without a trace into his storage pouch. "Since you require another month to restore the transportation formation, then I will have to trouble young Lady Xian in a month's time. I will now be taking my leave." Han Li spoke unhurriedly as he stood up. With this gap of time available, he had quite a few matters to attend to. "This one pays Senior her respects," Xianxia said respectfully without further urging Han Li to stay. As a result, Han Li flew to the heavenly Star-Sex market city with Crooked Soul in tow. After a day, Han Li arrived in the vicinity of the market city. After he took out a cloak from his storage pouch and covered his face, he entered the market city with a swagger, bringing Crooked Soul along with him. As Han Li walked through the streets of the market city, he was astonished to find so many cultivators trading and bustling about. There were several times as many cultivators compared to the last time he came here. In addition to the hurried atmosphere, there were also a few rarely seen Foundation Establishment cultivators within the city. After pondering for a moment, Han Li's eyes flashed with thoughtfulness. But soon after, he tossed the matter to the back of his mind and went straight toward that magic tool store that helped him craft his magic tools on his previous trip. He had a few materials that could be refined into useful magic tools, thereby increasing his own strength. That magic tool store still looked exactly the same as before. Even its arrogant signboard was completely the same. Han Li entered the store with a faint smile. The circumstances within the store caused Han Li's brow to slightly furrow. The tiny store actually had 6 people standing and sitting around. When they saw Han Li enter, they couldn't help but glance at him. When Han Li saw them, he swept his cold gaze past them without a trace of politeness. In response, they immediately lowered their heads. As Qi condensation cultivators, they naturally wouldn't dare to offend Han Li, a senior Foundation Establishment cultivator. But a man with a fiendish appearance sitting in a chair looked at Han Li without the slightest hint of fear. Although he was only in early Foundation Establishment, he didn't turn his gaze away. Han Li didn't pay him any mind and walked over to the two store employees that were chatting. "Is store owner Su here?" Han Li calmly asked the burly man called Dahe Senior, who... The burly man revealed an expression of doubt. Han Li sighed and took out the black dragon claws, revealing them to him. He was assisting at the side as this magic tool was created. There was no way he wouldn't have recognized it. So it turned out to be Senior. This one will call Master out. The burly man's eyes brightened, recognizing the black dragon claws as Han Li had expected. He immediately apologized with a wide grin and hastily ran to the back courtyard. Seeing that Han Li was the store owner's acquaintance, the others couldn't help but look at each other in shock. However, nobody dared to untactfully bother Han Li. Not long after, the fully white-haired shop owner welcomed Han Li with a beaming smile. On his last trip, Han Li left him with a significant amount of rare materials. It was only natural for the old man to give him such a warm welcome. "This small old man is honored to have Senior come to my shop once more. Does Senior wish to refine more magic tools?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Man Su impatiently asked with a face full of anticipation. Han Li faintly smiled and deliberately swept his gaze past the other cultivators in the room. "How foolish of me!" Shop owner Su exclaimed, immediately understanding what Han Li had meant. He then invited Han Li to the rear courtyard and excitedly led the way. The others didn't dare to say anything, except for the large, fiendish man who snorted with dissatisfaction. He was greatly angered at how differently he was treated compared to Han Li, as he was also a Foundation establishment cultivator who had even sought out this tool refinement store. In response to the large man's snort, Han Li shot an ice-cold glance at him. Han Li had killed no small number of cultivators and unconsciously carried a murderous aura as a result. That single glance immediately caused the large man to feel as if his entire body had turned to ice, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of terror. Having seen the large man's expression had changed, Han Li didn't pay him any further attention and brought Crooked Soul along with him to the rear courtyard. At that moment, Dahe cleverly stepped forward and apologized to the others, casually giving them an excuse in an attempt to placate their discontent. Did Senior bring back more materials? When Han Li and Crooked Soul entered the rear courtyard, shop owner Su glanced at Crooked Soul with slight surprise before impatiently asking Han Li. Han Li wore a slight smile when he saw the old man's eagerness. He casually took out the materials-filled storage pouch and turned it upside down. A white light suddenly shone, and the materials Han Li obtained from the white spider and demon mantis poured out onto the ground. "This is..." The shop owner crouched over and gathered together the white spider's lower limbs, inspecting them with rapt attention. He revealed an expression of puzzlement. Although the old man was a tool refining expert, he didn't understand much about rare, strange insects. As a result, even if he were able to see that the materials were unordinary, he was still left baffled. Han Li smiled for a moment before giving him an explanation. Most of these materials came from the limbs and shell of a white spider. There are also the wings and forelimbs of a huge demon mantis. They were both grade 4 demonic beasts. As for the mantis, it was a peak grade 4 demonic beast and was exceptionally powerful. I hope that your esteemed self will be able to properly make use of these materials. I had to spend quite a bit of effort to obtain them. Materials obtained from grade 4 demonic beasts? The white-haired old man shouted in astonishment and immediately sank into ecstasy. Not to mention grade 4 demon beasts, even materials from grade 2 demon beasts were rarely seen. That's right, shop owner Su. However, for this set of magic tools, I have a particular request for what is to be created. I will only allow you to work with them if you are able to fulfill my request. Payment will be handled the same as before. If there are any leftover materials, you may keep a portion of them to do with as you please. Han Li said calmly. Senior, please feel at ease. Regardless of the request, this small old man will comply. To be able to personally refine such top-grade materials, I didn't spend my life pursuing the Tao of tool refinement in vain. Shop owner Su then picked up the mantis arms and caressed them with a fanatical gaze. Han Li was surprised to see him with such an expression, but his heart grew increasingly at ease. He spoke to the old man with a gentle tone. "The magic tools that I request you refine are rather unusual. I wish for you to refine the spider legs into a set of offensive magic tools. As for the mantis..." 2 hours later, Han Li and Crooked Soul left the tool refinement shop. He had come to an agreement with shop owner Su after the shop owner inspected the materials. Several days later, the shop owner would finish his plans for the methods of their refinement. At that time, Han Li would return with the materials and they would officially start their refinement. But for now, Han Li had an opportunity to take a proper stroll around the market city. His suspicions were finally confirmed by an old man as he was browsing around. It turned out that news of the defeat of the state of Yu and their 2 allied countries had spread to the state of Yuanwu. Regardless of whether they were from a cultivator clan or unaffiliated, all of those in the state of Yuanwu felt both uncertainty and premonitions of hardship. Consequently, massive numbers of cultivators flocked to the market city. Many even brought along their rare treasures to trade for direly needed items, thereby increasing their strength to brave the upcoming catastrophe. Within a short few days, all the market cities in the state of Yuanwu began to spread news of precious magic tools, pills, and other such items. A great number of cultivators were instantly attracted, leading to great furor within the market cities. Naturally, Han Li couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by him. With that in mind, Han Li began to stroll around the shops, taking a look in every direction. As he had expected, there were far more high-quality goods for sale. But much to Han Li's surprise, there were very few top-grade magic tools for sale. Still, it wasn't as if Han Li had any need for those common top-grade magic tools. After walking in nearly a full circle, Han Li had only bought a few uncommon medicinal ingredients that he hadn't seen before. There was nothing else of interest to him. He subsequently headed toward the heart of the market city, the Stardust Pavilion. Having traded in market cities several times, Han Li already knew that if he wanted to buy better goods, he would have to go to the larger, more imposing stores. Only they would have the power to acquire quality goods. Though the small vendors might actually possess a few decent items, they had nothing compared to the collection of a large store. Not long ago, he acquired many quality items from the Thousand Treasures Pavilion of the Yellow Maple Valley Market City. With that line of thought, Han Li brought Crooked Soul along to the Heavenly Starsex Stardust Pavilion, a huge 100-meter-tall building. Han Li was rendered speechless upon entering. This was because there were over 30 cultivators bustling about on the first floor's hall. They were all surrounding several display counters, talking with red-clothed store employees. Not a single person noticed Han Li. Han Li scratched the back of his head and absent-mindedly walked toward a display counter, looking around for the stairs to the second story. 3 chi condensation cultivators stood beside the display counter. One of them was continuously waving a white formation flag while speaking to the store employee in a dissatisfied mumble. The Stardust Pavilion employee appeared to not mind at all. From the very start, he had been giving explanations with a wide smile on his face. However, when these cultivators saw Han Li and Crooked Soul approach them, they immediately grew silent. It was clear that they were very wary of unfamiliar cultivators. When the flag-holding cultivator saw Han Li approach, he hastily brought out several tens of spirit stones to give to the store employee before hastily flying off with his friend. Han Li gloomily gazed at them as they took off. He felt slightly at a loss, but just a moment later, the store employee politely addressed Han Li. "Senior, my sincerest apologies. As this is the first floor, I'm afraid there is nothing of interest here. If Senior truly wishes to find suitable items to purchase, then the floors above the third would be best. Those floors specialize in receiving high-class cultivators." Initially, Han Li was somewhat startled, but he soon recovered his usual bearings. He asked indifferently, "Could you give me an introduction to the floors of the Stardust Pavilion?" The employee appeared slightly surprised, but he respectfully agreed. "Of course. Since it's Senior's first time at our Stardust Pavilion, it's only natural that I introduce our store to you. Our Stardust Pavilion has a total of 9 floors. The first 7 are open to the public, and the last two are closed off to outsiders. The first 3 floors are for inferior qi condensation cultivators. Floors 4 through to 6 are for high-grade cultivators such as yourself. As for floors 7 and higher, they are at the service of core formation cultivators. The employee quickly gave Han Li a general introduction to the store. Han Li nodded his head and then wordlessly walked straight toward the stairs to the second floor. The second and third floors were a bit smaller than the first, but the arrangement was obviously more luxurious. It seemed that the farther up he went, the more precious the items that were on sale. With that thought, Han Li quickly passed through floors 2 and 3, even directly passing through the 4th floor. He had originally thought to head straight toward the 6th floor, but a young, red-clothed servant blocked his way. According to the store rules, you must first gain the approval of the 5th floor shopkeeper before being allowed to proceed to the 6th floor. The elegant, young servant expressionlessly said. Although he was only a qi condensation cultivator, he didn't fear Han Li, a foundation establishment cultivator, in the slightest. Han Li wrinkled his brow and headed toward the 5th floor's main hall instead of becoming angry. Although the main hall wasn't large, there were several young, pretty female servants waiting there. When Han Li walked in, a man and woman were having a relaxed discussion. The man had a common appearance and seemed to be about 35 years old. The woman appeared to be nearing 40 years old and had the grace of a noble woman. It could be seen that in her youth she was a rarely seen beauty. While the two were both foundation establishment cultivators, Han Li was surprised to see that the middle-aged woman was a late foundation establishment cultivator. Fellow Taoist, do you require any assistance? When the middle-aged woman saw Han Li enter, she turned her head and gave him an enchanting smile. She spoke with a melodious voice that soothed those who heard it. I wish to purchase a few truly precious items. Do you have any such items? I don't care whether it is a magic tool, talisman, or anything else. Hearing that Han Li's tone was rather arrogant, the man glanced at Han Li with slight surprise. Hee. If fellow Taoist truly wishes to buy quality goods, then he has come to the right place. So long as you have the money to pay, we will definitely leave you satisfied. Although the middle-aged woman was no longer young, her laughter was just as charming as that of a young woman. But as it happens, this fellow Taoist also wishes to buy quality goods. Please wait for a bit, and I'll take out a few items for you to browse, the woman said with a beaming smile. She then turned her head and gave a command with a serious expression. Violet Lotus, come and serve these 2 esteemed guests some tea. Of course, madam, the maid standing behind the woman respectfully replied. As the middle-aged woman leisurely walked out, the maid poured a cup of tea for Han Li and the man who was originally here. Han Li and that man were seated on different sides of the square table. They took several glances at each other, but neither of them had any intention of talking. Cultivators who came here to do their shopping had no intentions of treading too closely to strangers, as it would only breed hostility. Despite this, the man still shot several curious glances at Crooked Soul, who had remained outside the hall by the staircase. Thanks to his perceptiveness, he had already made out Crooked Soul to be a refined corpse, but the spiritual chi fluctuations he felt from Crooked Soul's body left him quite baffled. After all, cultivator refined, iron-skinned corpses normally only had immense strength. It shouldn't be possible for them to possess magic power. The man strongly suppressed his desire to ask questions. Although Han Li was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like himself, he was rather wary of him. After Han Li had sipped away most of the tea, the woman finally returned to the main hall. This time, she had 2 strong, robust men following behind her. These 2 men didn't possess any magic power and had rather stiff faces. They were unexpectedly 2 realistic-looking puppets. The puppets held a huge tray, wrapped in a bundle of silk cloth. It seemed that the shopkeeper intended on concealing the precious items within it. A strange expression flashed from Han Li's eyes. He had just used his spiritual sense to see through the red silk and find out what was underneath it. However, he hadn't expected that the unremarkable silk cloth would block him. In his surprise, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the man beside him. He also appeared astonished. It was obvious he had done the same. The middle-aged woman approached Han Li and the man until she was a few steps away. She wordlessly smiled before she spoke. I've already acquainted myself with you, fellow Taoist fan. Might I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? My surname is Lan. You two fellow Taoists may call me Madame Lan. The woman gave herself a well-practiced introduction. Naturally, Han Li couldn't awkwardly remain silent, so he reluctantly said, My surname is Han. Afterwards, he said nothing further and displayed a cold demeanor, unwilling to speak further. Madame Lan didn't take this to heart. After all, a vast majority of cultivators that came here feigned indifference like Han Li. It was something she had long become accustomed to. As a result, she smiled slightly and beckoned to the puppets behind her. The well-chiseled puppets immediately walked forward. Afterwards, Madame Lan extended her flawless finger and lifted the red cloth cover, revealing the several items underneath. Han Li and the man surnamed Fan simultaneously gazed at the items on the tray, their eyes gleaming with rapt attention. A long sword, short blade, throwing dart, a ring, and a piece of jet-black armor were arranged in a line. From one glance at the sparkling shine each of these items radiated, one could tell that these were not common goods. Once the magic tools on the dish were clearly seen, Han Li and the man surnamed Fan had differing reactions. The cultivator named Fan intensely stared at the plate with a gaze containing a slight trace of exhilaration. But when Han Li glanced at them, he immediately turned his gaze away, revealing a lack of interest. This greatly surprised Madame Lan, causing her to pay closer attention to Han Li. This item is called the Cold Crystal Blade. It was refined using rare profound crystal and ice jade. Not only are its attacks powerful, it also possesses dark cold chi, capable of unknowingly decreasing the power of enemies in a chaotic battle. It truly is a quality item among top-grade magic tools. The woman calmly introduced the item after deftly grabbing the transparent, sparkling short blade from the tray and lifting it into the air. She then waved the magic tool in her hand, immediately releasing a breeze of icy chi. As soon as it appeared in the room, the chi condensation maids couldn't help but shiver. Could Madame let this one take a look at that blade? The man surnamed Fan looked at the magic tool with excitement. Madame Lan faintly smiled in response and handed over the blade without the slightest of hesitation. Afterwards, she took a hidden glance at Han Li. She only saw Han Li with an indifferent expression. He had merely lowered his head to look at the empty teacup in his hand. As he did not show the slightest interest in this magic tool, Madame Lan felt slightly disappointed. As he was playing around with the short blade in his hand, the man surnamed Fan spoke in a loud voice. All right, I want to buy this cold crystal blade. How many spirit stones will it cost? Although Madame Lan was somewhat surprised to hear this, she calmly asked, Doesn't fellow Taoist Fan intend to look at the other magic tools? There is no need. This one naturally knows that the other items are certain to be better. However, this one is embarrassingly short of money. I reckon that this blade is the only one I can buy. So even if the other items are better, this one does not have the heart to see them. This way I can avoid feeling envy. This cultivator Fan spoke rather honestly with a touch of humor. The beautiful Madame Lan raised her hand to conceal a faint smile. The woman quickly suppressed her smile and spoke methodically as usual. This cold crystal blade costs 800 spirit stones. Once fellow Taoist Fan hands over that amount, he may take the item and leave. Good. Could you take a look and check if this is the right amount of spirit stones? Cultivator Fan bluntly took out a storage pouch. In the blink of an eye, a pile of varied colored spirit stones poured out onto the table. Madame Lan effortlessly swept her gaze across the table. With the corners of her lips slightly raised, she said, How could I distrust you? There is no need to check. With that said, the woman took her storage pouch and absorbed the spirit stones on the table. Madame Lan's actions gave Cultivator Fan a very favorable impression. He then revealed an amicable expression before taking his leave. But when Han Li saw this, he inwardly laughed in ridicule despite his indifferent expression. What do you mean by, there is no need to check? What was the spiritual sense enveloping the spirit stones supposed to be? Obviously, Madame Lan's spiritual sense is far stronger than common cultivators and was able to instantly count the number of spirit stones without anybody knowing. As such, she was able to deliberately say such a clever and convenient line. Han Li thought with an inward sneer. Madame Lan hadn't realized that her cheap trick had been seen through by Han Li. After she finished watching Cultivator Fan leave with a faint smile on her face, she turned her gaze upon Han Li once more. Fellow Taoist Han seems to hold no interest in these items. Could it be that these magic tools aren't worthy of fellow Taoists' notice? Madame Lan asked with a slight smile. It was quite strange. She clearly knew that the person before her had inferior cultivation to her own. But for some unknown reason, she felt a trace of strange danger from Han Li, causing her speech to unconsciously become more tactful towards him as she didn't dare to offend him. While the quality of these magic tools are quite decent, I am looking for magic tools that are a bit more exceptional. They must also be well suited to my techniques. Furthermore, not only am I looking for magic tools and talismans, I am also interested in rare items. Han Li replied serenely. Oh, if fellow Taoist Han had such requests, he should have said them sooner. This one had believed that fellow Taoist Han would have been satisfied with any kind of magic tool, the same as fellow Taoist Fan. Madame Lan couldn't help but giggle. She then continued speaking with great confidence. So long as fellow Taoist is able to pay the price, our Stardust Pavilion will provide all the items you desire. Han Li dryly laughed and directly answered with a question. Since Madame insists, I will bluntly mention them. Does your esteemed pavilion have any pill formulas useful to foundation establishment cultivators for sale? Or any sets of magic tools? Naturally, the greater the number in a magic tool set, the better. The woman's face revealed slight emotion before immediately regaining her calm. Madame Lan stared at Han Li with her beautiful eyes before speaking deliberately. Fellow Taoists' requests are truly unusual. Were it half a month ago, I may have been left helpless. But now, my pavilion had acquired 2 such pill formulas and a set of high-quality magic tools. The prices of these items are truly great. They are not something that I am able to sell. Fellow Taoist will have to continue this conversation on the 6th floor. Han Li had anticipated what the woman would say and asked indifferently. Then am I allowed to go up to the 6th floor? Madame Lan lightly brushed her hair before gently smiling. Of course you can. But in accordance to sect rules, I must first inspect fellow Taoists' qualifications. What qualifications? Han Li casually asked. It's very simple. It is whether or not fellow Taoist possesses 1,000 spirit stones or items of equivalent value. The woman stated with an earnest tone. Is this enough? Without any objections, Han Li took out the storage pouch that kept his spirit stones and tossed it toward the woman. Han Li's collection of spirit stones had reached 1,000 long ago. Now, he should be in possession of nearly 2,000 spirit stones. Madame Lan took the storage pouch and examined it with her spiritual sense. She then nodded her head and said, Please follow me. I will personally accompany you to the 6th floor. When Han Li saw her walking towards the stairs, he silently followed after her. The young, red-clothed servant guarding the stairwell silently stepped to the side upon seeing Madame Lan approach. Han Li and Madame Lan then climbed to the 6th floor one after the other. To tell the truth, Han Li was quite curious about the 6th floor's shopkeeper. The 5th floor shopkeeper was a late foundation establishment cultivator. Could the 6th floor cultivator be a core formation expert? Han Li felt slightly excited. Then Han Li glanced at the young, 17-year-old woman that stood behind Madame Lan and was left dumbfounded. The young woman was dressed rather simply, and her beauty was merely above average. However, for this young mortal woman who was lacking even the slightest magic power to be the 6th floor shopkeeper was truly beyond Han Li's expectations. But what was particularly unusual was what happened when the young woman saw Madame Lan climb to the 6th floor. She continuously called out, Auntie Lan! Auntie Lan! With much intimacy. At the same time, she completely overlooked Han Li, causing him to feel sullen. That's enough, shower. There is a guest here. Although Madame Lan's words were harsh, her tone was filled with obvious affection. Guest? The young woman indifferently glanced at Han Li without the slightest of care. Yes, this fellow Taoist Han wishes to buy pill formulas and the set of magic tools we previously acquired. Thus, I am bringing him to the 6th floor and having you receive him. I have to go back down. There may be more guests arriving at the 5th floor. Madame Lan spoke with great warmth. So it's like that. But the next time Auntie Lan is free, she must definitely come up and keep me company. The young woman spoke with reluctance. Madame Lan gave a kind smile in response before heading back down. The young woman gazed at her as she descended. She eventually turned her head to glance at Han Li and spoke coldly. What sort of pill formulas does your esteemed self want? We possess 8 pill formulas, but only 2 are useful to foundation establishment cultivators. In addition, the prices for them are astonishingly high. It won't just cost several hundred spirit stones. When Han Li heard the tone of her voice, he smiled instead of becoming angry. So long as the pill formulas are genuine, price is of no concern. Han Li's tone was exceptionally grand. The young woman was surprised by his response and earnestly sized him up. Then please wait a moment. I will call for people to bring out the pill formulas and the set of magic tools. The young woman's expression softened. It was only natural that she acted more pleasantly around a magnanimous guest. She merely took out a small bell and lightly tapped it with a rhythm. Then, she casually sat in her chair without the slightest intention of entertaining Han Li. Han Li felt somewhat amazed at this. Still, he calmly pulled out a chair and sat across from the young woman. The only thing separating the two was a wooden table. Han Li's action caused the young woman's graceful brow to lightly crease. Although her expression wasn't very happy, she ultimately didn't say anything. A short moment later, a young female cultivator walked in, grasping 2 jade boxes, one large and one small. Place them there. The young woman spoke indifferently as she pointed to the side of the table. Yes, young madam, the female cultivator respectfully replied before placing the jade boxes down on the table. She then took the initiative to withdraw. Han Li's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the female cultivator speak so respectfully to a young female mortal. The pill formulas and the magic tools are here. Your esteemed self should have a look. If they are to your satisfaction, then I will tell you the price. The young woman lightly pushed the jade boxes toward Han Li. Since she insisted, Han Li didn't act with the slightest politeness. He took the small jade box and opened the lid, revealing a red and white jade talisman. Han Li touched the 2 jade talismans and closed his eyes, slowly submerging his spiritual sense within them. When the young woman saw that Han Li was inspecting the pill formulas, she took out a thin, white book and started to read through it without the slightest of concern. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and wore an expression of contemplation. One of the formulas was similar to the qi-gathering pill that Lei Wanhe had previously given him. It was useless to him. As for the other, it wasn't an ancient pill formula. It was for a pill called the True Essence Pill. Apart from the required age of the ingredients used, it was rather easy to refine. It was very suitable for his use. However, the cost of this pill formula was unexpectedly several times greater than the qi-gathering pill formula. Even Han Li understood the difference in value between ancient formulas and ordinary formulas that were currently used in the cultivation world. With that thought, Han Li returned the jade slips to their boxes with an indifferent expression. Then he took the larger box and opened it. The magic tools in the box caused Han Li to become stunned from a single glance. The jade box actually contained a set of 13 fine needles sparkling with red light. Each of the needles were only about an inch long, but their fire-red bodies emitted a fluctuating glow. Flying needle magic tools? Han Li couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. Even with Han Li's vast experience with magic tools, this was the first time he had seen flying needle magic tools such as these. He suddenly grew very excited. He previously hadn't seen anyone make full use of them either. When the young woman heard Han Li's murmurs, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at him with a trace of displeasure. She then continued to read the book without paying him any further attention. At that moment, Han Li was carefully examining one of the red needles as he held it in a pinch without paying any attention to the young woman's displeasure. Naturally, he was aware of her displeasure, but he wasn't about to accommodate her aloof, arrogant attitude. He was now staring at the needle with squinted eyes and a serious expression. Although Han Li hadn't seen any needle-type magic tools previously, he had heard many rumors with regards to the stealthy viciousness of flying needles. He had heard that while their offensive power were slightly inferior to ordinary magic tools, their bodies were small, and their flight was quick, thereby being the most suitable weapon to launch an ambush with. As such, many cultivators praised the flying needles to be a hidden weapon, causing flying needles to possess quite the reputation in the cultivation world. Naturally, there were many reasons as to why flying needle magic tools were so thin. Not only were they refined using peculiar materials, they were also several times more difficult to refine. Because of this, they were rarely seen in the cultivation world. In addition, users of flying needles would often only use them as a last resort since they were unwilling to allow others to know of their existence. This was why Han Li received such a shock when he saw a set of 13 such magic tools unexpectedly appear before him. "Young miss, does this set of flying needles have a name?" Han Li felt very pleasantly surprised, but his expression remained calm when he asked the young woman. When the young woman heard Han Li, she put down the book and indifferently said, "The red thread shadow chaser needles. Good. I wish to acquire the true essence pill along with the set of flying needles." Han Li spoke without the slightest hesitation. The young woman revealed a strange expression as she asked with disbelief, You truly want that set of magic tools? What is it? Does this set of magic tools have some sort of defect, or is your esteemed pavilion unwilling to sell it?" Han Li raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. "Your esteemed self is mistaken. Although the red thread shadow chaser needles are extremely precious, our Stardust Pavilion does not wish to keep it. I merely ask this because there is something I must first tell you. This set of flying needles is substantially different from ordinary sets of magic tools. There is no origin controller, nor any child mother pieces. If you wish to activate them, you must simultaneously control all 13 needles. Otherwise, they would be useless." The young woman's eyes and tone were both ice-cold. "I must simultaneously control them?" Han Li came to a suddenly realization. It was no wonder that these rare flying needles had yet to be purchased. It held such a high requirement for one's spiritual sense. The young woman continued without the slightest of humor. "That's right. Originally, Aunt Lon and a few others fancied this set of magic tools, but because they were only able to control up to 9 needles, they have given up on it." "So all 13 needles then?" Han Li chuckled before suddenly raising his hand, beckoning to the rest of the needles in the box. With a flash of red light, all of the flying needles simultaneously floated. The red needles quickly revolved around Han Li, transforming into 13 red threads that were difficult for the naked eye to see, creating a finely woven red net in an instant. The young woman's small mouth gaped, revealing an appearance of surprise to Han Li for the first time. Han Li soon waved his hand once more, returning the red threads to the jade box, which once again revealed their original appearance as needles. With an unchanged expression, Han Li asked with a deep voice, "Am I able to purchase these magic tools now?" "Since your esteemed self is able to use them, of course you can. Together with the true essence pill formula, it will come to a total of 4,000 spirit stones." The young woman regained her calm and once again spoke without the slightest humor. 4,000 spirit stones. Han Li looked at the young woman while rubbing his nose. That price had exceeded his expectations. The pill formula is 1,500 spirit stones. The flying needles are 2,500. The young woman listed the price without the slightest hesitation. To tell the truth, the woman didn't see the 4,000 spirit stones as overly expensive. After all, these items were rarely seen within the cultivation world. Were it not for the defeat of the 3 allied countries against the Devil Dao, they would have never sold such valuable items. At that moment, Han Li suddenly took a seat and assumed a solemn expression. "At what price does your esteemed pavilion purchase 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine?" Han Li calmly walked out from the Stardust Pavilion a quarter hour later. He turned his head to look at the huge pavilion with a faint, mysterious smile on his face before continuing on with long strides. Han Li currently had the red thread shadow chaser needles and a jade slip containing the true essence pill formula inside his storage pouch. Moments ago, he had casually asked about the selling price of thousand-year-old spiritual medicine. Instead of taking out any herbs, he took out 2 boxes each containing a face-setting pill, created from thousand-year-old herbs, and handed it over to the young woman. Han Li vividly remembered the fervent expression of the usually aloof woman when he told her about the face-setting pill's miraculous effect of an unchanging appearance. The sharp contrast with her usual expression had surprised him by no small measure. Soon after, the young woman called over a pill refinement expert from the Stardust Pavilion to personally confirm the claims. However, none of them had refined such a pill before. In the end, she brought the 2 medicine pills to the 5th floor's Madame Lawn to verify the legitimacy of the face-setting pills, as well as their miraculous effect of preserving one's appearance. After a whispered discussion, the women decided that Han Li could pay for the pill formula and the magic tool set with the 2 face-setting pills along with 1,000 spirit stones. Now that he thought about it, he felt it was quite funny. Being able to eternally preserve one's appearance was a matter that proved extremely enticing and irresistible to women. Even such a clever schemer with such deep cultivation as Madame Lawn revealed the same fervent expression as the young woman upon hearing Han Li say the words face-setting pill. As a result, Han Li came to a complete understanding about how greatly women cared about their appearance. However, the amount that Han Li had acquired for the face-setting pills had far exceeded his estimations. He had originally believed that the pills would get him 2,000 spirit stones at most. Therefore, their offer had left Han Li completely satisfied. Naturally, he didn't attempt to haggle over the price and ignore their generous offer. It was quite fortunate that the 2 shopkeepers were women. Were it a male shopkeeper, he would have been quite lucky to get a few hundred spirit stones for them. After he finished the trade, Madame Lawn couldn't help but ask about the medicine pill's origin after recovering from her earlier fervor. Han Li thoughtlessly replied, "It was an unintentional discovery," before making himself scarce. As Han Li walked out of the Stardust Pavilion, he felt some reluctance. He knew that since the Stardust Pavilion was able to take out such rarities as pill formulas and the red thread shadow chaser needles, they were certain to have even more precious items. It was a pity that he wasn't able to take out more medicine pills and spiritual herbs for trade, as Han Li clearly understood the dangers of openly revealing one's wealth. With regret lingering in his heart, Han Li found an inn that accommodated cultivators and decided to stay there. For the remainder of the day, Han Li started to meditate and refine qi, preparing for the next day when he would have store owner Su refine his magic tools. On the morning of the second day, Han Li arrived at the tool refinement store in accordance with the appointed time. Store owner Su had been waiting for him for quite a while. Once he saw Han Li, he immediately called out to him in excitement, urging him to enter the rear courtyard. Han Li gave a slight smile and entered. Half a month later, Han Li finally emerged from the store. But this time, he appeared to be the opposite of how he entered and wore a darkened expression, as if he were in an exceptionally foul mood. Store owner Su closely followed behind him with a face full of shame. He was muttering something to Han Li as he followed him. Han Li then released a long and heavy sigh, which somewhat alleviated his foul mood. Soon after, he spoke to store owner Su in an amiable tone before slowly walking out of the market city, leaving behind the old man in a daze. A short while later, Han Li had left the territory of the market city and flew toward Xianxia's small, nameless mountain. While Han Li stood on the divine wind boat, his expression became sullen once more as he thought of the repeated tool refinement failures in the past half-month. He had overestimated the tool refinement technique of that shop owner Su, resulting in the almost complete destruction of those precious materials just to make one magic tool set. As for the mantis materials that he had valued the greatest, they had been entirely lost in the refining process. Han Li became extremely regretful after the fact and felt an urge to ruthlessly strike down shop owner Su. But in the end, when he saw the old man's great display of shame, he decided to let the matter drop. Even when he departed, He had consoled the old man in an amiable manner. Sighing from what had happened, Han Li patted his storage pouch. 5 white, flawless flying knives flew out from the storage pouch and continuously spiraled around Han Li. After seeing the 5 knives magic toolset that was refined from the white spider's legs, Han Li's mood improved slightly. Not only were 3 of the legs destroyed, but the white spider's shell that he intended to refine into armor had also been lost. But what he truly hadn't expected was that the entirety of the huge mantis materials would be completely wasted. This could be considered a great misfortune born from great fortune. Han Li could only think about this with a bitter smile. But this experience taught Han Li that the rarer and more superior the materials, the greater the skill that was required to refine them into magic tools. Even the same person who had refined the inky flood dragon's materials with great success was not enough. During his flight, Han Li appeared to have entered deep contemplation. Several days later, he had once again arrived above a small, nameless mountain. This time, Han Li didn't need to use a voice transmission talisman. The formation spell had automatically opened a passage for Han Li. Han Li smiled. It seemed that Xianxia had been waiting for his return. After all, the agreed date had nearly arrived. After a short moment, Han Li was sitting down in a chair in a bamboo room. Wearing plain clothes, Xianxia sat across from him with a smile. Xianxia took out a jade slip and handed it to Han Li. With a gentle expression, she said, "Senior Han, your arrival is quite timely. Yesterday, I just finished restoring the ancient transportation formation. So long as Senior restores the formation in accordance with the design, the ancient transportation formation will be functional." From her point of view, restoring the ancient transportation formation proved to be quite challenging, and she was quite happy with her recent success. Han Li reached out for the jade talisman. He was extremely happy and had even revealed a rarely seen undisguised smile. Although he didn't intend to immediately make use of the transportation formation, it was bound to be a good backup plan. Han Li submerged his spiritual sense into the jade slip to take a look. As he expected, he saw detailed and complete instructions on the ancient formation's restoration. "Thank you for your trouble, young Lady Xian." Han Li didn't drag his thanks into a long-winded speech. Instead, he sincerely said a few words of thanks and carefully put the jade slip away. "It was nothing. I personally held much interest in this ancient transportation formation," Xianxia replied with a faint smile. Soon after, she thought of something and took out a small, exquisite storage pouch and handed it over to Han Li. She unhurriedly spoke. "I only have another year or 2 to live at most. These are sets of formation flags and plates that elder brother Qi and I refined together. Since I won't be able to use them, I'll give them to Senior Han as a present. I hope it proves useful in assisting Senior Han with his future cultivation." Seeing that Xianxia had given such an impressive gift with such light words, Han Li was left stunned. At that point, he took a deep look at her. After a short moment of silence, he took the storage pouch into his hands and solemnly said, "Although I, Han Li, am not an honorable, kind-hearted, or chivalrous hero, I will promise Xianxia once more that as long as I have the strength, I will thoroughly extinguish the Fu clan from the cultivation world without doubt." Xianxia smiled in response. The purpose of her large gift had been achieved. The more reluctant someone was to make a pledge, the more sincerely they would attempt to uphold it. "If Senior doesn't have any pressing matters, he can stay at my humble abode for a few days. I do hope to have a chat with Senior Han about the Tao of formation spells." 3 days later, Han Li left the nameless mountain on his divine wind boat and arrived at White Pond Mountain, a nearby gathering place for cultivators. Rogue cultivators and cultivator clan members would often gather here to exchange information of the cultivation world and conduct trade as well. Han Li came in order to hear how much the situation had deteriorated in the state of Yu and whether or not the 7 sects were able to make a turnaround. Only after acquiring this information would Han Li be able to decide on his next plan of action. The day of the next cultivator gathering had nearly arrived. White Pond Mountain wasn't far from Xianxia's nameless mountain, and she and Xianxia had previously went there several times. Naturally, A small meeting such as this would mostly have qi condensation cultivators. Only rarely would foundation establishment cultivators appear here. One day later, Han Li arrived at the base of the so-called White Pond Mountain. This mountain was quite large and had 3 peaks. The tallest and most rugged location, the West Peak, was where the meeting would be hosted. Han Li turned into a streak of white light as he shot toward the mountain peak. The West Peak of White Pond Mountain was slightly larger than Han Li had imagined. Not only was there an ancient Buddhist temple on the mountain peak, there were also more than 10 stone kiosks of varying sizes, each with a group of several cultivators chatting around them. Naturally, there were a few straggling cultivators that wandered about the kiosks and the temple. It seemed that they were those who had impatiently arrived early for the White Pond Mountains meeting. Han Li observed the mountain peak from the air for a moment before spiraling down and landing in an obscure corner. Soon after, Han Li walked to the nearby stone kiosks with Crooked Soul in tow. Because of Han Li's powerful spiritual sense, he was soon able to clearly hear the whispered discussions of the cultivators within the kiosks. One of the whispered conversations in particular captured Han Li's attention. Han Li focused on this 4-person conversation and discovered that they were talking about the war situation between the 7 sects of Yu and the Devil Dao. His interest was roused, and he walked over without further hesitation. This was a great victory for the Devil Dao. Not only were the 6 sects of the state of Yu forced to flee from their homeland, catastrophe will also befall the state of Zijin and our very own state of Yuanwu. A pale, middle-aged man sighed deeply after speaking. That's right. In the last great battle, the 6 sects' power had suffered great losses. The 2 countries that had fought alongside them also lost 60% of their forces as well. The Heavenly Star sect and the other sects are now facing great pressure. A youth about 20 years old spoke with schadenfreude. Among the other 3 in the discussion, 2 old men had unchanged expressions and didn't reply. As for the middle-aged man who had just spoken, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh, wanting to say something in response. But at that moment, he was interrupted by someone's voice from the side. While it is true that the Heavenly Star sect finds itself in a dilemma along with the other great sects, the lives of us rogue cultivators and those from cultivator clans will also soon take a turn for the worse. Those of the Devil Dao espouse the belief that the strong should feed on the weak. When that time comes, we definitely won't be able to enjoy free and easygoing lives. Han Li slowly walked in and spoke the words that the middle-aged man intended to say. When the 4 realized that an outsider was nearby, they were startled and immediately grew silent. But when they were unable to perceive Han Li's cultivation, they all revealed a trace of worry and respectfully saluted Han Li. The middle-aged man then hurriedly rushed to exonerate the youth. "Senior, my honorable nephew spoke without thinking. He doesn't hold the slightest disrespect toward the sections. I hope Senior won't take offense." These people had unexpectedly presumed Han Li to be a high-grade cultivator from the state of Yuanwu's cultivation clans. The youth who had just spoken appeared especially nervous. "Hee, fellow Taoists are mistaken. I am but a rogue cultivator. I was only casually adding onto the conversation." Han Li smiled and warmly explained. The 4 relaxed upon hearing Han Li's words. Although they didn't know whether Han Li was truly a rogue cultivator, they clearly understood he wouldn't be pursuing the rash words that had been previously spoken. Thus, they gave Han Li a respectful welcome. Han Li then took a seat next to the stone table within the kiosk. "Us juniors are truly honored to have Senior here. However, why would Senior partake in such a lowly exchange of this degree?" An old man with a red-flushed face cautiously asked. It was obvious why this man was amazed. A small meeting place like White Pond Mountain would normally find it difficult to attract foundation establishment cultivators. If such high-grade cultivators wanted to converse, they would normally seek out a higher-class gathering spot. "First was due to time, as I came here from a desolate mountain where I was cultivating. Recently, I've heard news that the cultivators from my country, the state of Yu, had suffered a huge loss. I felt that the cultivation world was about to undergo great changes, so I thought I'd discreetly look for information. Do you fellow Taoists have the latest information on the Devil Dao and the state of Yu?" Han Li gave a simplified explanation. The four looked at each other for a moment before three of them focused their attention on the shriveled old man among them. The most well-informed is naturally our eldest brother Ding. After all, the Ding clan possesses many secular properties in the state of Yu, the red-faced old man quickly said. The other two simultaneously agreed, causing Han Li's eyes to flash with a queer expression. Old man Ding expressed some embarrassment in response. He helplessly said, "Our Ding clan members in the state of Yu have indeed given us information on recent circumstances. Of course, the clan doesn't wish for this information to spread, but since you are all my close friends and this senior also wishes to know, I can talk about it. However, I hope you all won't easily make this information known." The other three couldn't help but grow excited and repeatedly praise him. Even Han Li gently nodded his head. The old man lightly sighed and slowly spoke. "I've just received this information a few days ago. Currently, the state of Yu is in great turmoil. Although the Devil Dao had defeated the Six Sects allied armies, a large amount of the Six Sects cultivators have broken off from their retreat out of the state of Yu and have been incessantly launching guerrilla raids utilizing their familiarity of the terrain. I've heard that there were also a few core formation cultivators who haven't retreated, thus keeping the Devil Dao busy. After all, core formation cultivators aren't so easily dealt with. In addition, as the Six Sects have existed in the state of Yu for so many years, they possessed a lot of hidden power and have been causing the Devil Dao's takeover of the state of Yu to be rather troublesome. As for the state of Yu's cultivation clans, they have divided into three factions. One faction turned traitor once the Six Sects were defeated. They took the initiative to surrender and pay allegiance to the Devil Dao. Another faction consisted of those that were too closely tied with the Six Sects. Fearing that the Devil Dao would want to take revenge, they fled the state of Yu as the Six Sects had. As for the last faction, they are waiting to see how things will develop before taking action. As for the Six Sects' long-established key locations, those from the Masked Moon Sect and Giant Sword Sect have yet to be broken through by the Devil Dao. The other four sects have been completely broken through, but it was said that very little had been obtained from the attacks. A majority of the rare items had already been removed by the Six Sects' disciples. The way I see it, every day the Devil Dao isn't able to pacify the state of Yu is another day where the state of Yuanwu or Zijin isn't attacked. After all, their numbers are great and they were able to simultaneously take down two small countries and a mid-rank country in one fell swoop. Since it is only a matter of time before they will fall upon us, they have no problem dealing with the disruptive Six Sect cultivators for the time being. The old man's slowly spoken words had revealed his own take on the matter. The red-faced old man couldn't help but interrupt and ask, "Eldest brother Ding, why do you think that the Devil Dao has given us time to breathe, allowing for our country's sects to prepare for their attack? This is hard to say. After all, I am only aware of the surface information. As for the absolute truth of the matter, I'm afraid that only the highest echelons of the sects know." Old man Ding slowly shook his head and stole a glance at Han Li. It was obvious that he believed Han Li to be a cultivator from a sect of his own country and had refrained from speaking of certain matters. Old man Ding didn't wish to continue speaking of that issue and suddenly said something with a smile that left Han Li shocked instead. Because the Six Sects of the state of Yu wished for a hasty retreat, they used the strategy of cutting off their own tail. They only brought along their talented elite disciples while leaving behind the rest of their many disciples as ignorant sacrifices. It is said that the ones who most effectively applied this cruel tactic were the highest echelons of Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. They had their trusted elite make a smooth escape from the state of Yu while sacrificing two whole groups of disciples, nearly all of their cultivators apart from those that escaped. TSK. Their methods are truly impressive. Although the old man said this indifferently, Han Li's heart suddenly sunk, and his face became faintly twisted. But fortunately, the others didn't dare to stare at Han Li for long, so none of them noticed this change. Strongly suppressing his astonishment, Han Li calmly asked, "Fellow Taoist Ding, you said that Yellow Maple Valley sacrificed 2 batches of disciples. How did this happen? I am quite interested." Since Senior is asking, Junior will naturally answer truthfully. "I heard that when the upper echelon of the state of Yu received the news of their frontline's defeat, Yellow Maple Valley immediately plotted to make a crafty escape. They would first have a group of disciples rush to evacuate but secretly divulge this information to the spies of the Devil Dao, claiming that the group contained their elite disciples. This group would also bring along a large amount of spirit stones and materials, completely attracting the attention of the Devil Dao soldiers. At the same time, they left behind another group of ignorant disciples and had them use the Great Formation to confront the Devil Dao. With these two groups drawing the enemy's full attention, Yellow Maple Valley's highest echelon then had the true trusted elite disciples retreat in the opposite direction with the 6,000 years' worth of savings. I heard that although the number of people to safely retreat from Yellow Maple Valley was the fewest, they had the smoothest retreat. As for the other 5 sects, although they retreated en masse, they encountered repeated attacks and had to fight for their lives on many occasions. Much of their valuables have fallen into the Devil Dao's hands as a result. This matter then became widely spread throughout the state of Yu by the Devil Dao. Not daring to slight Han Li, the old man gave him a complete explanation. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he spoke unhurriedly with a soft voice. "Oh, so it was like that. Those abandoned Yellow Maple Valley disciples sure were foolish." Han Li then suddenly spoke with a gentle smile. "Well then, knowing that the state of Yu is currently in turmoil is enough for me." These incomprehensible words left the four with a feeling of profound mystery. They could only force themselves to give him a smile in return. Han Li stood up and said amiably, "You can all go ahead and continue chatting. I am going to go to a different room." "As you please, Senior." "Best wishes, Senior." The four hastily saw off Han Li with respect. Han Li casually beckoned with his arm and called out to Crooked Soul, who had stood outside throughout the conversation. They then walked together to another stone kiosk. For hours later, Han Li stood at a corner of the mountain peak and lowered his head in contemplation. He had participated in many discussions about the current affairs of the state of Yu. As a result, he had come to the conclusion that the current situation in the state of Yu could only be described as chaotic. Under these circumstances, he only had 2 options. One was to use a flying magic tool and fly to a country far away from the state of Yu in order to find a place suitable for cultivation. The other option was to restore the ancient transportation formation and take a gamble to see where the transportation formation would take him. After all, this precious ancient transportation formation was built underground for a reason. It was certain to be linked to a distant location. At first glance, he felt that he should obviously choose the first option as it was more reliable. But after some consideration, Han Li felt that it was just as risky. To the east and west of the state of Yu were the Devil Dao state of Tianluo and the Righteous Dao Alliance's state of Fengdou. As a result, he would only be able to head north or south. If he were to flee north of Yuanwu, there would be several tens of small and mid-ranked countries. But Han Li knew that their cultivators wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of either the Devil or Righteous Dao. Some of them had even attached themselves to the 2 great powers, becoming their puppets and occasionally engaging in both open and covert struggles with the other side. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the state of Tianluo and Fengdou to conduct a wide-scale turf war, especially since they originally only had a small stretch of common border with one other. Those countries would soon be turned into battlefields by the Devil Dao and Righteous Dao Alliance, and Han Li naturally wouldn't be able to stay there. But if he were to brave the dangers of traveling through these countries and continue north, he would arrive at the Heavenly South region's northmost area, the Endless Seas, where few cultivators dared to travel. Not only was this sea extremely dark, it was also limitless and had many rare species of fishes living within. The fishes were extremely violent and were no less vicious than their high-grade demon beast counterparts on land. Even core formation cultivators would find themselves in extreme danger if they fell into the sea. The thought of flying across the sea was but a mere fantasy. There was once a nascent soul cultivator who was curious about the end of the sea. After preparing fully, he then flew over the ocean water. After flying for over a year, he was still unable to see any end of the sea and hadn't seen the slightest hint of land. At that point, over half of his medicine pills and spirit stones had been exhausted, and he could only resentfully turn back. Otherwise, he would only be able to die at sea when he ran out of spiritual power, even if he was a nascent soul cultivator. Naturally, Han Li wouldn't indulge himself in the fantasy of crossing the sea. His only thoughts were to head down south. South of the state of Yu, after passing through the state of Zijin and then another 6 countries, one would arrive at the Nine Nations Union, an inseparably close alliance of 9 countries of various sizes. This alliance between the 9 countries was formed mostly for the purpose of combating their fearsome invaders, the Mulan race's spell soldiers. When speaking of the Mulan race and their magic soldiers, one wouldn't be able to avoid mentioning the Mulan Prairies, home of the Mulan tribes and a close neighbor of the Nine Nations Union. The Mulan race were completely different from the Yen people of the states of Yuanwu and Yu. Their people were completely nomadic, possessing a culture of fearlessness and a love for brandishing their sabers and spears. The Mulan race were made up of countless tribes of various sizes, where small tribes would consist of several 100,000 people and the large tribes would number several tens of millions. Cultivators also existed within these tribes, but they were called spell soldiers instead of cultivators. It is said that they are indistinguishable from common cultivators, and the divisions of cultivation as well as the cultivation techniques are extremely similar. The only thing that differed were that the spell soldiers of core formation rank and higher didn't care much about external items such as magic tools and talismans. Instead, they were focused on mastering their elemental Taoist magics to perfection. They even had secret earthborn techniques where they merged with the prairie. Their research had produced a variety of extremely strange and formidable magic techniques, and in turn created a new school of magic techniques that distinguished the Mulan, which they called spirit techniques. By relying on these incisive spirit techniques, the Mulan race's spell soldiers were able to contend and even gain the upper hand against cultivators of equivalent rank. As the Mulan race's spell soldiers grew increasingly numerous, their need for spirit vein locations and spirit stones intensified to the point of significantly worsening the depletion of cultivation resources. This shortage was further exacerbated by the extreme lack of natural cultivation resources in the Mulan Prairie. As a result, the Mulan race's spell soldiers had their gazes set upon the abundant spiritual qi and resources of the 9 countries for as long as anybody could remember. They had often launched attacks against these countries in order to seize their spirit veins, spirit stone mines, and other such resources vital to cultivators. Naturally, the cultivation world of the 9 countries were unwilling to allow their resources to be seized by these savage cultivators. In the end, a bloody war of magic had erupted. In the beginning, the 9 countries had individually resisted, but they had quickly suffered defeat at the hands of the united armies of the Mulan tribes, surrendering a large portion of their resources and land. Having now experienced the ferociousness of the Mulan, they learned from their defeat and hastily formed the Nine Nations Union. By using underhanded and deplorable methods, they were able to gradually defeat the Mulan tribe's spell soldiers and retake their land. But having just tasted victory, the Mulan tribes were naturally unwilling to simply give up. After endless years of strife and warfare, mutual hatred had bloomed within both sides. The death toll had grown to such a degree that even the mortals of Milan and Yen had been influenced. As of now, the people of Milan didn't dare to set foot within the borders of the 9 countries. Likewise, those of Yen didn't dare to travel too deeply into the Mulan prairies. As for how many people there are in the Mulan tribes, nobody truly knows. The Mulan prairie was far too large, and the 9 Nations Union had only tangled with a small portion of the Mulan tribes. Although the Mulan Prairie wasn't endless like the Black Devil Sea, it was said to require 5 years for someone to travel from one end of the prairie to the other end. Furthermore, Mulan Prairies was just a name given by the Mulan tribes. At the other end of the prairie lay the Mulan tribe's true enemy, the Soaring Tribes. The Soaring Tribes were another nomadic tribe, who called these grasslands the Heaven-Tide Prairies. This was due to their long-held beliefs in their patron god, the Heaven-Tide Beast. There was no reason for 2 nomadic tribes to live on the same prairie, and the 2 ethnicities had formed a relationship of fatal enmity. It was unknown for how long their soldiers and cultivators had been fighting one another. In any case, a huge battle was certain to take place every 100 years or so at the center of the prairie. 10 million mortal soldiers would fight, while tens of thousands of cultivators battled throughout the sky. Naturally, the ultimate victor would be decided by the battle in the sky. Han Li had learned all of this from rumors and ancient records of all kinds. It was said that at the other end of the Mulan Prairie existed an incredibly huge great empire. The entire heavenly south region wasn't even as large as a tenth of it. Han Li found those rumors hard to believe and had difficulty imagining a country that was over 10 times larger than the entire heavenly south region. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Han Li's current plans. They were just random thoughts that had rushed through his mind. After he set aside his wandering thoughts, he eventually came to the conclusion that the 6-sex evacuation wouldn't end within the nearby countries. They would definitely make a detour to the 9 Nations Union. After all, the cultivators of the 9 countries had battles with the Mulan spell soldiers every other year and a war every 10 years. They would definitely welcome the 6-sex and provide them with great assistance. Naturally, the spirit veins and other such locations of value allocated to them would depend on their abilities. If Han Li were to return to Yellow Maple Valley, he would just continue to be cannon fodder. This meant he definitely couldn't head south. Although he had already come to a clear answer on what he should do, he received a great headache once he thought about it again. First, he would see whether or not he could restore the transportation formation. If he managed to successfully repair it, he would then reconsider whether or not he would use it. At best, I could return if I'm dissatisfied. At worst, well, this option did hold a certain degree of danger after all. Han Li thought with a bitter smile. Having come to a decision, Han Li silently flew off the mountain. Later on, when the White Pond Mountains meeting convened, those chi condensation cultivators that had spoken with Han Li would be left baffled by his absence. Han Li first went to the Heavenly Starsex Market City to purchase the list of items that he would need to restore the ancient transportation formation. Then he hurried off to the State of Yu. This time, Han Li didn't take the direct route to enter the State of Yu. Instead, he circled around to a remote part of the border between the State of Yuanwu and Yu and stealthily entered through there. Now that the State of Yu belonged to the Devil Dao, he took steps to avoid entering dangerous territories to prevent having enemies pursuing him the entire way. But Han Li didn't know that because of this precaution, he had unexpectedly avoided a crisis. Currently, the majority of the State of Yu's borders were heavily patrolled. If Han Li had recklessly returned using his original path, he would have been unable to escape their attention, most likely leading to an unavoidable pursuit and battle. Having safely entered the State of Yu, Han Li hastily journeyed on routes through the most desolate areas he could find, allowing him to arrive at the Spirit Stone Mine near the transportation formation unnoticed. Han Li stealthily observed the Spirit Stone Mine from far away, as it had now fallen into the hands of the Devil Dao. He saw Devil Dao disciples wearing green and white clothing with either a dark green ghost skull or a pink peach blossom tucked within the corners of their sleeves. It seemed they were cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect and the Harmonious Bond sect. Now knowing that the Spirit Stone Mine was being guarded, Han Li stealthily slipped away and entered a nearby secret underground entrance. He was able to easily find the concealed cave he had previously collapsed. After using his magic tools to tear the stone away, Han Li was able to take another look at the damaged ancient transportation formation. He let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the ancient transportation formation safe and sound. During the following day, Han Li first used his newly acquired illusion formation flags to thoroughly conceal the secret location. Afterwards, he laid down the formation flags and formation plates of the 5 elements reversal formation, laying out a thorough defense for the cave containing the ancient transportation formation. This way, he would have enough time to easily escape, even if he was discovered by the Devil Dao cultivators. Freed from worry, Han Li started the transportation formation's restoration. The Jade Talisman clearly stated that restoring the ancient transportation formation required the utmost precision. Even the slightest slant of an unremarkable talisman line could result in an error in the transportation formation. After spending an entire 7 days, Han Li had only managed to complete less than half of the restoration. But that night, Han Li encountered a huge problem. He had already ran out of the supplies he had bought earlier. Han Li was flabbergasted. He had originally bought a bit more than what was mentioned on the item list, but he hadn't accounted for the wasted materials from the mistakes he would make while repairing the formation. He was neither a tool refinement nor a formation spell master. As he was lacking in skill, He had wasted over half of his materials from errors and didn't have enough left to finish. Han Li sighed. It seemed he'd have to go on another trip. However, he remembered that a small market town of some cultivator clan lay several days east of the Spirit Stone mine. Although it wasn't large, items such as source iron and crystal jade could be found there. Since the core of the transportation formation wasn't ruined, he would only require a few common materials to repair it. His only worry was that given the current chaos of the cultivation world, this clan's market city might no longer exist. If this were the case, he'd have to travel to a more dangerous area. Under the cover of night, Han Li flew out of the cave and headed directly toward the market city. He had already decided that if the market city no longer existed, it would be best to return to the state of Yuanwu. He couldn't afford to just ignore the fact that the ancient formation was only half repaired. To be safe, Han Li planned to only travel during the night. During the day, he would find areas to rest and recover, keeping the danger to a minimum. In this way, Han Li continued to fly east under the cover of night. Whenever rays of sunlight began to appear off the horizon, he would search for a place to rest. But while he was gazing down from above, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned his head in another direction. Han Li faintly felt as if someone was quickly flying toward him and that they weren't alone. Han Li reacted instantly by stomping on his divine wind boat and flew downward. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the darkness of night. Just as he concealed himself and restrained his spiritual qi, a blinding light silently flashed by him like a bolt of lightning. Then a bloody cloud about 10 meters wide relentlessly chased after it, releasing unending ghostly wails and howls as it flew past. A bit behind the cloud was a pink ray of light that released soft, clear cries which seemed to also be in relentless pursuit. Han Li, who was hidden in the mountain forest below, didn't pay attention to the white light, focusing on the bloody cloud instead. He felt that the bloody cloud seemed extremely familiar. Wasn't that the demonic art which had protected the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect? Having remembered the Ghost Spirit sect's young master's ferociousness and the hardships he had been put through, Han Li's expression became gloomy. While Han Li was still in thought, those in the sky had hastily descended, and the white light in front suddenly stopped. The brilliant light then quickly faded away, revealing a white-clothed woman standing on a flying sword. This woman had a slender body and was wearing a cloak. As soon as she appeared, she coldly spoke to her pursuers. "Juniors, it appears you are unwilling to let me go. Could it be that you have a death wish?" The woman's voice was cold and beautiful. When Han Li heard it, he nearly jumped in surprise. Greatly shocked, Han Li thought to himself, Is this Fairy Nangong's voice? Is it really her? Although he had barely spoken with this woman, after he had slept with her, she had become the most important woman in Han Li's life. The memory of her had always remained clear in his heart. Also, while the voice sounded very much like Nangong Wan, its hoarseness left him slightly doubtful. While Han Li was lost in astonishment, the bloody mist and that pink light had both stopped about 40 meters away in response to her threats. The bloody and pink lights then faded away, revealing the people inside. The bloody cloud revealed the Ghost Spirit sect's young master Wang Chan as expected, and the pink light revealed a man and woman that left Han Li dumbstruck. He had last seen both at Yanling Castle. One was a demonic man as beautiful as a woman. As for the woman, she had been missing for a long time and was assumed to have fallen into the grasp of the devil Dao. Dong Shenner. Dong Shenner wore a cold expression and appeared rather dignified. Her originally seductive appearance had completely disappeared at some point in the past. But what surprised Han Li more was that she had already cultivated to mid-foundation establishment from early foundation establishment. When Han Li saw Dong Shenner standing by the demonic man's side, he couldn't help but tightly crease his brow. At the moment, the Ghost Spirit sect's young master and the gorgeous man were coldly staring at the masked woman and revealed a trace of hesitation. Although Fairy Nangong had already fought with a Ghost Spirit sect core formation expert and should be lacking in power, she had killed countless Devil Dao core formation cultivators while fighting for the masked moon sect before. It wouldn't be worth it if she were to go all out and end them all in mutual destruction. With that in mind, The two couldn't help but look at each other, neither willing to act first. That strange, gorgeous man gazed at the masked woman with a slight smile. If this were the past, both Senior Brother Wang and I would naturally flee at the mere sight of Fairy Nangong. But now, even if I wanted to let you go in consideration of the previous relationship between the Masked Moon sect and the Harmonious Bond sect, my Senior Brother Wang from the Ghost Spirit sect would still be unwilling to let the matter go. The gorgeous man spoke as if they were all on extremely familiar terms with one another, and as if this were a matter they had already discussed. But he unapologetically pushed the Ghost Spirit sect's young master in front of him to act as a shield. When Wang Chan heard this, he grew furious. But he wasn't someone who showed emotion. He only coldly glanced at her before speaking calmly. I heard that the Harmonious Bond sect has a secret technique, the art of dark moon inabsorption. A male cultivator can use it to forcefully absorb a portion of a woman's origin through pair cultivation techniques. Although it doesn't absorb much, with Senior's core formation cultivation, it will be enough for this young Master Tian to break through his current bottleneck and reach late foundation establishment. The gorgeous man's expression paled slightly. He hadn't expected that his reason for bitterly pursuing this woman without end had been seen through by Wang Chan. He couldn't help but feel angered from the humiliation. At that moment, the masked woman shot them a resentful glare. She gritted her perfect teeth and spat out, "You're all as bad as each other. Die!" She raised her hand and an earth-shattering white mist of swordlight shot toward them. When Wang Chan and the gorgeous man saw this, they both turned pale from fright. The next instant, they had turned into a bloody cloud and a ray of light, respectively, in an attempt to hastily evade the attack. Dong Xian'er, who was standing by the side of the gorgeous man, was also enveloped by the man's rainbow barrier. In an instant, the three had hastily flown back. A spiteful strike from a core formation cultivator was not something the three of them could endure. The swordlight filled the sky and closely pursued them for about 40 meters before suddenly vanishing without a trace. At the same time, the woman's slender body swayed as if she were about to fall. The Ghost Spirit sect's young master and the gorgeous man grew elated upon seeing this and turned their retreat into a charge. As Han Li watched on from below, his face stiffened and he subconsciously patted his storage pouch. The 13 red-line Shadow Chaser needles flew out, and he quickly drew them back with his hands. Even if he were to put himself in danger, Han Li couldn't allow Nangong Wan to wilt before his eyes. No matter how self-centered and cold-hearted he may be, regardless of whether or not he could contend with the Ghost Spirit sect's young master and the others, the entirety of his heart and soul urged him to act. Just as Han Li was about to act and release the flying needles to save the masked woman, the sky abruptly underwent a massive change. The previously wavering woman that was standing on the sword suddenly regained her bearings, and her eyes glinted with cold light. Wang Chan and the gorgeous man grew pale. They immediately knew that they had fallen for her ruse, but by the time they wanted to run away, it was already too late. The woman raised her hands and countless streaks of swordlight soared through the air and completely enveloped the three in blinding white light. When Han Li saw this, he felt relieved and loosened his grip on his flying needles. The sky shone with gray light from the masked woman's swordlight. A bloody cloud and pink light tottered within it like a small boat in a surging storm. However, they still managed to painfully endure. In particular, within the pink light, the gorgeous man and Dong Xian'er released a strange azure-red light from their hands, offsetting the swordlight's attack. Han Li lightly wrinkled his brow and lowered his head in contemplation before silently disappearing. Meanwhile, the masked woman felt great worry. She was truly surprised to see that even though she had used a ruse to press the Devil Dao cultivators, her current attack was still unable to deal with the three. Not long ago, she had fought a great battle against a Devil Dao core formation cultivator. Her opponent had nearly succeeded in ending the battle in mutual destruction, depleting her magic power. Although she managed to escape further entanglements afterwards, her heavy injuries had been a cause for great concern. Even worse, her magic treasure, which was inseparably bonded to her soul, had suffered serious damage during the previous battle, leaving it unusable for the time being. Furthermore, because she was being pursued, she was forced to use a secret technique that greatly damaged her vitality to escape, forcefully drawing out a portion of her body's potential to produce a sliver of spiritual power. Although she had managed to throw off the majority of her pursuers, she hadn't expected that these three, who possessed exceptional devilish arts, would continue to pursue her relentlessly. Thus, she could only attempt to eliminate them. Otherwise, even if she were a core formation cultivator, she would be at their mercy once the effects of her secret technique subsided. The reason why she had stopped here was because her spiritual awareness had felt that there was a cultivator here. Although she didn't know who it was an undeniable fact that this person lacked the devilish aura possessed by those who used the techniques of the Devil Dao. Furthermore, this person was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Were he not a cultivator from a large clan, then he should be a cultivator from the other 5 allied sections. With nowhere to go and in a hopeless situation, she flew here with the intention of dragging that cultivator into this mess and possibly turning the situation for the better. But she absolutely didn't expect that this person's spiritual sense would be so strong. This person had concealed himself from far away without any intention of involving himself. As such, the masked woman could only confront the enemy alone and grit her teeth with aching resentment. But once again, a frightening development had unfolded before her. These 3 Devil Dao cultivators were extremely tenacious, and they possessed immensely powerful defensive magic tools. Even if she were to use the entirety of her remaining spiritual power, she wouldn't be able to kill them quickly. With regard to her high-grade talismans and impressive magic tools, they had been thoroughly exhausted in the battles many days earlier. Her heart sank as she felt her last remnants of magic power about to disappear. The Devil Dao cultivators that were bitterly enduring the swordlight felt its enormous suffocating pressure gradually weaken until it had completely disappeared. The 3 were stunned and immediately turned their gazes towards the masked woman. She blankly stood on top of her flying sword with dim, emotionless eyes while her body pitifully trembled. Wang Chan and the beautiful man looked at each other with feelings of pleasant surprise. But as they had just suffered from her clever ploy, they hesitated and didn't dare to act rashly. But at this moment, a streak of white light flew out from below like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the white light had appeared in front of the masked woman. The silhouette within the white light embraced her waist before suddenly descending back down from where it came. This scene left Wang Chan and the gorgeous man bursting with anger. How could the two let such a rich prize be snatched out of their mouths? They reacted by immediately chasing after the white light with the full capabilities of their movement techniques. However, Dong Xianer stood at her original location with an expression of shock. This was because that silhouette had appeared extremely familiar and caused her to unconsciously hesitate. About 40 meters below, the white light shot towards a dense forest. After it entered the forest, the light faded away to reveal an unremarkable male youth. As he tightly embraced the masked woman in one arm, he raised his head and expressionlessly looked at Wang Chan and the gorgeous man chasing after them. Although the masked woman lacked the strength to struggle from his embrace, her eyes were filled with humiliation and resentment as if she was scolding him. However, the youth paid this no mind. "So it turned out to be you. It's you." Once they clearly saw the male youth's appearance, Wang Chun and the gorgeous man simultaneously yelled out. They had both recognized Han Li, whom they had each attempted to kill before. After glancing at each other in surprise, they charged toward Han Li while using their abilities to the fullest extent without any further hesitation. Wang Chan's blood cloud swelled and expanded to 40 meters wide in an instant. At the same time, its bloody scent grew much more intense and its pressure became astonishingly stronger. The gorgeous man coldly laughed, and a jade flute suddenly appeared in his hand. With a wave, a clear whistle sounded out, transforming his rainbow streak of light into a pink peacock. As he shot toward Han Li, Wang Chan closely followed behind him, unwilling to be second. Seeing that the two were so aggressively chasing him, Han Li finally revealed a trace of panic. He suddenly stomped on his small boat, causing it to release a blinding white light. It lightly trembled as if it were strung on a bow. With the Devil Dao cultivators' astonishing offensive, they had already arrived in front of Han Li and blocked off his path of escape. They now clearly saw that the masked woman had given up her struggle and that her eyes were filled with despair. This caused the two to feel much more at ease. It seemed that the female core formation cultivator no longer had the power to resist. In that moment, Han Li's panicked expression underwent a sudden change, and he revealed a faint, strange smile. When the two outstanding Devil Dao cultivators saw Han Li's expression, their hearts thumped heavily. The scene before them suddenly changed as Han Li and the masked woman turned into a cool breeze, as if they no longer existed. Then, two huge stones appeared in front of the Devil Dao cultivators, causing them to dodge away in alarm. They couldn't help but look around in astonishment. What they saw caused their complexions to pale. They were surrounded by some kind of forest with countless towering trees similar to stone obelisks. They had been trapped inside of an illusory formation. Wang Chan and the gorgeous man were furious. Although the might of this illusory formation wasn't great, they would have to spend a good amount of time to break through it, giving their prey more than enough time to escape. As a result, these two young masters of the Devil Dao developed a bone-deep hatred for Han Li. Senior brother Wang, let's quickly break out of this formation. Don't forget that my junior martial sister Dong is still outside. With her cultivation, she can stall them for a short while. She will give us all the time that we will need. The gorgeous man suddenly thought of something and coldly smiled. Wang Chan's face grew cheerful for a moment, but then he spoke with doubt. Ah, that's right. It seems this young master has forgotten something. That girl was once a Yellow Maple Valley disciple. Will she really block them? The gorgeous man then revealed some hesitation and replied with uncertainty. She will definitely act. After all, Dong Shen'er has a high position in my harmonious bond sect, far greater than the status of an ordinary disciple that she had within Yellow Maple Valley. Furthermore, this father, treat her quite well. As Han Li stomped on his divine wind boat with one arm wrapped around the masked woman, Dong Shen'er blocked his way while covered in pink light. Junior martial sister Dong, must you act? Han Li lightly sighed and spoke grudgingly. Her eyes coldly glinted as she glanced down at the unconscious masked woman in Han Li's embrace. Dong Shen'er expressionlessly said, Han Li, if you wish to leave, you must first pass through me. I have always been curious as to why my master Hongfu had insisted on marrying me to you. Also, did you really expect me to allow a masked moon core formation cultivator to easily escape? Dong Shen'er's refined brow gradually frowned, and she wore a baleful expression. Once she finished, Han Li didn't reply with words regarding old affection or other such nonsense. After all, he had used formation flags to hastily trap the other two within a simple illusion formation. It wouldn't keep them trapped for long. Han Li's expression sunk and he said, since it's like this, then don't blame me for being ruthless, young Lady Dong. Han Li then loudly yelled and waved his hand, releasing 2 black lights and 5 streaks of white light. In addition, a tortoise shell appeared beside him and blocked his front. Afterwards, 4 puppet beasts appeared at both his sides. With gaping mouths, they shot out light beams as thick as a bowl. He took action with the entirety of his power. He didn't have any notion of going easy on the fairer sex. Once Dong Shen'er saw Han Li's ferocious offensive, her expression underwent great change. She grit her teeth and waved her flawless hand, summoning a pink muslin cloth. Her hands then emitted a red-orange glow which combined with her muslin cloth to form a huge barrier of sparkling red light surrounding herself. Dong Shen'er was convinced that even if Han Li's attack was more overbearing, it still wouldn't be able to break through the powerful barrier created from her fire phoenix cloth and devilish arts. As Dong Shen'er was basking in confidence, Han Li's divine wind boat flashed with white light and streaked past her with a whoosh. Likewise, the magic tools that were in an overbearing attack made an immediate turn and quickly flew after Han Li. Without fighting for even a moment, Han Li had instead used his attack as a misdirection, allowing for an immediately escape. This was completely out of Dong Shen'er's expectations. She blankly stood in place before her face deeply blushed. Just as she thought to furiously pursue Han Li, the 4 puppet beasts fired light beams on her. Dong Xian'er could only wait until after the light beams faded away before hastily withdrawing her light barrier. But by that time, Han Li had already turned into a black dot in the distance and was about to disappear from sight. Naturally, Dong Xian'er was unwilling to allow Han Li's trickery succeed. By making use of her wondrous movement technique, she ignored the 4 puppet beasts and set off in hot pursuit. But a short moment later, that black dot in the sky flashed several more times and disappeared without a trace. With a furious expression, Dong Xian'er swept the vicinity without finding a single trace of Han Li. She had no choice but to give up her pursuit of them and dejectedly return. At this moment, Han Li was hiding in a loose earth mound to rest. A yellow barrier of light covered Han Li from all sides, but it didn't feel stuffy at all. It was quite fantastic. Han Li hadn't thought that this low-grade Earth Sync talisman would prove to be useful someday. It seems that keeping all the talismans he possessed on his body was a correct decision. A moment later, he felt that Dong Xian'er had left. Without leaving concealment, he carefully used his spiritual sense and confirmed that Dong Xian'er truly wasn't there before leaving the earth mound and speedily flying away. Many hours later, Han Li carried the masked woman into the dry hollow of a large tree. The tree hollow's previous master, a huge bear, was lying dismembered outside the cave. Han Li gently lowered the masked woman to the ground and gripped her flawless wrist with deep concern, slowly releasing spiritual power into her blood vessels to take a look at her injuries. However, Han Li regretted having done such a rash action immediately afterwards. Upon pouring just a slight amount of spiritual power into her body, a huge attractive force suddenly appeared and caused Han Li's spiritual power to wildly flood into her like a dam had broken. Han Li was greatly alarmed and attempted to let go, but he found that his hands were firmly stuck and was unable to break free. Unexpectedly, his other hand was also helplessly caught by this attractive force, causing his magic power to flow out at double the speed. Han Li was aghast as he felt every drop of his bitterly cultivated true essence forcefully sucked out by the masked woman. To make matters worse, the attractive force only grew stronger as time passed by, making Han Li lose his head from panic, not daring to repeat the same mistake by trying to pushing her off with his legs. Han Li was at his wit's end as his hands continued to be rigidly stuck. Han Li could only helplessly stare on as his mid-foundation establishment cultivation degraded to early foundation establishment, and then as early foundation establishment fell into chi condensation, and, as he felt his heart bleed, Han Li found that he could not longer endure and his gaze blackened before he fainted and fell onto the body of the masked woman. Fragrant and soft. Before Han Li lost consciousness, this single lustful thought flashed through his mind. As such, a man and a woman were intimately tangled with one another in a quiet cave. But as both people were unconscious, Han Li's spiritual power still continued to slowly and uncontrollably flow into the woman's body. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li eventually woke up in a daze. But just as he drowsily opened his eyes, Han Li found himself looking at an attractive, slender silhouette standing outside the tree cave, surveying the scene outside with her back facing Han Li. Han Li blankly looked on for a moment before feeling a severe headache. After holding back his voice with great difficulty, he recalled the event before he passed out. Fearful, Han Li hastily used his spiritual sense to examine his body. He felt his heart drop to the deepest depths. Not only did his cultivation revert back to chi condensation, it had dropped to the 3rd layer. He was left completely dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. While Han Li was at a loss, the slender woman softly asked without turning her head, "You're awake?" Han Li woke from his stupor, and with an unsightly expression, he couldn't help but furiously ask, "Nan Gong Wan, what happened? I saved you with good intentions, yet you absorbed my magic power." "Nan Gong Wan? You know, my elder cousin." The woman finally turned around. She had already taken off her hood, allowing Han Li to clearly see her face. Han Li was shocked. Although her extremely beautiful appearance was quite similar to Nan Gong Wan, her delicate oval face along with her delicate eyebrows were completely unfamiliar to Han Li. "Who are you? How is this possible?" I clearly heard the Devil Dao cultivators called you Senior Nangong. And your voice? Han Li blankly murmured to himself in complete confusion. But suddenly, his complexion turned deathly pale and couldn't bring himself to speak further. This was because he finally recalled the clear but subtle difference between this woman's voice and Nangong Wan's voice. Her voice was more hoarse. At the time, he had believed that Nangong Wan was severely injured, causing her voice to change as a result. However, this oversight had caused this mishap to occur. Not only did he mistakenly rescue someone, but his cultivation had been sucked dry by the person he rescued. Over 10 years of bitter cultivation had completely disappeared in a day. As Han Li felt both dismay and dejection, his complexion alternated between red and white. This female cultivator, who claimed to be Nangong Wan's younger cousin, gave Han Li a dignified smile and said something that left him stunned. "Are you Yellow Maple Valley's Han Li? How does Senior know my name?" Han Li's spirit strongly shook. Since he saw that this woman had no intentions of killing him, and with reassuring thoughts of the 3 Essence Revolutions technique, he managed to calm down. "Elder cousin and I are as close as sisters. We hide nothing from each other. She had spoken to me about your previous incident." The woman's expression was indifferent. Neither joy nor anger could be made out. Han Li was speechless. "Did you know? When I found out of this incident, my first thought was to run over to Yellow Maple Valley and dismember you into 8 pieces, feeding your corpse to the dogs." The woman's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Her words were filled with a murderous tone, leaving Han Li pale. The woman appeared as gentle as always, but her words were as cold as a blade's edge, causing Han Li's heart to tremble. Han Li let out a long sigh, before saying something that left the woman somewhat surprised. "Did Senior change her mind in the end? It seems you aren't completely useless. At the very least, you seem to have some brains." The woman calmly said, "If Senior truly wished to kill me, I never would have had the chance to open my eyes." Han Li chuckled. "I am called Nangong Bing. Don't call me Senior this or Senior that. It will make me seem old." The woman expressionlessly turned her head back and spoke with an unquestionable tone. Han Li was stunned and inwardly insulted her. "Since you're a core formation cultivator, doesn't that make you the age of an ancient woman in mortal's years?" As Han Li's true essence had been absorbed by her, he naturally held a bellyful of stifled hate towards her. But since his life was currently in her hands, he could only inwardly curse at her. "Although I was mistaken for my elder cousin yesterday and was rescued under that presumption, in the end, you are still my savior. Furthermore, I unintentionally absorbed your true essence afterwards, which did stabilize my injuries." The woman leisurely spoke with her back facing Han Li. "Let's leave it be. Since your esteemed self is Nangong Wan's younger cousin, I was just out of luck." Han Li wrinkled his brow and spoke with a tone of helplessness. Afterwards, he stretched his arms and stood. "Papa." Han Li saw a white silhouette flash by, carrying a fragrant wind. The woman then gave him 2 heavy slaps, causing him to spin in place and fall to the floor. "You?" Han Li covered his stinging cheeks in astonishment and looked at Nangong Bing in furious surprise. "Yesterday, you actually dared to touch my body with your hands without permission. Furthermore, you dared to lay down on me while I was unconscious. Those 2 slaps were only to reprimand you." Nangong Bing spoke with a cold voice. But when she mentioned that Han Li had lain down on her, her face turned slightly red for just a moment. Han Li was at a loss for words. To give justifications for his breach of etiquette against a female core formation cultivator was simply asking for trouble. If he were to dispute it, it was likely he'd be met with another 2 slaps. And now, with his cheeks feeling raw, there was absolutely no way he could do such a thing. Furthermore, he faintly felt that the reason why she was treating him this way wasn't because of his actions yesterday. She was most likely venting her anger for what had happened between him and Nangong Wan. With that in mind, Han Li strongly suppressed the fury in his heart and lightly caressed his swollen cheeks in silence. Nangong Bing was somewhat surprised to see that Han Li had decided to tactfully let the matter go. She had expected that Han Li would want to argue over yesterday's actions. In that event, She had planned to further embarrass Han Li without any explanation. But now that Han Li was tactfully silent, she had no excuse to further act. As a result, she could only snort and speak bluntly. Since that matter has been resolved with the previous slaps, I must address the repayment of your great kindness. You have two choices. One is that I give you enough spirit stones to leave you at a loss for words. This would be payment for both your kind assistance and the loss of your cultivation. As for the second choice, you could follow me back to my evacuated sect members. After our 6 sects restabilize, I can refine spirit pills and find a young female disciple from my sect for you to pair cultivate with, restoring your original cultivation at the quickest speed. As you've only lost your true essence, your recultivation will meet no bottlenecks. According to my estimates, you should be able to recover your original cultivation in less than 20 years. Naturally, I would be happy to perhaps repay you with a few of my own sect's secret techniques during that time. Our masked moon sect differs from the varied and disorganized techniques of your Yellow Maple Valley. Our sect has many secret techniques that are wondrous beyond imagination which cannot be divulged to outsiders. The technique I used to unintentionally absorb your cultivation yesterday is one of such techniques. After Nangong Bing said this with pride, she calmly stared at Han Li, waiting for his decision. Han Li was lost in amazement. These two choices had a stunningly huge disparity. One choice was to just leave him be with spirit stones. As for the other, not only would she assist him with restoring his cultivation, she would also find him a pair cultivation partner and willingly teach him a few secret techniques. As Han Li heard this, he became more convinced that this woman deliberately wanted him to choose the second option. This was truly strange. Could it be that she had arranged a trap for him? He hesitantly glanced at Nangong Bing and saw an indistinct but complex expression as if she was both expectant and anxious. Han Li's mind blanked in confusion. He gave his nose a firm rub and then folded his arms. With his right hand grasping his chin, he entered deep contemplation. Han Li remained silent for no less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. But Nangong Bing could no longer wait and hastily asked, "How about it? Have you come to a decision?" Han Li lifted his head and saw that she wore an impatient expression. After taking a thoughtful glance at her, he unhurriedly said, "I've decided. I choose the first option. Senior only has to give me the spirit stones. Senior need not worry further about me. I will think about how to recover my cultivation on my own." Han Li wore an indifferent expression. When Nangong Bing heard Han Li's decision, she stared blankly before revealing a somewhat odd expression. She stared at Han Li's face for a moment before suddenly raising her hand, throwing over a red storage pouch. "The spirit stones are in there. There are also a few commonly used materials inside." Nangong Bing's tone was gloomy and cold. Han Li didn't pay her tone any mind and caught the storage pouch without formality, sweeping his spiritual sense through it. Although he had prepared himself, he was still astounded upon seeing the many tens of mid-grade spirit stones in the bag as well as an assortment of all kinds of materials. Han Li suddenly revealed some joy and raised his head, eagerly asking, "Does Senior have any more pieces of origin jade that she can spare?" The woman's eyes flashed with surprise. After wordlessly searching her body for a moment, she handed Han Li several pieces of white jade, much to his delight. He had now acquired the materials needed for restoring the transportation formation. He no longer had to go out and search for them. Nangong Bing coldly stared at Han Li before expressionlessly saying, "Is there anything else? If not, then I will take my leave." "Oh, there is nothing left to trouble Senior with." Han Li shook his head after correcting his expression. Nangong Bing then gave a charming snort before turning around and leaving the tree hollow. But before she walked outside, she turned her head over and calmly said, "Han Li, I don't know whether your choice was made out of stupidity or because you think yourself to be clever." A jade sword flew out from her sleeve. Her white silhouette blurred before appearing on the sword. At that moment, Han Li lazily said something from behind her. "Senior, please don't forget to send my regards to Nangong Wan." Nangong Bing froze for a moment before wordlessly turning into a streak of white light, leaving the tree hollow far behind. It was unknown whether she had agreed or if she had completely ignored him. Han Li bitterly laughed and rubbed his nose, simply dropping down to sit on the ground. He blankly stared outside the entrance and became lost in thought. He still didn't understand how his cultivation was absorbed by that woman. Could it be that the techniques of the masked moon sect were truly so overbearing? Was it even more strange than the Black Fiend School's blood sacrifice? However, Han Li believed that this cultivation art that absorbed others' cultivation was certain to have many restrictions and flaws. Otherwise, the masked moon sect's cultivators would have long been at war with the cultivation world. Han Li's presumption was somewhat correct. It was a complete coincidence that Nangong Bing was able to absorb his true essence. After having made full use of her secret technique earlier, her own true essence had been greatly damaged. Had nothing happened, her cultivation would have faced a great decline. Although it wasn't enough to make her descend back into Foundation establishment, she was certain to face a loss of several tens of years of bitter cultivation. In addition, she believed that she would have fallen into the hands of the Devil Dao cultivators once her secret technique lost its effect. As a result, she clenched her teeth and activated the divine ability of her cultivation art, the true art of reincarnation. Once this divine ability was used, anybody who used spiritual power to probe her body would have their true essence forcefully absorbed by the true essence whirlpool formed inside her body. Had she not awoken early and halted her technique, she would have absorbed every last shred of Han Li's cultivation. Naturally, the restrictions of this strange divine ability were extremely demanding. First of all, it required that her true essence was in a state of great deficiency. Secondly, if she didn't absorb anybody's true essence during the duration of this technique, her true essence would explode, causing her to die. Could be said that this technique was partially suicidal. But what made this technique the most undesirable was the fact that even if the user absorbed someone else's true essence, they would only be able to recover a fraction of their lost cultivation. This technique was unable to be used to increase one's magic power or cultivation. Not long after that, Han Li walked out of the tree hollow and flew off. Han Li was even more cautious this time around. During his entire journey, he used his spiritual sense to its greatest extent. Upon hearing even the wind rustling the grass, he would immediately go into hiding. After all, it would be extremely dangerous to negligently run into a cultivator with his current cultivation. Thus, with paranoid levels of carefulness, Han Li eventually arrived back at his underground cave after taking up nearly twice the time he had been away. Only after he entered his 5 elements reversal formation did he truly let out a breath of relief. As for Crooked Soul, he was still obediently sitting at the side of the formation. When Han Li saw that Crooked Soul had remained in the exact same posture that he had left him in, he couldn't help but smile. Han Li knew that restoring his cultivation wasn't a matter requiring merely 3 or 4 years. As such, he didn't meditate or take any pills to cultivate. Instead, he spent the following days wholeheartedly focused on restoring the ancient transportation formation. Under his current circumstances, traveling to a country far away was much too dangerous. He could only hope that he would be able to use the ancient transportation formation after restoring it. Although Han Li's cultivation had greatly declined, it did not obstruct his restoration work. After a sleepless week, he had completely finished its restoration. Han Li, a normally cool-headed person, felt his heart stir as he looked at the completed ancient transportation formation. He was at the most crucial step with regards to failure or success. He had to test whether another transportation formation was safely connected to his. If the other end of the transportation formation was damaged or if it no longer existed, then it would naturally be of no use. He could only bury his thoughts of using the transportation formation and find another path forward. With that in mind, Han Li calmly placed down low-grade spirit stones one after another on the edge of the transportation formation. When he finished placing the last spirit stones, Han Li hastily took several steps back and couldn't help but look on with bated breath. This ancient formation that was created countless years ago suddenly hummed and flashed with yellow radiance before quickly fading away into darkness. Han Li's heart dropped. Could it be that the ancient transportation formation on the other end was disabled? This would mean that everything he had done was a complete waste. Han Li couldn't help but reveal complete disappointment. But still, he was unresigned. He began walking in circles around the transportation formation with hands behind his back while occasionally muttering to himself. He suddenly stopped and tightly creased his brow as if he had thought of something. He then crouched down and picked up the low-grade spirit stone at the center of the formation. Han Li took a close look at it and let out a breath of cold air. The spirit stone was spent and no longer held any trace of spiritual qi. Han Li revealed a thoughtful expression before suddenly brightening up. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out several sparkling mid-grade spirit stones and exchanged them with the low-grade spirit stones he had placed down before. If he had guessed correctly, the formation didn't activate because low-grade spirit stones provided an insufficient amount of spiritual qi. After placing down the final spirit stone, the transportation formation immediately started to emit a muffled hum before erupting with huge spiritual ripples. A blinding yellow light shot out from the center of the formation spell and shot outside the cave. The 5 elements reversal formation was unable to block it in the slightest. When Han Li saw this, he was stunned. But something immediately came to mind, and his face turned deathly pale. At nearly the same time, he suddenly heard huge rumbling sounds from outside the cave. Although he was protected by the huge formation, Han Li still felt the earthquaking vibrations. Han Li's expression grew tense, and he hastily beckoned Crooked Soul as he walked toward the transportation formation. He couldn't help but hesitate. He truly had no idea where the transportation formation would take him. He had originally planned to verify what kind of place was at the other end. After confirming the absence of danger, he would then decide whether or not he should remain there. But now that the ancient transportation formation was exposed, this would be a trip of no return. While Han Li was hesitating, he heard a frightening boom from above and looked up in fright. He saw that the cave roof had been ripped away by some unknown magic tool, and blinding sunlight shot through, clearly illuminating what was occurring in the cave. A large group of Devil Dao cultivators hovered above the now exposed cave. They all revealed astonishment once they saw Han Li and the ancient transportation formation shining with yellow light. "You again!" A furious yell came from the crowd of Devil Dao cultivators. 3 people flew out. The one in the middle wore a silver mask. The ghost spirit sect's young master Wang Chan. 2 eccentrics stood beside him. A shriveled, white-haired old man and a young child with red lips and white teeth. The Li brothers who previously appeared at Yanling Castle. Ancient transportation formation. When the Li brothers saw the origin of yellow radiance, they couldn't help but look at each other and shout out in pleasant surprise. Wang Chan stared blankly for a moment. He then asked ecstatically, "Did you see correctly? Is it really an ancient transportation formation?" Wang Chan's voice trembled slightly. He clearly understood what an intact ancient transportation formation signified for one's sect. The shriveled Li brother chuckled. Just as he thought of saying something, his expression suddenly grew stricken. "Not good! That brat is about to use it. Quickly, stop him!" As he said this, he shot a streak of black light straight toward Han Li. He knew that once the transportation formation was activated, there would be a moment of delay before it could be used. That delay was more than enough for him to kill any junior several times over. But just as his magic treasure flew into the cave, a brilliant light erupted, and a rainbow barrier blocked the streak of black light. The old man was surprised for a moment but immediately recovered. With a sinister expression, he yelled, "Everyone, attack! This brat has laid down a formation spell. We must break through it as quickly as possible or else it will be too late." Upon hearing the order from their sect elder, the Devil Dao cultivators promptly released their magic tools, as if they had woken up from a dream. Even Wang Chan and the childlike Li brother struck down upon the spell formation. Han Li's 5 elements reversal formation was merely a simplified version of the grand formation. Under the attacks of 2 core formation cultivators and a crowd of foundation establishment cultivators, the rainbow light barrier immediately distorted and appeared as if it were about to collapse. At that moment, Han Li had already brought Crooked Soul with him to the center of the formation. With a command medallion in hand and tightly shut eyes, he muttered under his breath, completely ignoring the attacks of the Devil Dao cultivators. A greater displacement medallion. That brat actually has such a magic tool. The old man snarled in a fluster upon clearly seeing the command medallion in Han Li's hand. He suddenly linked his hands together and a huge amount of black light threads surged, shooting down at the light barrier below. The formation released several cries before finally reaching its limit, and the rainbow light barrier exploded. Without the strange rainbow light to protect him, the overbearing wave of attacks was about to engulf Han Li. But at that very moment, Han Li opened his eyes and spouted out one word with an icy tone. Transfer! The yellow light suddenly surged. Within the yellow radiance, Han Li and Crooked Soul disappeared without a trace. The wave of attacks had completely missed their mark. The Devil Dao cultivators in the sky were left dumbstruck. The complexions of Wang Chan and the Li brothers were ashen. Since they didn't have a greater displacement medallion, they were unable to chase after Han Li. A moment later, the transportation formation's yellow light suddenly faded away. Upon seeing this, Wang Chan and his guards grew incomparably furious. Naturally, they knew that Han Li, the one who had just used this formation, had destroyed the other end. Even if they found a greater displacement medallion, they would be unable to use the formation. Wang Chan, with bitter resentment still fresh in his heart, was unwilling to give up. Using his status as the sect's young master, he sent for several cultivators to guard the formation day and night for the mere purpose of preventing Han Li from escaping should he repair the formation and return. If that time came, he would make certain to capture Han Li alive and properly repay him for the great kindness of repeatedly obstructing his plans. But shortly afterwards, the Devil Dao would begin the next step of their expansion, and the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master would start to oversee campaigns in other areas. As a result, this matter was quickly dropped to the back of his mind. As for the cultivation world of the Heavenly South region, it would remain in turmoil for a long time to come. In the next 2 years, an alliance would be formed by the remaining countries to resist the powers of the Devil Dao and Righteous Dao Alliance, known as the Heavenly Dao Alliance. This created yet another superpower within the Heavenly South region. The three superpowers had near equal strength and campaigned against one another. After a short amount of time, it seemed that they had reached a stalemate. As for the 6 sects, they eventually arrived at the 9 Nations Union. They contended with the local sects for natural resources such as spirit veins and spirit stone mines, managing to establish a new foothold. Naturally, if the Milan tribe's spell soldiers were to invade the 9 countries, the 6 sects would dispatch men to combat them. They no longer possessed the same leisure they had back at the State of U. As a result, many Foundation establishment cultivators and core formation experts perished in battle against the spell soldiers. Han Li's former master, Li Huayuan, was one such example, dying in an intense battle that took place over 10 years later. But in contrast, a new generation of 6 sect cultivators quickly matured. Many core formation cultivators eventually rose from the ranks of their Foundation establishment cultivators. Volume 4. Across the sea, my head feels heavy. This was the first thought that came to Han Li's mind upon waking up. After Han Li and Crooked Soul started the transfer, he felt immense pressure from the yellow light enveloping him. But fortunately, the greater displacement medallion promptly released a faint azure light, causing the pressure to immediately disappear at the cost of it wildly draining the spiritual power in his body. However, Han Li was prepared and wasn't alarmed. This change caused by the greater displacement medallion had been described in ancient records. In an instant, the medallion stopped absorbing spiritual chi and the yellow light around him faded away. He and Crooked Soul had arrived in a dark, indistinct place. As there was very little light, Han Li was unable to clearly see his surroundings. But based on the silence, there shouldn't be anyone nearby. Han Li felt relieved and walked out of the spell formation. But he felt a sudden burst of dizziness after just a few steps. His legs grew soft and he fell on his behind, feeling the urge to vomit from his discomfort. Han Li knew that the long-distance teleportation had left him feeling unwell, and the severity of his current discomfort was caused by his low cultivation. However, now was not the time to deal with it. He quickly commanded Crooked Soul to destroy the transportation formation. Crooked Soul expressionlessly took out the huge silver sword he was previously given and chopped the spell formation into pieces. When Han Li saw this, he finally relaxed. He then sat on the ground and rested for a moment, eventually adapting to the darkness of the cave. He had a vague feeling that this room seemed to have been abandoned a long time ago. Not only was it pitch black, there was also a dense smell of decay. He touched the floor to find a thick layer of dust. This caused Han Li to feel more at ease. At the very least, nothing dangerous would appear for the time being. A long while later, Han Li's feeling of discomfort eventually passed, and he stood up using his hand to support him. After that, Han Li took out a moonlight stone from his storage pouch and was able to clearly see the room. Just as he had suspected, this place was a stone room that had been uninhabited for a long time. There was nothing of note except for a stone door across from him. Han Li turned his head to glance at the destroyed transportation formation. After a moment of hesitation, he turned his attention to the door and attempted to forcefully push it open. Much to his surprise, Han Li was able to easily open it. Han Li was astonished. A huge flight of limestone stairs appeared before him. He slowly turned his gaze upward and saw that there was no end. Just like the room, the stairs also had a layer of dust on them. It was clear that no one had came here for quite some time. After taking another look back at the room behind him, he discovered that the stone room was actually a small mountain cave. Han Li pondered for a moment before lightly shaking his head with ridicule. He then slowly climbed up the stairs with Crooked Soul following behind him. The flight of stairs wasn't very long. After turning a corner, Han Li was already able to see the exit. A huge mountain rock was blocking the round exit. Han Li wrinkled his brow and commanded Crooked Soul without the slightest hesitation, "Split it open!" Han Li then took a step to the side. Crooked Soul moved forward with a large stride and grasped the silver sword above his head. He easily chopped the rock into pieces as if it were soft tofu, allowing blinding sunlight to seep in along with a burst of fresh air. Han Li took a deep breath in and out. Ever since he was teleported here, he had held his breath, unwilling to breathe due to the strange scent within the cave. The fresh air was a liberation from the suffocating atmosphere. However, he was a bit confused as to why the air was moist and had a faintly salty taste. He had never smelled such a unique scent before. With that question in mind, Han Li walked past Crooked Soul and took a look outside with eyes squinting from the blazing sun. Han Li was left stunned by what he saw. As far as the eye could see, he saw endless expanse of dark blue water. Han Li was lost in amazement for a long while before finally waking up. Could this be the legendary sea? Han Li thought with pleasant surprise. The largest bodies of water Han Li had seen previously were the huge 100-meter-wide rivers at the Lan province. He had heard of such a vast, limitless ocean in books, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt a huge shock unlike any other. After gazing at the scene from above, Han Li lowered his head and thought about his location, revealing some confusion a few moments later. He was located on a relatively tall cliff, and while the bottom of the cliff wasn't far, it bordered a huge ocean. Waves from the huge ocean repeatedly struck against the reef below. Stroking his chin, Han Li pondered for a while. The color of this ocean's water was entirely different from the description of the endless sea, as it appeared to be the color of a normal sea. It seemed that he had been transported from the heavenly south region to the coastline of some unknown region. Nevertheless, there was nothing that he could recognize here. Being outside of the heavenly south region, he felt uncertain and wasn't able to make out any familiar features in this place. With that in mind, Han Li didn't immediately set off on his magic tool. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly released his spiritual sense to see whether there were any cultivators nearby. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a strange expression. He wordlessly released his divine wind boat. With a flash of light, he soared through the sky without the slightest effort at concealment. After he was about 100 meters in the air, Han Li stopped and stood at the front of the boat, surveying the scenery around him. Everything he saw was tinted with deep blue light. The sparkling light of the sea's rippling waves blurred Han Li's vision. He was above an isolated island about 6 kilometers wide. As for the cliff he flew out of, it was only a small protruding hill on the island. Han Li stroked his nose and bitterly smiled. This was truly troublesome. Although there seemed to be no danger here, he was unable to cultivate on this island. The island's spiritual qi was extremely thin. If he wanted to mature spiritual herbs, he would require a place with adequate spiritual qi. Otherwise, the green liquid would be ineffective. In addition, due to the strong spiritual nature of precious spiritual herbs, abundant spiritual qi was required. This left Han Li feeling very helpless. Han Li sailed around the island once through and found that there weren't any other islands nearby. In addition, this small island had no life aside from mountainous trees and small snakes. As a result, he could only sigh and return to the cave. Once he returned, Han Li first slept off his headache without any interruptions. He had previously worked on restoring the formation over many days without sleeping, leaving him completely exhausted. These problems were best tackled after he had slept his fill. With Crooked Soul guarding him, Han Li slept soundly for an entire day. Once he woke up, Han Li stood alone atop the mountain and stared at the sea while lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li expressionlessly flew down the mountain and found a suitably sized stone to block the cave. Then, with Crooked Soul on board, he circled the vicinity on his boat and confirmed the direction of the setting sun before flying off without hesitation. Han Li guessed that since there was nobody on the island with the transportation formation, there must be some other island or land nearby. Otherwise, who would head out to the middle of nowhere and construct such an expensive ancient transportation formation? Naturally, Han Li didn't know which direction was correct. He had already decided to fly in this direction for several days. If there were no traces of any cultivators or mortals, he would go back and fly in a different direction. Although this method was extremely clumsy, it was Han Li's only choice in this unfamiliar sea. In any case, he had plenty of spirit stones in his storage pouch. He didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual power. Perhaps Han Li's luck was especially good that day. He only had to fly for half a day before finding a huge seafaring ship. Han Li was delighted. After all, dealing with mortals would be much smoother compared to negotiating with cultivators. But Han Li felt a bit baffled upon looking at the huge ship. The hull of the ship strangely had no mast or sails. At the ship bow, there were over 10 huge fish quickly pulling the ship forward. Although these fish had huge bodies and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, he felt that they didn't possess the slightest spiritual qi and weren't demonic beasts by any measure. If this were not the case, Han Li wouldn't have dared to go near the ship. Han Li gazed at those huge 10-meter-long fish from a distance and flew around the ship twice before finally deciding to head towards it. It was clear that those on the ship had seen Han Li coming. With a few loud shouts, a huge crowd of over 300 people amassed, filling the entire bow of the ship. Once these people saw Han Li hovering in midair, they revealed reverence and started to bow and salute Han Li. While Han Li was amazed by the display, a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd and nervously said something. He helplessly stood by as if he were waiting for Han Li's command. Han Li stroked his nose and bitterly laughed. He wasn't able to understand or make sense of a single word of their language. The question of how to communicate with them made his head hurt. Seeing that Han Li didn't reply, the middle-aged man grew panicked and urgently said something. Although Han Li didn't understand what he said, he was able to make out what he meant. Han Li wrinkled his brow. After some thought, he spoke out in the common tongue of the heavenly south region. "If there is anyone here that can understand my words, please tell me." Han Li then swept his gaze across the crowd. The middle-aged man appeared at a loss. It was quite obvious that he didn't understand what Han Li had said. As for the others, they were also left baffled. Han Li helplessly sighed and started to use the words of several different ancient languages, using them each once through. He had initially learned these ancient languages in order to cultivate tongue-twisting incantations, but he hadn't mastered them in the slightest. Eventually, a gray-haired old man from the crowd seemed to have reacted to one of the languages. Han Li felt overjoyed upon seeing this and pointed toward the old man. "Old man, Do you understand my words? Han Li slowly spoke using the ancient language. As he didn't use the language often, he was very unfamiliar with it. When the old man heard Han Li, he hesitated for a moment before walking to the side of the middle-aged man. Also using the ancient language, he respectfully replied, "This old man, Wang Chongqing, had indeed learned this immortal clan's language when he was young. Does this immortal master have any commands?" Han Li revealed a slight smile upon seeing that the old man had understood the ancient language. His figure suddenly flashed and he appeared beside the old man, startling both the old and middle-aged man. Han Li spoke with a gentle tone, "As you well know, I am not able to speak the local tongue. I only passed by here to ask about a few matters. There is no need to panic." He had previously swept his spiritual sense throughout the huge boat and found that the ship only housed mortals. Because he found no cultivators, he was able to descend without worry. Han Li didn't pay notice to the mutterings of the old and middle-aged man. Instead, he beckoned to his divine wind boat in the sky, causing it to slowly descend toward the ship bow. After Crooked Soul got off the divine wind boat, the small boat quickly shrunk into a small white light and flew into Han Li's hand. After this was done, Han Li took a sideways glance. Although the mortals on the ship saw this, they didn't appear shocked at all and maintained their original reverent expression. They were clearly accustomed to seeing cultivators and their tricks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared nearly as calm. Also, since these people didn't seem to come from particularly exceptional backgrounds, it appeared that it wasn't taboo for the cultivators of this land to reveal themselves to mortals. Han Li thought with a pensive expression. Currently, the old man had translated Han Li's words for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was initially shocked before revealing pleasant surprise. He then said a long string of unintelligible words towards Han Li with an extremely excited expression. Han Li felt at a loss and couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the old man. The old man naturally understood what Han Li meant. He quickly gave Han Li an explanation. "Great Immortal, this man is Sir Gu, the master of this ship. He intends to invite you to reside as a guest at his residence on the Stalwart Star Island. He is willing to supply the resources for your cultivation." "Stalwart Star Island?" Han Li rubbed his chin and gave a non-committal response. Seeing that Han Li wore an indifferent expression, the middle-aged man became even more fervent and uttered another long string of words. This time, he revealed an apologetic smile. Han Li didn't need the old man's translation to understand why he wanted to invite Han Li to stay on the Stalwart Star Island. Without waiting for the old man to translate, Han Li bluntly waved his hand and said, "First, tell this ship's master that I am new to this noble land and am unfamiliar with the local conventions. Consequently, I am not able to agree to anything. I will decide whether I want to stay on his Stalwart Star Island after I am given an explanation. Also, I currently do not understand your language. I hope he will allow me to follow this ship for a few days so that I may learn the local language and a few local conventions from you in passing." Not daring to slight Han Li, he hurriedly gave the middle-aged man a translation. When the middle-aged man heard Han Li, he revealed obvious disappointment. But still, he respectfully saluted Han Li and loudly yelled a few words behind him. Suddenly, everyone on the bow withdrew from the deck like a swarm of bees. After giving the old man his reply, he also withdrew. As such, only Han Li and the old man remained at the ship's bow. The old man smiled to Han Li and said, "Immortal Master, Master Gu has agreed to your request. In addition, he has given you a room on the ship. Please follow me." Han Li agreed, indifferently nodding his head. As such, Han Li and Crooked Soul followed the old man, Wang Chongqing, into the ship. "It's certainly large." That was Han Li's first thought upon entering the ship's hold. The ship's hold had paths and corridors in every direction and an unknown number of rooms. Whenever a mortal saw Han Li, they revealed reverent expressions and made way for Han Li. After several turns, Han Li and Crooked Soul arrived at a comparatively large wooden door. Wang Chongqing pushed open the door without any hesitation and stepped to the side, inviting Han Li to enter first. Han Li didn't bother being polite and entered the room with Crooked Soul in tow, taking a look around afterwards. The room was quite decent. Not only was it quite large, it also didn't feel stuffy at all. But what caused Han Li to be most curious was a small odd tree in a flower pot in the corner of the room. The tree was perfectly straight and was completely branchless with palm-sized triangular leaves growing all over it. In addition, the entire tree glittered with silver light as if it were made out of pure silver. Upon seeing the tree, Han Li revealed great curiosity. When the old man saw Han Li's amazement, he respectfully gave Han Li an explanation. It seems that Immortal Master hasn't seen a silver-angled tree before. It really is an uncommon rarity. Not only is it a gorgeous sight, it freshens and cleans the air when placed inside. It is a seldom-seen treasure for seafarers. It is only because our shipmaster is such an domineeringly rich man that he was able to acquire 4 of them. Han Li faintly smiled but remained silent. How could he not make out that this Wang Chongqing was trying to curry favor on the shipmaster's behalf? Han Li had Crooked Soul guard the door and sat down in the room's chair. Wang Chongqing reservedly stood at Han Li's side, not daring to sit down as he pleased. Han Li smiled from seeing his restraint and amiably said, "Mr. Wang, there is no need to be so formal. Please take a seat. There are a few things that I'd like to discuss with you." Wang Chongqing repeatedly stated that he didn't dare to in a manner of reverence and trepidation. Han Li wrinkled his brow in response and didn't press him any further. After a short moment of thought, he straightforwardly asked, "I am a cultivator that came here from another land. I was wondering if Mr. Wang could give me an introduction to the nearby regions and customs. Naturally, the more that you can tell me about matters pertaining to cultivators, the better. I will certainly give this elderly man my thanks." As Han Li spoke, his expression was tranquil as can be. Wang Chongqing pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Since Immortal Master came from a foreign land, then I must first tell you that this place is the Scattered Stars Sea. We are in the southwest quadrant of this area. The 3 great islands nearby are the Tail Star Island, Stalwart Star Island, and Sang Star Island. Naturally, there are also many islands of smaller sizes with both cultivators and mortals living on each. We share the same conventions as those of other territorial waters. Every island has an island lord, a cultivator with the greatest magic power that is responsible for protecting the island. If other cultivators wish settle on the island and are willing to hold an office, they will be given a set amount of spirit stones from the island lord every year, but they must obey the island lord's commands. Naturally, if one were to reside on an island and was unwilling to hold an office, they would be required to give the island lord a set amount of spirit stones every year if they wished to remain on the island. With that said, Wang Chongqing paused, revealing an expression of admiration as if he held great longing towards cultivators. Wang Chongqing continued, "Mortals that live on these islands must perform labor or pay spirit stones. Otherwise, they aren't allowed to reside on the island. Because of the immortal techniques that were placed on these islands, there is no need to fear assault from heavenly winds or demonic beasts. As such, us mortals may live without fear. In addition, the Immortal Master's powers are remarkable. Whenever us mortals travel afar, we spare no effort to hire 1 or 2 Immortal Masters to accompany us. That way, if we come across any demonic beasts while at sea, we will have a chance at living. Naturally, the Immortal Masters that agree to be hired would be comparatively free when compared to those previously mentioned." Heavenly wind? Han Li was puzzled upon hearing those words. He knew about demonic beasts, but hadn't heard of this heavenly wind before. The previous land that Immortal Master resided in didn't have attacks by heavenly wind? The old man appeared to be marveled. "I saw no heavenly winds where I previously cultivated. What are they? Something comparable to demonic beasts?" Han Li calmly asked without care. Although Wang Chongqing felt doubtful, he still gave Han Li a sincere explanation. Heavenly winds, demonic beasts, and ghost mists are known as the 3 great natural disasters in the Scattered Star Seas. There is no need to speak of demonic beasts. Immortal Master surely knows about them more than I, but it should be known that most of the demonic beasts of the sea are beyond huge and are proficient in water attribute demonic techniques. Us mortals have no way of dealing with them. Only immortals are able to strike them down. As for heavenly winds, They are hurricanes that occur twice a year that sweep through the entirety of the scattered star seas. The areas it passes suffer from monstrous sea waves, destroying lives and shelters. If we were not on an island protected by immortal techniques, us mortals would face certain doom. It is also said that if an immortal were to be dragged into a heavenly wind, it would be extremely difficult to escape, and they would likely die within. Wang Chongqing appeared fearful as he said this. And the ghost mist? What kind of natural disaster is that? Han Li expressionlessly continued his questions. He wanted to understand these three natural disasters clearly, so that he would be better prepared if he happened to come across them. The old man paused for a moment before continuing. He was truly shocked that the cultivator before him truly knew nothing about the circumstances of the sea or the most mysterious of the three greatest natural disasters, the ghost mist. Where was this cultivator from? Could it be that he came from a place of dry land? But this place was the scattered star seas. Apart from the nearby sea territories, there were no large territories of land to speak of. Restraining his bafflement, Wang Chongqing continued to give Han Li an explanation, not daring to neglect him. The ghost mist is the most fearful and mysterious of the natural disasters of the scattered star seas. It is a black mist that often drifts erratically across the sea. Any life trapped within that black mist will not escape from it. If mortals see it, their death is already decided. As for cultivators, they are no exception either. If cultivators see it, it will be far too late for them to escape as well. Although this mist is terrible, it only appears at certain locations. It never approaches the larger islands. So long as one takes precaution, it is possible to preserve one's life. As a result, this particular natural disaster has killed the fewest people despite being the most fearsome. The old man revealed some joy as he spoke. Han Li sunk into thought after he heard this. What kind of cursed place is this? According to what was said, my plan of finding a small island with spiritual qi to cultivate in seclusion is worthless. Otherwise, I might run into the heavenly wind or ghost mist and meet a miserable end. Having seen that Han Li appeared displeased, the old man became apprehensive. Could it be that I've said something to offend the great immortal? While the old man was anxious, Han Li muttered to himself before asking, that Master Gu from before, why does he want me to go to his residence on Stalwart Star Island? Also, where is this boat currently heading? Han Li stared at the old man with a face revealing neither joy nor anger. The old man's heart thumped when he saw Han Li's indifferent expression, and he couldn't help but hesitate. How could Han Li not see that there was something wrong? He eased up his expression, saying, Mr. Wang, be at ease. I am only asking this to clearly understand the present circumstances. After all, I can't just casually agree to Master Gu's request without knowing anything. If I only have to help with a few minor errands, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to Stalwart Star Island. Wang Chongqing knew that he could no longer stay silent. Else, he would greatly offend this immortal and be certain to face a bitter outcome. Thus, after a dry cough, he smiled and spoke while trembling. This old man begs a mortal master to not blame him. In truth, this matter wasn't meant to be concealed. It was just that immortal master hadn't asked. Han Li sardonically rolled his eyes in his mind when he was given these evasive words. Still, the old man tactfully gave an immediate explanation of the situation. Originally, this ship had just finished making a trip for business and was en route to return to Stalwart Star Island. As for Master Gu, he was not born and raised on Stalwart Star Island, but from one of Stalwart Star Island's subsidiary islands instead. But after he became prosperous from business, he had recently decided to move to Stalwart Star Island. The truly lucrative business involved traveling to large, faraway islands, which only mortals of Stalwart Star Island were capable of doing. Mortals that were born on the main island and those born on subsidiary islands held differing statuses. Master Gu's business was originally reselling goods among the subsidiary islands. Only after moving to the main island did he take his business a step further. But after they arrived on the main island, Master Gu made an astonishing discovery. The business of long-distance trading between the great islands wasn't something one could casually participate in. This business had been previously allocated to a set number of parties. Only 10 clans on the island were able to participate in this extremely lucrative business. In addition, these 10 clans were not fixed and unchanging. They were decided in a magic battle that was held every 3 years. If a clan wishes to step into this business, they must request an immortal to undergo this competition. Only with their immortal's victory in the challenge would they be able to acquire the permit to conduct trade between the Great Islands. When Master Gu learned of this, he lost his head from panic. Because he had previously only performed short-distance trade, he had never hired any cultivators as there was no threat from demonic beasts. As a result, he knew pathetically few cultivators. He originally intended to wait until he had acquired a business and slowly amassed the large sum required to hire one. But now it was far too late. He had received this information close to the date of the next 3-year magic battle. He couldn't possibly have the time to look for a cultivator to hire. Although there were many cultivators at Stalwart Star Island, a majority of them were proud and arrogant. Only a pitiful few were willing to enter employment under Immortal, and most of them would only lend their assistance if they had some relation beforehand. As for the 10 cultivators he was somewhat acquainted with, they found it embarrassing to participate in the challenge. Running short on time, Master Gu was unable to find any willing cultivators on Stalwart Star Island. Without any better option, he took a trip to deliver goods back to the island he was born on, and he took advantage of that opportunity to ask for the assistance of a distant relative who had some relation to a cultivator. But he truly didn't expect that this particular cultivator had left on a distant journey. Master Gu had been truly left dumbstruck. But now Han Li, a foreign cultivator, had entered his boat. Having finally found a cultivator despite his previous disconcerting failures, had left Master Gu overjoyed. Although he didn't know the level of Han Li's cultivation, it was better than being forced to give up and wait for another 3 years. Therefore, he had previously attempted to rope Han Li in at all costs and have Han Li fight on his behalf. Having heard this, Han Li was left completely speechless. When he heard that cultivators were hired by mortals to go to sea, he found this unbelievable. But now, having heard that cultivators fought magic battles on behalf of mortals for the qualifications to do trade between large islands, Han Li was temporarily at a loss for words. It seemed that although cultivators in this area were an aloof and remote crowd, they did not feel that it was beneath their dignity to work under mortals. Instead, it seemed that mortals and cultivators shared some sort of tangled relationship here. However, he'd rather avoid participating in a magic battle for Master Gu's long-distance trade qualifications. He was not so desperate for pay, but he still felt somewhat uncertain. With a faint smile, he slowly asked, "Mr. Wang, I am truly inexperienced. I still have something I must consult with you about. If there is anything Immortal Master does not understand, please ask." "This old man will do his best to answer," the old man respectfully replied with haste. "I find myself at a loss. If one wanted to carry goods between islands, why would they have ordinary mortals ferry them across the sea? Are immortals unwilling to use their storage pouch and other such magic tools? Isn't flying both faster and safer?" Wang Chongqing bitterly smiled in response. "Immortal Master jests. Although there are a few immortals with storage pouches, they are incomparably precious. How could they lend them to us mortals and ferry our common items? Furthermore, every transaction between the large islands consists of great quantities. An immortal storage pouch may be wondrous without comparison, but it can only hold so much. Even more so, immortals wouldn't do something so beneath their dignity as freighting goods." Wang Chongqing gave Han Li a careful explanation. Han Li nodded his head without speaking and sunk into contemplation with narrowed eyes. After a long while, Han Li indifferently said, "Master Gu wishes for me to act on his behalf, but I am powerless to do so. Because my cultivation isn't high, me agreeing would only shame him. I request that Mr. Wang report to Master Gu that he should find someone better qualified. As for the service of bringing me to Stalwart Star Island on his boat, I am able to offer a few spirit stones in remuneration." Han Li spoke slowly and clearly, but his voice was cold and detached. When the old man heard Han Li's rejection, his face paled slightly. He then pitifully pleaded, "Great Immortal, please assist my clan's master. In order to pursue this business, Master Gu already paid a great price to the ship's staff. Master Gu has also paid a great sum of spirit stones for the right to participate in the challenge. If he does not acquire the qualifications to trade between the Great Islands, the Gu clan will surely go bankrupt. Us laborers will also lose our jobs and will have to find different opportunities. My cultivation is truly inferior. Also, I do not wish to provoke any quarrels upon arriving at Stalwart Star Island. Han Li expressionlessly shook his head in blunt refusal. Seeing that Han Li's refusal was certain and that his tone was strict, Wang Chongqing didn't dare to continue his pleading. He could only resolve his spirit and chat about the local customs with Han Li, telling him urgently needed knowledge. An hour later, Han Li noticed that the old man's mind was wandering. He sent him away to rest, telling him to come back when his mind was clearer. Wang Chongqing had felt tired for quite some time. Seeing that Han Li had shown him consideration, he didn't decline and followed his suggestion. After the old man left and respectfully closed the door, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Although he had some wealth on hand and even held some spiritual medicines that benefited mortals, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving any to the old man. He couldn't possibly reveal his wealth in this unfamiliar land. Otherwise, he might provoke unnecessary trouble. Even fatal disaster wasn't an unlikely possibility. With that in mind, Han Li sat down cross-legged on the bed. He then swallowed a yellow dragon pill and began refining his qi. He must restore his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, strength truly speaks loudest, regardless of what land one resided in. After meditating for only a short moment, he heard faint footsteps from outside his room. Although Han Li didn't open the door, he had released his spiritual sense outside earlier and could see everything that occurred. The old man called Wang Chongqing had returned with Master Gu closely following behind him with an appearance of great worry. Han Li wrinkled his brow. It seemed trouble had come for him. It was obvious that this Master Gu hadn't given up yet and came to bother him. Were this the heavenly south region, Han Li could stop them in their tracks with an ice-cold shout, and they wouldn't dare to enter. But he was a new arrival in an unfamiliar land. He mustn't appear too unreasonable. Without waiting for the two to knock on the door, he said with a mild tone, "Please come in. The door isn't locked." Master Gu and Wang Chongqing were shocked. But then they immediately realized that this great immortal had invited them in. They hastily tidied up their clothes before respectfully entering the room. At this moment, Han Li had already gotten off the bed and was now standing with his hands behind his back. "Great Immortal, Master Gu wishes to personally discuss this matter with you. Could Great Immortal please give Master Gu an opportunity?" Wang Chongqing had previous contact with Han Li and knew that this immortal wasn't someone to be deceived. Thus, he directly stated his business for coming. Han Li first glanced at the old man. Then he smiled and said indifferently, "Of course he can. But you should first advise Master Gu to not set his hopes too high." Wang Chongqing revealed slight embarrassment, but he gave an honest explanation to the middle-aged man regardless. The middle-aged man's face blanked upon hearing this. But immediately after, the middle-aged man said something that first startled Wang Chongqing before causing him to reveal a queer expression. Han Li watched detachedly from the side and remained expressionless. "Great Immortal, our Master Gu says that so long as you lend your assistance, the Gu clan will bestow a large sum of spirit stones to you, regardless of whether this matter results in victory or defeat. If you truly manage to win the rights for the Gu clan to perform trade between the Great Islands, Master Gu is willing to even become your guarantor, allowing a foreign cultivator such as yourself to become an official resident of Stalwart Star Island. Most of all, the Gu clan is willing to respectfully offer 3/10 of the 3-year trading profits to you, even if you do not wish to take up an official position at Stalwart Star Island." Once Wang Chongqing said this, his gaze became dim as if he found Master Gu's offer to be incredulous. Han Li was somewhat surprised and stroked his chin. Baffled, he asked, "What? In order to live at Stalwart Star Island, one needs a guarantor? I never heard you say this." Although Han Li's words were mild, Wang Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat and hastily explained, "Immortal Master misunderstands. Foreign immortals at Stalwart Star Island can be divided into two types. One type is there for a temporary stay. They are unable to hold office and generally live there for a few years, leaving or staying depending on their own preference. The other type have guarantors from the great nearby clans and are able to stay as long as they wish. Not only do they have to pay less spirit stones to stay on the island and have the ability to follow the formalities to obtain a permanent residence, but they also have the qualifications to hold office and have the right to participate in the decennial Great Spirit Land Contest. Depending on one's performance in the contest, they are given land with a corresponding density of spiritual chi. This old man neglected to mention this to you because finding a guarantor for a foreign cultivator on an island as large as Stalwart Star Island is an exceedingly complicated matter. Fearing that Han Li would misunderstand, Wang Chongqing explained this all in a single breath. Han Li's expression became gloomy afterwards. Han Li doubtfully asked, "What happens to those cultivators who aren't able to find a residence on Stalwart Star Island? Are they unable to acquire a place to cultivate?" The old man replied, "Of course not. Those immortals from subsidiary islands are able to participate in the competitions. However, they can only participate in the main island's contest in order to obtain places of cultivation. As for why Stalwart Star Island is the main island, that is because the island has the best spirit veins and densest spiritual chi in the local sea. The other islands possess greatly inferior spirit veins in comparison." With all this information, Han Li's expression incessantly switched between clear and gloomy. These rules were an obvious tactic for the cultivators of the main island to ensure they held higher cultivation. All cultivators wanted a cultivation area that held great spiritual chi. Regardless of whether they were nurturing spiritual herbs or cultivating, it was always better to have a place with denser spiritual chi. Han Li tightly tensed his brow and paced back and forth with a lowered head. He then raised his head and turned to look at the middle-aged man surnamed Gu, who held an expectant expression. Seeing that Master Gu held such a hopeful expression, Han Li sighed and slowly said, "Please inform me about the cultivation levels of the other cultivators that will be fighting. If I can handle them, I will make an exception and fight on your behalf." Han Li revealed a helpless appearance. Wang Chongqing became overjoyed and hastily gave the middle-aged man a translation, causing him to become rapt with joy. Afterwards, Han Li inwardly mused, "If those cultivators aren't foundation establishment, by relying on my puppets and incisive magic tools, I should be able to win without a problem, even with my current meager cultivation. As such, I should still be able to cultivate the 3 essence revolutions technique. Naturally, I'll also want to cultivate that external reincarnation technique and great development technique. They should prove to be effective life-saving measures." For days later, a large cheer echoed throughout the huge ship. They had finally reached Stalwart Star Island. Han Li followed the lead of Master Gu and Wang Chongqing as they excitedly handled the formalities on the island for Han Li. After all, an unfamiliar cultivator to the island must be reported at the docks in order to avoid being mistaken for a malicious intruder. As Han Li followed after the two, he silently sized up the entire port. He was left with the impression that it was truly grand. Regardless of the quantity or size of the ships, it was fundamentally incomparable to any of the small ports from the Heavenly South region. Unexpectedly, there were 7 other remarkably huge ships similar to Master Gu's ship already moored at the port. Smaller ships naturally numbered many times more. Although Han Li didn't count carefully, he estimated that about 300 ships were docked at the harbor. As for the crowd of people bustling about the harbor and ships, it was far more than that. This was the first time that Han Li saw what he thought to be an ocean of people. But as Han Li was counting the number of mortals, he also felt the faint aura of several cultivators. It seemed these cultivators were in charge of maintaining order at the port. As Han Li was thinking this, he and Crooked Soul were brought to a stone room inside the harbor. The room was very simply decorated with only a wooden desk and a chair with a wrinkly old man sitting in it with his eyes shut. Upon hearing Han Li and company enter, this immortal opened his eyes. A cold light suddenly shot out as his eyes opened. Han Li's heart shuddered upon seeing it. This person was unexpectedly a foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, His magic power was no less than Han Li when he had been at his peak. This wrinkly, yellow-faced old man ignored Master Gu and Wang Chongqing and directly swept his gaze toward Han Li and Crooked Soul. After seeing that Han Li was only a qi condensation cultivator, his expression became lazy once more. But after he took note of Han Li, he seemed to have glanced at Crooked Soul several more times. If you have business, be quick about it. Otherwise, don't interrupt my rest. He spoke dispiritedly and displayed some impatience. By relying on his highly retentive memory, Han Li had acquired a rough understanding of the local language from Wang Chongqing. Although he couldn't speak it, he could understand the meaning of others with some difficulty. But since he didn't have any experience interacting with the cultivators of this land, he didn't say a word and only smiled as Master Gu and Wang Chongqing spoke with the cultivator. Master Gu respectfully addressed him as Immortal Yang. Then he moved closer to him and whispered something before turning around and pointing at Han Li. It seemed he was explaining his origins. Afterwards, he placed a few spirit stones in his hand. Grasping the spirit stones in his hand, Immortal Yang's expression greatly eased up. He then took out a green jade medallion and stiffly asked Han Li, "Your name?" Han Li. Han Li was able to say his own name fluently. As for how the other party would write them, he didn't care in the least. Immortal Yang's hand flashed with green light, enveloping the entire jade medallion. After a short moment, the radiance faded away, revealing two strange symbols that Han Li hadn't seen before. The yellow-faced old man then tossed the jade medallion towards Han Li. "Properly put away the medallion. If you lose it, you must immediately come back here and receive a replacement. Otherwise, you will face punishment as a trespasser on Stalwart Star Island. Naturally, if you settle down here later, you will no longer require the jade medallion and can return it. As for that refined corpse behind you, it obviously doesn't need one." After saying this with a raspy voice, he no longer paid them any attention and closed his eyes once more. Master Gu tactfully left at once. However, Han Li seemed interested in how he saw the Crooked Soul's true identity with a single glance. After taking a good look at him, Han Li silently left the room. Shortly after Han Li left, that Immortal Yang opened his eyes once more. He muttered to himself with slight bewilderment, "That refined corpse is truly odd. It is clearly a dead body, but it still releases spiritual qi. Could it be some sort of new corpse refinement technique?" The old man then sunk into a long period of contemplation. After leaving the port, Master Gu hired a carriage being pulled by strange ox-like goats, quickly bringing them deeper into the island by traveling along a large road. Along the way, there were countless similar vehicles going about their own business. But once the carriage passed through several small, bustling towns, they saw far fewer carriages. As they traveled along a few small roads, pedestrians and carriages became exceedingly sparse. After hurriedly traveling for half a day, the carriage finally arrived at a farmstead that occupied over 2 acres. The farmstead grew many odd crops that Han Li hadn't seen before. There were crops that resembled grains and rice. However, their leaves were thick, flat, and of a violet-red color. There were also crops that resembled cabbage. They released a faint scent, and although it possessed an extremely similar appearance to cabbage, there were no such cabbages that were as tall as half a man in the heavenly south region. There was even choy-some that bloomed small blue flowers. More than 10 farmers could be seen at each vegetable field. They were toiling at the fields in groups of 2 and 3. This provided quite a serene view of the farmstead. As Han Li gazed at the farm with interest, the carriage had arrived at the large entrance of the farmstead's manor and stopped. Han Li brought Crooked Soul out with him and took a look around. The manor was surrounded by green pine trees and neighbored a rather large hill. It appeared somewhat unusual, but could be considered to be quite tasteful with a serene environment. In addition, the manor was surrounded by earth walls 6 meters tall and 1 meter thick. Many houses lied within the walls, appearing to have been built recently. "So this is the Gu clan." Han Li silently uttered a word of praise. But as he carefully examined the pines, his expression inadvertently changed because of an astonishing discovery. The trees that surrounded the manor faintly revealed the aura of a formation spell. It was obvious that a restriction had been placed here. Although Han Li didn't view the formation spell to be exceptional by any means, it was still enough to trap a low-level cultivator. While Han Li was feeling somewhat suspicious, Master Gu got off the carriage and spoke with an apologetic smile. "Immortal Han, please take a rest at the manor. I'll call for some subordinates to prepare some of the island's specialty wine for the Immortal Master." Han Li took a random glance at the surroundings of the manor and replied with a smile. "Let it be. I don't wish to disturb Master Gu's home. It'll be fine if I reside there for the time being. After our affairs have been handled, I will search for a more permanent residence." Han Li then pointed in a direction off to the side. Master Gu and Wang Chongqing followed the direction Han Li was pointing to and saw that it was a small solitary hill. They couldn't help but be dumbstruck. But after seeing that their many enthusiastic invitations had failed, they could only allow this strange immortal to head towards the small hill. They gave each other a mutual glance of helplessness before walking into the manor. Han Li brought Crooked Soul with him on the small, sloped path towards the hilltop. He then took a glance down at the Gu clan manor from above. He saw that Master Gu was heading towards the huge residence at the center of the manor while being escorted by a crowd of women and men. By the time he had arrived there, most of them have dispersed. Only a few beautifully clothed individuals followed him into the manor. Han Li smirked slightly and turned around, busying himself with his own affairs. He first went to find a relatively flat and even piece of land at the back of the hill. Then he quickly uprooted several of the thicker pines and cut them into pieces with magic tools. Afterwards, he had Crooked Soul. An hour later, he had completed a simple small wooden house on the hill. The house had a wooden table, wooden chairs, and even a wooden bed. In the following month, Han Li stayed in his house every day, taking medicinal pills and refining qi, striving to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. As for Master Gu and Wang Chongqing, they visited several times during this period and discussed matters pertaining to the contest. Afterwards, they hurriedly left, not daring to further disturb Han Li's cultivation. But as Master Gu was a sensible person, he sent delicacies up to Han Li's home every few days for his enjoyment. Han Li gladly accepted them without a trace of politeness. Many kinds of exceptionally sweet fruits were among these offerings, much to Han Li's enjoyment. They were clearly the island's local specialties since he had never seen them before. During the last few days of the month, Han Li had managed to restore his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi condensation. He found this very surprising and felt his heart become more assured. According to Master Gu, none of the cultivators that the 10 clans had requested possessed a high level of cultivation. Apart from a few exceptions, a majority of them only possessed a cultivation at the 6th or 7th layer of qi condensation. As for the lots which would decide the fights, so long as Han Li's luck wasn't exceptionally terrible, he wouldn't have a problem in the contest. In addition, Master Gu had scoured the nearby seas for 3 impressive magic tools to increase Han Li's odds of success. Han Li barely classified these items as high-grade magic tools. He could only roll his eyes inwardly and accept them so that Master Gu would feel at ease. 2 days after Han Li restored the 5th layer of his cultivation, Master Gu and Wang Chongqing paid Han Li a visit with nervous expressions. Han Li wordlessly entered their carriage drawn by strange beasts, and they hurriedly traveled to some area located at the center of the island. For hours later, they arrived at a city that seemed to be entirely constructed out of white stone. As they entered the city, they saw a large amount of mortals guarding the city entrance. They wouldn't bother anyone leaving the city, but entering the city would require one to show a command medallion, similar to the one Han Li possessed. But when Han Li was about to enter the city, the guards took out a cylindrical object and shook it at Han Li several times. After it shined with a green light, they gave Han Li a respectful salute and moved to only inspect the medallions of Master Gu and Wang Chongqing. Han Li sized up the soldiers. Although they didn't possess spiritual power fluctuations, they were full of vigor. It seemed they had trained in some shallow martial arts, but what caught his eye the most was the cylinder. There was actually such a wondrous item that could differentiate cultivators from mortals. Han Li couldn't help but take another look at the cylinder. Wang Chongqing saw this and gave Han Li an explanation with a smile. That is a spirit plate. It allows us mortals to identify who is an immortal. Spirit plate. Han Li was somewhat surprised to hear this, but he immediately thought of the palm-sized jade plate embedded in the cylinder and faintly nodded, not saying anything further. Han Li then detachedly watched as the carriage traveled on the white stone street towards the center of the city. There were countless pedestrians on the street, coming and going without stop or rest. The deeper they went into the city, the livelier it became. A majority of the people wore white. Those that didn't wear white wore a dull yellow, faint green, and other such mild colors. There was no one wearing any bright colors. In addition, those that didn't wear white were clearly of high status. These well-dressed individuals would often have 3 or 4 shabbily dressed subordinates closely following after them. Because there were far too many people and carriages on the street, their carriage was forced to slow down. After spending a long time traveling with such slow speed, their carriage finally arrived at a huge plaza in the city's center. The plaza took up about 5 acres and was filled with a huge crowd. All Han Li could see was a vast sea of black-haired heads, hurriedly flowing in every direction without end. Shops lined the plaza, each one fully packed with customers. At the very center, the shops seemed to be made up of temporary booths. They were abnormally overcrowded and were accompanied with fervent chatter. It appeared to be bustling with unusual amounts of activity. Han Li estimated that, with the density of the crowd, there were at least several tens of thousands of people in the plaza. It was naturally impossible to further advance in the carriage through such a large crowd. Master Gu took the lead and descended from the carriage, bringing Han Li and company towards the palace-style building at the side of the plaza. The palace was over 30 meters tall, far taller than the other buildings around it. The huge gate of the palace was guarded by a line of soldiers with sparkling long spears in their grasp, preventing anybody from casually approaching. This is the Stalwart Star Island's first market day of the 3rd month. That is why there are several times more people here at East Stone City. Basically, the many cities and towns on the eastern part of the island all come here to trade for rarities that would normally be hard to obtain. As Master Gu was leading the way toward the palace, he turned his head and gave Han Li an explanation with a faint smile. Master Gu stepped forward and spoke with the gate guards. A guard then waved his hand, signifying that they could pass. Master Gu hastily called out to Han Li and Wang Chongqing before heading in. Once they passed through the gate, it became much more shaded and quiet. In the corridor past the gate, there were several tens of individuals of seemingly high status having whispered conversations in groups of 3. When they saw Master Gu arrive, they seemed to look at him with hostility. But at this moment, the purple gate at the other end of the corridor opened, revealing a white-clothed youth of about 20 years old. His appearance was delicate and refined, much like that of a frail scholar. The youth gave Han Li a friendly glance before speaking courteously to Master Gu. "Are you Mr. Gu? The others have already arrived. Cultivators that are participating in the challenge must go further in. As for you, Mr. Gu, please wait outside." From a single glance, Han Li was undoubtedly sure that the youth's cultivation was about the same as his current cultivation, the 5th layer of qi condensation. Master Gu could only give Han Li an expectant look before stepping off to the side. Han Li followed the youth through the gate. Afterwards, the gate immediately shut. "My surname is one, but fellow Taoist can call me Wen Chong. You seem quite unfamiliar. Could it be that you're new to our Stalwart Star Island?" "I am Han Li. I've just arrived here last month." Having a month of practice, Han Li was able to speak the local language without problem. "Hee. How admirable. Daring to journey from your homeland with your current cultivation. Taoist friend's courage and insight must be outstanding. I wouldn't have been able to do it. I've never taken a single step off this island since birth." The youth spoke with admiration. Han Li faintly smiled but didn't say anything in response. Han Li followed the youth, eventually arriving at a round hall. There were over 30 cultivators there, sitting and standing, each wearing various expressions. A shriveled old man sitting across from the crowd of cultivators spoke quickly. "It seems that everyone has gathered. Let's start drawing lots." Each fight will be decided in one round. Killing is forbidden and will result in disqualification. He was the only Foundation establishment cultivator among a room of chi condensation cultivators. It seemed he was the cultivator in charge. Once the youth surnamed when entered the hall, he hurriedly went to stand by the old man and await his orders. The old man didn't pay the youth any attention. Instead, he took out an azure jade cylinder with over 20 bamboo sticks. To participate in the challenge, draw a lot. Once the number of challengers matches the number of the representatives of the incumbent merchants, the remaining challengers will be qualified to challenge them. The majority of the crowd stared at the jade cylinder as it was enveloped in a layer of azure light, concealing the sticks within. Naturally, the light repelled spiritual sense, and upon doing so, the owners of the spiritual sense seemed to have suffered and couldn't help but sway. Those that didn't use their spiritual sense to probe the cylinder revealed schadenfreude. These cultivators naturally wished for Han Li and the other challengers to suffer a disadvantage. As for Han Li, who possessed powerful spiritual sense, he would have no problem forcefully breaking through the azure light. However, this would be far too eye-catching. As such, Han Li could only helplessly look at the others in dismay and take his turn drawing lots. When Han Li went up to draw his lot, he was unexpectedly able to see through the azure light, but all he saw was strange silver characters. He wrinkled his brow in response. He had completely forgotten that he still couldn't read the local writing, but still, Han Li expressionlessly drew a lot as if nothing had happened. "Number 1, the old man coldly shouted. The two cultivators that drew that lot immediately walked forward. The old man bluntly said, "You two will compete on the stage over there. There is a formation setup, so there is no need to fear destruction from magic techniques. It will be your victory if you are able to take away their lot. So long as you don't kill your opponent, I don't care what methods or tricks you use." "Yes, senior." The two participants bowed to the old man before walking towards the elevated platform at the back of the hall. The platform then flashed with white light and the two disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, the two reappeared on the platform, revealing slight fatigue. One of them animatedly gave the old man 2 bamboo sticks. The other dejectedly walked out from the hall. "Number 2, the old man coldly shouted. Because the battles of chi condensation cultivators were simple, victory was decided extremely quickly. Battles ended almost as soon as they began. But Han Li was baffled to see that regardless of whether they won or lost, they were exceptionally happy. "Number 7. A cultivator walked out as soon as the old man yelled, but his opponent hadn't revealed himself. "Number 7. The old man yelled again with a gloomy expression. Han Li suddenly walked out and hastily apologized. "Senior, I apologize. I had misread my number. I thought it said 9. The old man didn't pay any mind to what Han Li said and impatiently waved his hand. Han Li then tactfully went up to the platform with his opponent. After a flash of white light, Han Li and his opponent appeared in a world of white mist. The area spanned about 100 meters and was covered by the white mist in every direction. The middle-aged cultivator spoke to Han Li with confidence. "Your cultivation is lower than mine by 2 whole layers. There is no need to fight. Fellow Taoists should forfeit. Else, I might accidentally give you a heavy injury." Seeing that this expert was only a 7th-layer chi condensation cultivator and hadn't released a protective barrier like he had, Han Li faintly smiled. "What's so funny? I only wished to not injure you out of kindness." When this cultivator saw that Han Li didn't seem to care, he couldn't help but become angry and increasingly flaunt his status as a superior. Han Li tapped the floor with the tip of his foot, indifferently saying, "It's nothing. I only feel that this competition is going to be easier than I had imagined." "What? You dare to look down on me?" The middle-aged cultivator's face completely reddened. He raised his hand and revealed many glistening items. But before he could act, he suddenly saw the person in front of him blur. His vision then blackened, and he fell to the floor not knowing what had happened. A short moment later, Han Li carried the unconscious middle-aged man off the stage with an indifferent expression. When the other cultivators saw this, they were stunned. There was a clear difference in their cultivation, But the victor was Han Li. This was far beyond their expectations. Even the old man, who had appeared moody from the very beginning, revealed an odd expression. He took a deep look at Han Li. Although he didn't say anything, he seemed to know how Han Li had taken action. Han Li chuckled and calmly handed the 2 bamboo sticks to the old man. He then dropped his unconscious opponent to the floor and went over to the group of victorious cultivators. The old man saw that the middle-aged cultivator was still unconscious and lightly shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. Number 8. When the final victor was decided, the old man looked at the 10 cultivators that hadn't gone on the platform and lightly coughed. He then spoke with an indifferent tone. We will now start the challenges in order of number. If you feel that your magic power is severely exhausted, you may take a moment to rest before facing your next challenge. However, these challenges must finish by today. It will count as a forfeit otherwise. Also, challengers are forbidden from challenging those who have already fought. As for the extra 11th challenger, they will be allowed to challenge any one of the winning incumbents after the 10 winners have been decided. Now let's start. The first challenger selected the incumbent with the lowest cultivation and entered the stage with him. As his opponent's cultivation was only of the 6th layer and his cultivation was of the 7th, it appeared that he had high odds of winning. But after the time it took to make a cup of tea, the 6th layer cultivator left the stage first. As for the first challenger, he reappeared in a miserable state. He was ashamed and quickly left the hall without a word. The remaining challengers revealed changed expressions. As for the victor, he returned to the other 10 without the slightest of care. Next, the old man shouted. He didn't reveal the slightest surprise, as if he had expected that cultivator to win. Senior, my magic power is deficient. I wish to rest for a moment. The second chosen cultivator spoke with a slight blush. Number 3. The old man didn't care whether his magic power truly hadn't recovered and shouted the next number. The following cultivator lightly creased his brow and also avoided the next fight. As for the 4th challenger, he appeared to be unwilling to lose face and summoned the courage to choose an opponent, entering the stage. In the end, the same result occurred. The 4th challenger was heavily injured, causing the remaining challengers to all be shaken. Having seen this, the following 2 challengers took the opportunity to delay their fights. They thought that they would be able to make a better choice after seeing how it ended up for the others. The old man's face stirred for a moment, before slowly calling out Han Li's number. Number 7. Han Li silently walked forward and pointed to an opponent with a 6th layer cultivation. The opponent was a burly man. Having seen Han Li fearlessly select him, he suddenly revealed a malicious smile and walked toward the stage in large strides. In contrast, Han Li walked forward with slow steps as if he was deliberating about the coming match. Soon, Han Li and the burly man disappeared into the white light. Everyone looked in the direction of the stage with interest. The old man then closed his eyes as if he had extended his spiritual sense. But after a short moment, his cheeks slightly moved. He then opened his eyes and revealed a trace of astonishment. With a flash of white light, a person appeared on the platform. The many cultivators hurriedly turned their gaze. The light faded away to reveal Han Li. He didn't have the slightest injury, but he was dragging his opponent who had his entire body scorched. He leisurely walked off the platform as if he hadn't spent the slightest effort. Not only were the challengers stupefied, even the incumbent opponents also had looks of disbelief on their faces. As for Wen Chong, who stood behind the old man, his mouth was gaping. He didn't close it until some time later. Han Li dragged his still-breathing opponent towards the old man and left him there, before returning to his original position with a leisurely stride. When the other challengers saw this, they couldn't help but turn their gaze and reveal a trace of reverence. Han Li coldly smiled in his heart. It seemed that regardless of where he went, strength was the most effective method of speech. Perhaps it was because Han Li's unexpected triumph inspired confidence in the remaining challengers. The following challengers didn't avoid their fight and immediately chose an opponent. However, this only resulted in defeat and heavy injuries. The challengers who had delayed their fights were appalled. With their competitive spirits completely extinguished, Each one of them had eventually decided to forfeit. After all, they knew that they were no match. Only an idiot would decide to fight regardless. As such, the old man declared that only Han Li, on behalf of the Gu clan, had acquired the qualifications for main island trade. Afterwards, the old man handed a blue jade slip to Han Li and told him it would be settled once he gave that to the Gu clan. The old man then unceremoniously dismissed the cultivators, chasing them out of the hall with his voice. Han Li handed the blue jade slip to Master Gu in the corridor. His expressions were quite marvelous. He appeared incredulous, astonished, and finally ecstatic with joy. Immortal Han, I am grateful beyond words. Please feel at ease. The Gu clan will definitely fulfill their promise with you. By the time he said these words, Han Li, Master Gu, and Wang Chongqing were already sitting in the carriage and were on their way back to the Gu clan estate. As he was speaking these grateful words, his hands were tightly grasping the jade slip as if he was afraid that it would fly away. It made for quite a funny scene. Leaning against the back of the carriage, Han Li said with a slight smile, I believe Mr. Gu isn't someone who would abandon their benefactor upon achieving their goals, especially when the benefactor in question is a cultivator. With the warning laced in Han Li's words, Master Gu and Wang Chongqing paled and repeatedly said that they didn't dare. Not long after that, Han Li returned to his wooden house on the hill. Crooked Soul was still obediently on guard. Han Li only managed to refine qi for 3 days before Wang Chongqing went to find him. He had come to inform Han Li that Han Li could now go the Immortal Mountains Immortal Records Pavilion and acquire permanent residence at Stalwart Star Island. They would also provide him with a cultivation area. After all, the cultivators of the island all had their own Immortals Cave. Since he hadn't participated in the Great Spirit Land contest, his area was certain to have thinner spiritual qi, but it would still have enough to be considered an area of cultivation. Han Li pocketed the guarantor's document that the Gu clan had given him and flew towards the center of Stalwart Star Island. Crooked Soul was naturally left behind to guard his small house. On his way, Han Li flew past 7 cities and several tens of small towns before finally catching view of the Immortal Mountain that Wang Chongqing had mentioned. It was a huge, azure, tri-peaked mountain that penetrated through the clouds. The sight was truly majestic and beyond lofty. Innumerable smaller peaks surrounded the huge mountain. Han Li was unable to tell how expansive the mountain was from a glance. He blankly stared at this immortal mountain, while lost in thought. Aren't you fellow Taoist Han? Han Li suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind. Han Li was slightly alarmed and hastily turned around. The voice sounded familiar. Not far behind him, the gentle and frail Wen Chong was looking at him with a smile, flying on his will magic tool. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Li responded with a chuckle. So it was fellow Taoist one. What a coincidence. Hee. I didn't expect to see you. Fellow Taoist Han was actually able to defeat a cultivator from the Protector Squad. I really admire you. Protector Squad? Han Li was startled to hear this. Fellow Taoist Han, the 10 cultivators to be challenged were hired at great expense by the great clans from the island's Protector Squad. Although their cultivation isn't high, their experience and techniques are superior to that of common cultivators as they have fought demonic beasts at sea and sparred with the cultivators from other islands. Not to mention opponents at the same layer, it wouldn't be odd for them to defeat common cultivators with a cultivation of 3 layers above them. When Chong clicked his tongue with an expression of praise, Han Li smiled and spoke modestly. It was nothing. I was merely lucky. Han Li had quite a bit of experience with regards to battle. The youth looked in the direction of the Azure Mountain before turning his head around and asking with a smile. Ah yes. Fellow Taoist Han came here to handle some formalities at the Immortal Records Pavilion. As this wasn't a matter worth concealing, Han Li calmly answered, Fellow Taoist when guessed correctly. I wish to handle the formalities for settling down on this island and choose a cultivator's residence. Having heard Han Li's destination, Wen Chong immediately offered a suggestion. I've been to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion several times already. How about I bring fellow Taoist Han there along the way? It would be hard to look for it alone, considering the size of the Azure Cloud Mountains. Han Li was slightly surprised to see him act so enthusiastically, but he still expressed his thanks and agreed. As such, the two flew side by side towards the large mountain. While the youth was leading the way, he gave Han Li a garrulous explanation of the mountain range. On our island's azure cloud mountains, in addition to the three great peaks, the Heavenly Pillar, the Heavenly Knight, and the Heavenly Gate, there are also 367 smaller mountain peaks. The amount of caves among these mountains are countless, and it is said that many of them are capable of being a cultivation area. Naturally, although the majority of the azure cloud mountains have large spirit veins, the density of spiritual chi varies. It is generally said that the taller the mountain's peak, the denser the spiritual chi. As for the 36 mountain peaks with the densest spiritual chi, they are the prizes of the island's decennial Great Spirit Land contest. Those who feel that their cultivation is greater than the lords of these 36 mountain peaks may challenge them at will. The victor shall become the master of the peak. The differences between the peaks aren't very significant. It is said that as long as a cultivator managed to enter foundation establishment, they would be able to acquire one of these mountain peaks as a cultivation area. As for chi condensation cultivators, they can only obediently find a valley or cave to use as a cultivation area. Foundation establishment cultivators are able to claim an entire mountain peak for themselves? Han Li was greatly surprised. The youth said with a self-mocking tone, "That's right. However, the foundation establishment cultivators of the island have already occupied most of them. Us chi condensation cultivators shouldn't think of such hopeful matters." Oh! Thoughts churned through Han Li's mind, causing him to grow somewhat excited. Han Li suddenly thought of something and casually asked, "Ah, then the three tallest mountains should have the greatest spiritual chi?" "Yes, of course. The tallest peak, the Heavenly Pillar, is the cultivation area of our island's master, Master Mulong. It is forbidden from entry. It is said that our island's lord is at mid-core formation stage, and his divine abilities are devastating. As for the Heavenly Gate and the Heavenly Knight mountain peaks, they are respectively occupied by Master Yuanjun and Master Kanchin. Although the spiritual chi is somewhat lacking in comparison to the Heavenly Pillar, it is still several times denser than in other areas. Wen Chong stated with a somewhat envious expression. Han Li slowly asked with raised eyebrows, "Fellow Taoist one, are those two core formation seniors as well?" Wen Chong nodded with a pleased expression. Not only are they early core formation cultivators, they are also Tao companions. Han Li unconsciously frowned. Stalwart Star Island unexpectedly had 3 core formation cultivators. This was truly beyond his expectations. While Han Li was lost in thought, he arrived at the center of the Azure Cloud Mountains with Wen Chong. They occasionally ran into other cultivators on the way there, but after giving the two of them an indifferent glance, they all flew away, minding their own business. A few minutes later, Han Li and Wen Chong finally arrived at a relatively tall mountain peak. The peak had a small, 2-story pavilion of unknown age. Not only was its exterior thoroughly worn out and of an outdated design, it also hung a sign on its gate that was missing a corner. The words Immortal Records Pavilion were crookedly written on the sign. Han Li blankly stared. Although he saw the sign, Han Li could not bring himself to believe it. He couldn't help but turn towards Wen Chong and ask, "This is, although I don't want to admit it, this really is the Immortal Records Pavilion." The youth spread out his arms with an appearance of helplessness. The youth waved his hand and gave Han Li a warning just before he took his leave. "All right, I'm going to leave now. However, fellow Taoist Han should take note that the senior in charge of the Immortal Records Pavilion has a strange temperament." Han Li indifferently gazed at the youth as he disappeared. After mindlessly shaking his head, he landed in front of the pavilion and walked in with a calm face. Just as he approached the gate, he heard a somewhat gloomy voice. "Come in! The gate isn't locked." Han Li was shocked by the sudden announcement, but he couldn't help but walk toward the pavilion hesitantly. After entering the pavilion, Han Li was left stupefied. The interior sharply contrasted with the outer appearance of the pavilion. It was magnificently decorated. The floor was covered in sparkling fire-red silk, and the walls were made of gold and jade, while countless amounts of sparkling gems glittered on the ceiling. Corners of the building were decorated with many species of gorgeous plants that Han Li had never seen before. There was also an odd stone bed across from him, sparkling with a strange blue light. Although he didn't recognize what it was made out of, they were certain to be some sort of precious materials. A haggard, middle-aged man was currently reclining on it. His clothes were made of dazzling, fire-red demon fur. He was embracing a huge, white pearl as he indifferently glanced at Han Li. Han Li suppressed his amazement and bowed. He then asked with a respectful tone, "Hello, Senior. This one wishes to handle the formalities for taking up residence. May I ask if Senior is in charge of this matter?" The middle-aged man lightly sighed before spiritedly asking, "Taking up residence? Do you have a guarantor?" "I do." Han Li immediately took out the document that the Gu clan member had given him and stepped forward to give it to the man. Han Li didn't dare to belittle him as his spiritual power fluctuations clearly revealed his status as a powerful late Foundation establishment cultivator. The middle-aged man took the signed document from Han Li and swept through it. His eyes then flashed with bright light, sizing Han Li up. Caressing the pearl in his embrace, the middle-aged man indifferently asked, "I have heard that there was a new cultivator on the island that was able to defeat a member of the Protector Squad while at the 5th layer of Qi condensation. Could that have been you?" Han Li was somewhat surprised, but he hastily replied with a modest tone, "Junior only won through a fluke. It wasn't really like that." "Humph! A fluke!" The middle-aged man snorted with a cold smile. Han Li inwardly frowned and felt puzzled. The battle only took place several days ago. How does this person know about it? The middle-aged man tightened the demon furs on his body as if he saw the confusion in Han Li's mind and calmly said, "That person you defeated from the Protector Squad is my unbecoming disciple. Having lost to someone with a lower cultivation than himself, I've sentenced him to secluded study as punishment." Han Li bitterly smiled after being stunned for a moment as this was far too coincidental. Han Li became somewhat worried. Could it be that he intended to teach Han Li a lesson on behalf of his disciple? The middle-aged man squinted at Han Li and spoke with an icy tone. "Don't worry. This is a matter between you juniors, and I won't take advantage of you as your senior. I hope that you will fight my unbecoming disciple one more time. After that, I won't pursue the matter any further, regardless of the outcome." Han Li felt his heart relax. Since it is senior's request, junior naturally will not refuse. The middle-aged man was surprised to see Han Li so willingly consent, but soon after, he revealed a satisfied expression. The middle-aged man's hand flashed with white light and the pearl disappeared. He then stood up and slowly said, "Next, I will be handling the matters of your residency." The formalities for residency were actually quite simple. The middle-aged man merely took out a golden book and wrote Han Li's name in it. Han Li also exchanged the green jade medallion he had received from the harbor for a blue jade pendant. The jade pendant twinkled with blue light and was a low-grade magic tool. According to the middle-aged man, the pendant possessed minor waterproofing effects. The effect was quite practical. Next, the middle-aged man tossed a silver booklet towards Han Li. "All of the places shining with golden light have already been taken. The white ones are unoccupied. Choose one to be your cultivation area." Cough, cough. After quickly speaking just a few words, he started to cough without end. The middle-aged man seemed to be afflicted with a truly serious illness. Han Li slowly unfolded the booklet before discovering that it was a complete map of Stalwart Star Island. Gold and white light intertwined on the map and flickered with a mysterious radiance. The areas that were sparkling were concentrated at the center of the island, the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Han Li discovered that the Azure Cloud Mountains were even more expansive than he had imagined. They occupied an entire fourth of the island's area. As Han Li carefully examined the sparkling areas of white light, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. There were half as many of the gold lights as white lights. However, the white lights were of varying brightness. Some were blinding, while others were dull. The mountain peaks that were marked with blinding light weren't even considered by Han Li, as the middle-aged man had already explained. Qi condensation cultivators don't have the qualifications to choose the mountain peaks. As for the other areas, they don't have those restrictions so long as they are an area marked by white light. This was exactly the same as when Chang had told him, but there were only valleys and caves left to choose from, and these all possessed dim white lights. After looking at the map for a moment, he raised his head and asked the middle-aged man with a serious tone. Junior wishes to ask a question. Are there any restrictions on how large an area I can use to establish my Immortal's cave? The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised but soon replied with a mocking tone. You may set up any formation spells and restrictions you choose within a radius of 5 kilometers, so long as you have the room for it, that is. Hanli calmly said, Then can Junior pick this place? Since this place is also marked by a white light, shouldn't there be a spirit vein there? He lightly tapped a certain spot on the map, causing a white light to flash to yellow. Hanli then handed the picture book back to the middle-aged man. There? The middle-aged man's pale face revealed surprise upon seeing where Hanli had pointed. The place was an area outside of Stalwart Star Island. It had previously been flashing with a weak white light. That is Minor Expanse Island. The island is only about 35 kilometers long, but it does have a small spirit vein that is a few kilometers long. We laid down a small defensive formation spell and established a small village on the island. A few hundred people currently live there. The middle-aged man spoke with a mysterious smile that revealed hints of mockery. Hanli remained silent. He knew that since the middle-aged man wore such an expression, this island was certain to have its complications. This small island is of little interest to Stalwart Star Island. We only held onto it because it would be a shame to abandon the spirit vein. Its spiritual chi density is greatly inferior to that of other islands, and its area is small. It's true that other cultivators won't bother you if you choose that area, but its spiritual chi density is only 2/3 of that found in the Azure Cloud Mountains. As such, your cultivation speed would be quite a bit slower than the cultivators staying on this island. There were previously other cultivators like yourself that loved to bitterly cultivate in isolation. However, those cultivators would inevitably return after only a few years. They would rather spend a large amount of spirit stones to choose a new cultivation area than to continue staying on that island. After all, spiritual chi density is the most important factor to cultivators. Furthermore, those who select this island must also undertake the responsibility of protecting it. You would be the one to pay for the spirit stone expenditure of the island's defensive formation spells. Naturally, you would receive a certain amount of spirit stones as compensation from the residents of the island, and you won't have to pay tribute to the island's master. But I must warn you that the spirit stones you receive in compensation won't be enough to sustain the daily usage of the defensive formation. The island's spirit stone consumption has been sustained up until now by Stalwart Star Island. The middle-aged cultivator lazily pointed out the rule while tapping the bedside. After muttering to himself for a moment, Hanli eventually asked in a soft voice, If I choose that small island, doesn't that mean I would in fact become the island's master? Hee, you could think of it that way. The middle-aged man replied with some surprise. He had already laid out the island's shortcomings. If this youth still wanted to choose that island, it was none of his business. The middle-aged man thoughtfully sized up Hanli once more and inwardly sneered. He would spend a huge amount of spirit stones before long, and come to complain without end. He was convinced that within 2 years at most, this young cultivator would come back with gray hair and a haggard complexion to choose a new cultivation area. Why else would such a position, being the master of a small island, remain uncontested until now? After some more thought, Hanli spoke without further hesitation. All right, this junior will pick the Minor Expanse Island. Having heard that Hanli was certain, the middle-aged cultivator didn't hesitate. He took out a golden brush and lightly dabbed the island on the map. The island's white light immediately turned golden. He then searched his robes for a jade slip, which he then wrote a few characters on with his golden brush before tossing it to Hanli. Hanli lowered his head to look at the jade slip and saw that there were 2 golden characters on it. They seemed familiar, as if it were his name written in the local characters. This jade slip is evidence that Minor Expanse Island is your cultivation area and contains the names of the island's inhabitants. Make sure to hold onto it properly. the middle-aged man indifferently said. Afterwards, he put away the booklet and laid back down on the stone bed. He then waved his arm at Han Li, obviously shooing him away. Han Li gave him a quick salute before tactfully leaving. Exiting the Immortal Records Pavilion, Han Li had no inclination to sightsee around the Azure Cloud Mountains or meet other cultivators. Instead, he directly flew back to the Gu clan estate. On the morning of the next day, Han Li left a letter for Master Gu on the desk in his room. Then he brought Crooked Soul with him to the closest village and bought a map of Stalwart Star Island and its nearby territories before heading straight towards the harbor. Wang Chongqing had told Han Li previously that the island's largest city, Stalwart Star City, was located in the western part of Stalwart Star Island. That city had a market by the name of Sky Capital Market, where cultivators traded items. Although Han Li wished to go there and see what the cultivators overseas possessed and learn their cultivation arts, his current cultivation was pathetically weak. As such, he was fearful to go to an area with many cultivators, and reluctantly dropped the idea. As Han Li flew to the harbor, he muttered to himself with ridicule, "With my strength lacking, my courage suffers as well." He didn't choose a cultivation area at the Azure Cloud Mountains, favoring the vacant minor expanse island where the spiritual chi was thinner. This decision was so that he wouldn't have to go through great pains to conceal the secret of his small bottle. Only at an isolated island far away from other cultivators would he be able to freely cultivate the spiritual medicines required to massively increase his cultivation without attracting any unwanted attention. Although his cultivation speed would somewhat suffer as a result, the spiritual chi would still be enough to cultivate spiritual herbs. After all, he mainly relied on consuming refined spiritual medicines for his cultivation. Having thinner spiritual chi wouldn't influence him too greatly. Han Li flew out of Stalwart Star Island's huge island-wide restriction from the port. Following the map, he headed straight towards Minor Expanse Island. On the map, the island was located right beside Stalwart Star Island. But only after flying for an entire day on his Divine Wind Boat was he able to spot it. After flying once around the island, Han Li found the entrance to the island's formation spell, a small dock. Han Li then slowly descended towards it. There were very few people on the dock, with only about a dozen fishermen sitting on small boats beside the port. Once they saw Han Li and Crooked Soul descend from the sky, they got off their boats and gathered together to see Han Li. The crowd walked towards Han Li and saluted him one by one. A particularly burly man with a dark face separated himself from the crowd and paid his respects to Han Li. It seemed this person was the head fisherman. This humble one is He Gue. He pays his respects to Immortal Master. Is this Minor Expanse Island? Although Han Li felt that he wasn't mistaken, it was best to be prudent. He Gue asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, it is, Great Immortal. Has Immortal Master come to replace the Spirit Stones already? It hasn't been that long since they were last changed. Having heard that this really was Minor Expanse Island, Han Li let out a breath of relief. With a faint smile, he spoke to those present. I didn't come to replace the Spirit Stones. From now on, I will be the one providing the Spirit Stones for the island, as this small island has become my cultivation area. You may all call me Immortal Han. Under the astonished gazes of the fishermen, Han Li called out to Crooked Soul, and they flew towards the center of the island. The sole village on this small island was at the east end, near its port. In the west was a small mountain range of about 10 kilometers with only two small mountains. The higher mountain was about a kilometer tall, while the shorter one was only about 400 meters tall. Han Li gazed at the mountains from afar before suppressing the excitement in his heart, deciding to pay a visit to the village first. Han Li's and Crooked Soul's arrival caused quite a stir. An old man, the self-proclaimed village head, immediately stepped forward to see Han Li. After letting the old man inspect the gold symbols on the jade slip, the village head immediately declared that the entire village must obey the Great Immortal's orders. Naturally, Han Li didn't have any use for the assistance of mortals. Instead, he asked about the issues he was most concerned with, the general circumstances of the island and the amount of spirit stones the villagers were able to contribute towards maintaining the island's protective formation. After hearing that the amount added up to almost nothing, Han Li became somewhat gloomy. Didn't this mean that he had to contribute all of the spirit stones? That middle-aged man said the residents would be contributing a portion of spirit stones consumed by the protective formation. It seemed like those were merely pleasant words. Their help wouldn't amount to anything. Han Li inwardly cursed at the middle-aged cultivator, but spoke a few reassuring words to the old man. He estimated the amount of spirit stones required and compared it to the old man's estimate of their contribution. Han Li then gave the old man a year's worth of spirit stones to sustain the formation spell. He then told the old man that, in the coming years, he could go to his Immortal's cave and pick up the spirit stones required for that year. Then, without paying attention to the old man's repeated thanks, Han Li and Crooked Soul flew towards the island's west side. Once Han Li entered the mountain range known by the island's inhabitants as the Minor Expanse Mountains, he was whelmed by the feeling of faint spiritual qi, causing his heart to stir. A short moment later, Han Li was standing at the front of his divine wind boat as he circled both mountain peaks. It was obvious that the spiritual qi was richer on the higher mountain peak, but the lower mountain peak was thicker and more solid. Not only was it more suitable for an Immortal's cave, it was also the site of a previous cultivator's Immortal's cave. The present Immortal's cave was intact and undamaged. It seemed suitable for immediate occupation. Han Li sunk into thought for a moment on his divine wind boat. His eyes then flashed with spirited light, and he came to a decision. He first flew towards the thicker, shorter mountain peak and entered the deepest, most secretive area of the Immortal's cave. Afterwards, he fiercely struck the ground with his magic tools. Half a day later, the initial makings of an underground passage had been created. It had a 9-meter diameter and headed straight towards the base of the mountain. But when Han Li's passage had reached a dozen meters below the mountain's base, he suddenly changed direction towards the base of the other mountain over a kilometer away. Although Han Li's magic tool was incomparably sharp, having Crooked Soul's assistance shortened the time required for this massive undertaking to 2 days. After carving out a passage between the bases of the mountains, Han Li carved out a new Immortal's cave inside of the taller mountain in the style of his old Immortal's cave in the Heavenly South region. This new Immortal's cave was cut in exactly the same shape as his old one in the Taiyu mountain range, but this time, there was no exit except for the underground tunnel. This would be the place where Han Li would cultivate and grow spiritual herbs. Having the original cave dwelling as a cover for the true one, Han Li felt much safer. After finishing up with his Immortal's cave, Han Li then set up the first 5 elements reversal formation at the entrance of the shorter, thicker mountain. But after Han Li flew around the 2 mountains for a while, he still felt uneasy. He took out the sets of formation setup tools that Xian Rian had given him and chose to deploy 2 of the more impressive formation, the fierce heavenly wind formation and the illusory heaven-sifting formation. These 2 formation spells had a wide range and would cover both of the mountains entirely. Although they weren't as wondrous as the 5 elements reversal formation, they would still prove to be quite troublesome for foundation establishment cultivators. As such, Han Li's cave dwelling would be entirely safe from everything below the level of core formation cultivators. Looking from the sky outside of the formation, the mountains were enshrouded in a misty fog and were hard to make out. Han Li faintly smiled at the sight and slowly descended into the mist, disappearing from sight. After entering the true Immortal's cave, Han Li continually busied himself instead of taking the chance to rest. First, he established a secretive medicinal garden with a few spiritual herbs. After all, if he wished to mature them, they must first become young sprouts. Then, Han Li gazed at the bottle as if it were as precious as his own life before burying it in the corner of the garden and covering it with the concealing magic treasure fragment he had bought so long ago. He also made a hidden vent in the cave wall, allowing it to condense the green liquid. Afterwards, he created several tens of secret rooms of varying sizes in accordance to the controlling spirit sect cultivator's insect breeding insights. He placed the white spiders and other wondrous insects inside them before placing several restrictions nearby to prevent them from running away. After finishing the most important matters, Han Li decided that it was still not the time to meditate and refine qi. Instead, he carefully took out the light gray jade slip that he had acquired from the Emperor of Yu. It contained many strange secret techniques, including the external reincarnation technique he had set his eyes on long ago. Han Li immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip and carefully read through the cultivation methods of this technique several times. Afterwards, he withdrew his spiritual sense and began contemplating what he had read. Although Han Li had previously come to a decision, after carefully thinking it over, he felt that cultivating this technique was truly dangerous. The jade slip clearly said that if his refined clone were to be destroyed, the spiritual sense planted within the clone would be destroyed and irrecoverable. Furthermore, if his remaining spiritual sense wasn't strong enough, it would be greatly damaged. At best, this would result in madness. At worst, he would suffer from qigong deviation and perish. In addition, even if he was successful, the external reincarnation would only be an easily controlled high-level puppet that could cultivate. This was completely different from the rumored ability to split oneself into two, and was inferior to the divine abilities possessed by some cultivator clans. However, Han Li had the 5-element blood cores, and had a great opportunity to create a clone with a fiend core. This was an extremely rare stroke of luck where he could obtain a puppet guard with the strength of a core formation cultivator. Although the puppet would only be considered to be at early core formation, he would still have the power to defend himself against any foundation establishment cultivator. The most difficult and crucial aspect of cultivating a clone was that it required a corpse with spiritual roots. But Han Li was already in possession of a suitable corpse. Crooked Soul, a soulless refined corpse he had acquired long ago. It stands to reason that extracting a cultivator's soul, especially that of a low-grade cultivator, would cause the body's meridians to rupture due to the overbearing nature of the magic technique used, disallowing any further cultivation. This was why so many cultivators viewed Crooked Soul with surprise when they saw that a corpse possessed spiritual chi fluctuations. Although cases where a soul was extracted from a cultivator's body with its meridians intact did exist, they were flukes that wouldn't be encountered even once in 100 times. Unfortunately, this external reincarnation technique required the body to be intact after its soul had been extracted, and that the cultivator must be of the 6th layer or lower. Such a suitable corpse would be hard to come by. Although Han Li didn't know why there were such strange requirements, he surmised that it probably had something to do with the ease of controlling the corpse after inserting a thread of spiritual sense into it. Han Li might not know exactly how Yu Zitong and Dr. Mo created Crooked Soul, but Crooked Soul definitely satisfied all the requirements, making it an exceptionally good candidate for refining a clone. As for the Emperor of Yu, it probably took an unknown amount of dead low-grade cultivators before he happened upon a suitable corpse. Han Li sat cross-legged on the ground and pondered for a long time before deciding to cultivate the Great Development Technique to the 2nd layer prior to refining the corpse. With that accomplished, he wouldn't suffer much damage even if the clone perished. He had a deep understanding of the wondrous effects that the Great Development Technique would have on strengthening his spiritual sense. Before he could cultivate the Great Development Technique, he would first have to recover his foundation establishment cultivation. In order to cultivate the external reincarnation technique, he would even have to cultivate to late foundation establishment. After attempting to refine a clone, regardless of success or failure, Han Li would still have to fumble about with cultivating the 3 essence revolutions. After all, this cultivation art, along with the Azure Essence Sword art, would be a crucial step along the great path towards core formation stage. Having mentally planned out his future cultivation, Han Li entered a secret room in his Immortal's cave and began to refine qi with the aid of medicinal pills. He only took the yellow dragon pill and the gold marrow pill for now, 2 low-grade medicine pills. Taking foundation establishment pills at his current stage would be far too violent for his body. It would be more appropriate to wait until after he had reached the 7th layer of qi condensation before taking them. Without a bottleneck to foundation establishment, Han Li reckoned that he should be able to recover his cultivation relatively quickly. Time passed day after day. Apart from maturing spiritual herbs and refining the required yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills, Han Li refined qi in bitter meditation the entire time. He also periodically trained the white spiders and other wondrous insects in accordance to the controlling spirit sect cultivators' insect cultivation insights. This could be considered his sole joy during his cultivation. Han Li estimated that it would take him about a year to enter the 9th layer of qi condensation. a speed that was swift as wind when compared to his original speed. However, Han Li was still somewhat unsatisfied at this speed. After he reached the 9th layer, he steeled his resolve to take 3 foundation establishment pills in succession. By using its immensely strong medicinal power, Han Li only took another year to enter foundation establishment. Now, he was able to make use of innate true fire. Han Li immediately ceased taking low-grade medicine pills and started to refine medicine pills that would be more suitable for a foundation establishment cultivator. According to Han Li's assumptions, the qi refining powder would have no effect on him because he had previously taken too much of it. As for the other 3 pill recipes, they should be able to vigorously advance him to late foundation establishment without question. But, as according to his original plans, Han Li wasn't going to immediately deepen his cultivation. Instead, he would only stockpile medicines and cultivate the Great Development Technique in preparation to refine a clone. In the past, Han Li only needed half a year to cultivate the Great Development Technique to the 1st layer and receive its exceptional benefits. Although Han Li felt gloomy about his inferior aptitude for elemental magic techniques, he had significant talent for the Great Development Technique. Thus, Han Li held much confidence in cultivating to the 2nd layer of the Great Development Technique. According to the incomplete collection of the Great Development Technique, his spiritual sense would be several times stronger, and he would also be able to separate his consciousness into over 100 different strands. When combined with the puppet technique, the frightening potential of the Great Development Technique would be fully displayed. Although he knew that cultivating to the 2nd layer would be more difficult than the 1st, it took far more time than Han Li had anticipated. He had originally believed that it would only take him 3 years to reach the 2nd layer of the Great Development Technique, but Han Li discovered that it would take 6 years of diligent cultivation for him to barely reach the 2nd layer. As this would take twice the time that he had anticipated, Han Li felt extremely helpless. When Han Li recalled the head-splitting torture he endured while forcefully cultivating the technique, Han Li turned pale and felt great trepidation. During the 3rd year of cultivating the Great Development Technique, the disciple of the middle-aged cultivator from the Immortal Records Pavilion came under orders to challenge Han Li at Minor Expanse Island. As a result, he had been trapped in Han Li's formations for 3 entire days before Han Li happened to take notice of him and released him. Due to the difficulty of cultivating the Great Development Technique, Han Li had completely forgotten about this matter. Using his nameless qi restraining technique to hide his true cultivation, Han Li managed to win by the slightest margin. Under the belief that Han Li had only won due to his slightly superior magic tools, the flustered man who had been trapped within the formation spells for several days could only resentfully return. Another 3 years later, Han Li finally managed to cultivate to the 2nd layer of the Great Development Technique and now prepared to cultivate the External Reincarnation Technique. He first thoroughly relaxed for several days. With his soul at its peak state, he called for Crooked Soul to enter his hidden practice room and sit cross-legged in front of him. Han Li waved his arm, shutting the stone door to the room and staring at Crooked Soul with rapt attention in long silence. Having seen Crooked Soul's ugly yet familiar face, surges of emotion flowed through Han Li's heart. He recalled matters he had long and quickly forgotten. The 7 Mysteries sect, the Rainbow Mountains, and a certain familiar figure, but after staring at Crooked Soul's cold, soulless gaze, Han Li let out a sigh. With no further hesitation, Han Li formed a windmill-shaped incantation gesture with his hands, and his body released a weak green light, turning the whole room dark green in color. Not long after that, Han Li's face slightly grimaced in the green light and fine beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. A blinding white radiance then shot out from his eyes that none would dare to look at. Ha! Han Li suddenly let out a roar as his hands formed a strange incantation gesture. Though his body was still, he snorted out a thumb-sized green ball of light. It quickly flew into Crooked Soul's nostril and entered the rest of his body. At this moment, Han Li was deathly pale with huge beads of sweat dripping down from his face, but the blinding light from his eyes became even brighter. 2 fine streaks of white light then shot out from his eyes into Crooked Soul's. Han Li's and Crooked Soul's bodies then simultaneously shivered. The stone door of the hidden practice room remained closed for an entire month. In the middle of the next month, the stone door of the hidden room slowly opened, revealing a haggard but extremely excited Han Li. The clone refinement had been a bitter and tortuous struggle, but it had eventually resulted in success. Although he didn't know precisely how it turned out, he knew that at the very least he hadn't failed, and there was no cultivation backlash, much to Han Li's relief. But immediately after Han Li left the hidden room, he entered another room and went into seclusion. The clone refinement had significantly damaged his origin chi. If he didn't immediately take medicine and refine his chi, there was a danger that he would once again drop down to the chi condensation stage. As for the refined clone, Crooked Soul, it continued to remain in the hidden room. The thread of consciousness had yet to completely control the corpse and was being broken in. After a few short months, Han Li had fully recovered the damage to his origin chi, but instead of leaving seclusion, he began to research the Three Essence Revolutions cultivation art. The Three Essence Revolutions cultivation art clearly stated that when cultivators reached late foundation establishment, they were to scatter a majority of their cultivation through the Azure Essence Sword art and recultivate from early foundation establishment stage. This would compress one's true essence and allow one to draw as close as possible to solidification, weakening the bottleneck to the core formation stage. According to the speculations of the expert who created this cultivation art, after 3 cycles of recultivation, one should have a 50% possibility of forming a golden core. Although Han Li had unexpectedly scattered his cultivation during mid-foundation establishment instead of scattering his cultivation when he reached late foundation establishment, he didn't care in the least. To Han Li, the difference between scattering one's cultivation during mid-foundation establishment instead of late foundation establishment was only a small degree of true essence condensation. With the main idea of true essence compression and solidification still at the center, there shouldn't be any big problems if he were to scatter his cultivation 2 more times from late foundation establishment. After several months of single-minded study of the Three Essence Revolutions cultivation art, he came to a full understanding of the cultivation art and entered his hidden room with a large amount of medicine pills. He had come to a resolute decision that he wouldn't leave his Immortal's cave until he finished the first revolutions of his cultivation art and reached the 6th layer of the Azure Essence Sword art. As for Crooked Soul, who was now completely fused with Han Li's spiritual sense, Han Li had tirelessly prepared pre-foundation establishment medicine pills for him. Because Crooked Soul had spiritual roots with 3 elements, he had greater aptitude than Han Li, who had false spiritual roots with 4 elements. As a result, Crooked Soul's cultivation speed was insanely fast with the assistance of medicine pills. No slower than Han Li's recultivation speed. According to Han Li's estimates, it would only take 2 years for him to reach foundation establishment. In addition, Han Li picked out the devilish art Divine Bloodlight from the jade slip that emitted gray light for Crooked Soul to cultivate after he reached foundation establishment. After all, Han Li had personally seen the might of this devilish art from the Emperor of Yu himself. As for the fact that this art didn't have any continuation for core formation cultivators, Han Li didn't mind it at all. This was because after Crooked Soul had formed a fiend core, he would forever be stuck at early core formation. There would be no difference whether or not there was a continuation of the magic art. Han Li's cultivation session went on for a truly long time. It was the same as the common saying, "Cultivation is timeless." In the mere blink of an eye, over 20 years had passed. During this large expanse of time, Han Li didn't take a single step outside of his Immortal's cave, nor did he show himself to the island's inhabitants. Ever since Han Li arrived at Minor Expanse Island, several hundred of its inhabitants would say that he nearly hadn't affected them at all. If they wanted to fish, they fished. If they wanted to farm, then they farmed. Naturally, the inhabitants weren't too comfortable to discover that their 2 mountains were now constantly shrouded in a thick white fog. But after such a long period of time, the villagers became accustomed to the scene and no longer took notice of it. However, the village elder would repeatedly warn the village's mischievous children not to approach the mountain's nearby fog under any circumstances. This was because once someone entered the fog, they would disappear without a trace and couldn't come out. Only after suffering several days of entrapment and shouting out "Immortal Master Han" several times would they discover a path out. Because this matter had occurred several times, the villagers came to understand that Immortal Han disliked having others bother him. Apart from wood chopping and fruit picking, No other affairs were carried out near the Minor Expanse Mountains. As for the yearly expenditure of spirit stones for the protective formation, so long as the village head loudly shouted towards the mountain a few times, the yearly amount of spirit stones would fly out of the white mist on a tray. Those that came for spirit stones never went back empty-handed. Of course, the original village head had passed away during these 20 years. The current village head was the dark-skinned fisherman Han Li had seen when he first arrived at the island, He Gui. However, he still fetched spirit stones in the exact same manner. As such, while the inhabitants of the island weren't particularly loyal towards Immortal Han, they still had a decent impression of him. Then one day, Han Li walked out of his Immortal's cave. Stalwart Star Island's port was as lively as it had been previously. A great number of ships of all sizes scuttled about, either heading out to sea or docking on land. Occasionally, brilliant lights of various colors would flash from the sky, revealing the cultivators that were flying about. The mortals on the ground didn't view it to be odd. They were long accustomed to such sights. But today, a streak of white light flew into the island at the speed of lightning. After pausing for a short moment at the harbor, it flew straight into the depths of the island. If someone close to the white light were to see through it, they would notice the faint silhouette of two people. Han Li with magic power at the peak of Foundation establishment due to completing the first revolution of the three essence revolutions technique, and Crooked Soul, whose cultivation was about the same as Han Li as a result of the huge quantities of medicinal pills used during cultivation. Having compressed his true essence for over 20 years, Han Li's cultivation was purer and deeper than other cultivators of similar rank. As for Crooked Soul, Han Li was extremely happy to find that his cultivation had nearly caught up to his own. If Crooked Soul didn't require certain particular secondary ingredients to form his fiend core, and Han Li wasn't required to perform preparations before attempting to form his own core, he wouldn't have left his Immortal's cave at Minor Expanse Island. For this outing, apart from collecting on Master Gu's promise of spirit stones and handling his previously mentioned affairs, Han Li would return straight to Minor Expanse Island. As he was at a crucial point in his cultivation, he couldn't allow any distractions. With that in mind, Han Li and Crooked Soul flew deeper into the island towards Stalwart Star City. Since he still had quite a few spirit stones, he had no need to rush towards the Gu estate. He would first buy a few things before visiting there on the way back. Many hours later, Han Li could faintly see the tall walls of a huge city. Although he hadn't been to Stalwart Star City before, the markings on the map and the majestic, imposing aura of the city left no room for doubt. Han Li suddenly stamped his foot on the divine wind boat, wishing to descend. However, Han Li was surprised to have run across an obviously placed restriction. This city truly deserved to be called the greatest city in Stalwart Star Island. Its large-scale sky restriction could even cover such a large area. In truth, with Han Li's peak Foundation establishment cultivation, he could easily break through the restrictions and continue on his way, at most using up only a bit more magic power. However, Han Li didn't wish to attract attention. Instead, he stepped on the front end of his divine wind boat, causing it to slowly descend. Han Li and Crooked Soul calmly disembarked from the divine wind boat. After putting away the divine wind boat in his storage pouch, Han Li looked at the huge city from a distance and couldn't help but leisurely walk towards it with an unconcealed smile. Stalwart Star City was at least 4 times larger than East Stone City. As Han Li was walking on some street in Stalwart Star City, he noticed that the roads were wide enough to fit several carriages side by side and felt somewhat impressed by their size. Soon after, Han Li asked Immortal for the location of the Sky Capital Market. The two then headed towards the northern part of the city without delay. This is the so-called Sky Capital Market? Han Li looked at the scene before him with surprise. He saw a huge misty barrier covering the entire northern section of Stalwart Star City. There were at least over 100 streets there, which was completely incongruous with his mental image of an isolated street. But what surprised Han Li the most was that at the center of the northern district, there was a huge pavilion floating over 100 meters in the air. The pavilion was an alluring emerald green, and it released a faint glimmer, seemingly made of an enormous piece of jade. It was extremely eye-catching. Han Li stared blankly at the sparkling reflections of sunlight that shined off of the pavilion. Although he didn't know how this pavilion came to be or why it was floating, Han Li truly felt that it was an extremely rare sight. At this moment, Han Li's expression changed. He suddenly restrained his spiritual qi, maintaining the external appearance of an 8th-layer qi condensation cultivator. Soon after, Han Li heard footsteps from behind him, followed by a pleasant female voice. Is this seniors and fellow Taoists' first time at Sky Capital Market? Cultivators that see the Dream Cloud Pavilion for the first time usually remain stunned for quite a long time. The woman's voice was as pleasant as an oriole's chirp. Han Li turned around to see a group of 3 male cultivators and 2 female cultivators standing about a dozen steps away. The 2 women were quite charming, beautiful, and dressed quite boldly. Their simple garments not only revealed their pure white arms and their flawless lower legs, but they also didn't wear any shoes or socks, revealing their beautiful feet. But what was even more eye-catching were the shining, exquisite golden bands that they wore on their foreheads and wrists, giving them an even more provocative presence. The 3 men had rather ordinary appearances, and one of them even had a face full of pockmarks, appearing quite unsightly. These 5 were qi condensation cultivators of about the 10th layer. It seemed they were also going to enter the light barrier. After taking a few more glances at these world-shocking women, Han Li bewilderedly asked, "You fellow Taoists are? I am Yen Li, and this is my good friend, Yuan Yao. We are rogue cultivators from a nearby island. We heard that rare materials from other islands would be sold here today. These 3 are fellow Taoists that we've met on the way here. We all came together to take a look." The one who spoke was a pleasant, dainty, round-faced woman. She sized up Han Li and Crooked Soul with great curiosity and smiled as she spoke. Judging from her voice, she was the one who had previously asked the question. The woman by her side was an astonishing beauty at the prime of her youth. Not only did her skin appear beyond soft and purer than snow, her skin-tight clothes revealed her graceful, well-endowed body, causing men who saw her to involuntarily swallow. She truly was a beauty capable of wrecking a country. However, this woman didn't look at Han Li. Her bright and beautiful eyes were stuck onto Crooked Soul with an astonished expression on her dainty face. Han Li inwardly frowned upon seeing this. Although Han Li had concealed his true cultivation with a qi condensation technique, Crooked Soul's late foundation establishment cultivation was completely out in the open. According to Han Li, by having a late foundation establishment cultivator accompanying him, he would be able to avoid most trouble and prevent any other cultivators from maliciously targeting him. Admittedly, having an expert with awesome strength such as Crooked Soul was truly a bit too eye-catching. With that in mind, Han Li calmly said, "We've let our fellow Taoists see a funny sight. I am Han Li and this is my martial uncle Crooked Soul. This is our first time at the Sky Capital Market." The dainty woman named Yen Li replied with a charming giggle. "It was like I said. This was definitely Senior Crooked Soul's and fellow Taoist Han's first time seeing the Dream Cloud Pavilion. Otherwise, why else would they stand still? How about we go in together? Senior Martial Sister and I can introduce you 2 to the many shops of the Sky Capital Market. Although we aren't natives to Stalwart Star Island, we have visited the Sky Capital Market several times before and know it like the back of our hands." The peerless beauty, Yuan Yao, then spoke with an enthusiastic gaze and a charming smile that men couldn't refuse. "Yes, if Senior Crooked Soul doesn't find it undesirable, us 2 martial sisters can act as a guide for Senior, so that he may spend less time finding the things he wishes to buy." Upon hearing this, the 3 male cultivators who were traveling together with them couldn't help revealing unsightly expressions. But in the face of Crooked Soul, a foundation establishment senior, they could only silently sulk. Han Li felt stunned. This was the first time he had encountered beautiful women who took the initiative to accompany him. However, it seemed that the 2 were most interested in the Senior Crooked Soul with his deep cultivation. Han Li was merely an incidental addition. Although he didn't know what the 2 women had in mind, Han Li had no intention of accompanying such provocatively beautiful women. As such, Han Li controlled the previously silent Crooked Soul to hoarsely speak. "There is no need. I don't like keeping company in large numbers. Martial nephew Han, Let us go on our way. Crooked Soul then grabbed the somewhat apologetic Han Li and made large strides toward the light barrier, revealing no intention of conversing with the two women. Crooked Soul's stiff demeanor left the two women stunned. While they appeared very disappointed, the three male cultivators' spirits were strongly roused, and they inwardly felt great joy. Let it be, young ladies, that Senior Crooked is a man with a strange temperament. We'd better go in too, the pockmarked man said, attempting to curry favor with the two women. The two peerless beauties took a look at each other and agreed with a forced smile, entering the light barrier with light steps. By this time, Han Li and Crooked Soul had long disappeared into the market streets without a trace. When the two women saw this, they wore a helpless expression and entered a randomly chosen store. As the two women entered the store, closely followed by the three male cultivators who were unwilling to part with them, Han Li and Crooked Soul appeared from behind a building. Seeing the two women enter the store, Han Li revealed a thoughtful expression. After looking on for a moment, he brought Crooked Soul to another street. At first glance, the shops here and the mortal shops outside appeared no different. The shops here were laid in rows on each side of the street in even squares and carried signboard and flags at their storefront with names such as Wu's Assorted Goods, Chun-Ji's Magic Tools, 5 Elements Magic Tool Store, and Huoyang's Raw Materials. Han Li didn't enter these shops, instead choosing to walk down the street towards the center of the Sky Capital Market. According to Han Li's experiences, the powerful stores should be positioned in the best area, and that's below the Dream Cloud Pavilion. As Han Li grew closer, he looked at the fantastical pavilion in the sky and couldn't help but hurry his steps. At this moment, the market streets had quite a number of cultivators going about their way, entering stores on occasion. After walking about a kilometer, Han Li knew he had found the right place. His eyes lit with realization upon seeing a huge plaza that spanned about half an acre. Stripes of fine, white jade filled the floor of the plaza, making for a sight of refined beauty. The center of the plaza was completely empty aside from the Dream Cloud Pavilion floating above it. It floated above with its doors shut, lacking any intention of inviting visitors. 6 small, uniquely styled palace pavilions towered around the plaza, each a similar distance away from the center. They faintly seemed to stand in opposition of each other. No other store dared to place themselves among these 6 stores at the plaza. After taking another glance at the pavilion, Han Li brought his gaze towards the 6 palace pavilions on the ground. The Mountain Sea Pavilion, White Water Pavilion, Jade Band Pavilion. Han Li muttered the names of these 6 stores to himself as he sized up the nearby cultivators that were entering and leaving them. He wanted to enter the store with clientele of the highest status. But after a moment, Han Li frowned and couldn't help but inwardly curse. This story was being hosted on the wrong site. It was taken from its source without permission. In addition, the customers of these stores were all of nearly the same status. After taking a round trip examining the 6 palace pavilions, he felt both reluctance and excitement. Feeling gloomy, Han Li attentively sized up the 6 stores once more, and this time, he discovered something odd. The symbols embroidered on the banners outside each of the stores seemed to hold some sort of unique, deeper meaning. The Mountain Sea Pavilion's banner was embroidered with a blue mythical animal. The White Water Pavilion had a small, golden sword. The Jade Band Pavilion had a green mushroom. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt that he had been mistaken. After a moment of thought, he walked over to the store nearest him, the White Water Pavilion, in order to confirm his thoughts. Crooked Soul naturally followed after him without a sound. Upon entering the palace hall of the White Water Pavilion, he found the interior to be somewhat large, about 100 meters wide. There were rows of white jade engraved shelves that displayed nearly 100 sparkling magic tools of all colors. But with a quick look, Han Li found that these magic tools were all only high-grade magic tools at best. They were simply beneath him. In front of the shelves stood 5 sharply dressed attendants in azure clothes, all currently taking care of about 8 cultivators who were selecting a few magic tools. But once Han Li and Crooked Soul entered, a sharp-eyed attendant noticed that Crooked Soul was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Although he couldn't tell the exact depth of Crooked Soul's cultivation, he still hurriedly rushed forward with bright eyes. After giving Crooked Soul a formal salute, he smartly asked, "Senior, what magic tools do you wish to buy? Since common magic tools are certain to be beneath you, how about Senior accompany me to the side room? The shopkeeper has acquired a few new top-grade magic tools. Shall we go take a look?" Han Li couldn't help but silently smile upon hearing such exquisitely crafted words. "Lead the way, Junior. I'll take a look for now." Having heard Crooked Soul's arrogant tone, the attendant grew even happier. He invited them to a side room off the main hall with a smile before politely taking his leave to fetch the shopkeeper. Just as he left, a dainty maid came in and poured the two of them a cup of some oddly fragrant tea before silently withdrawing. With a trace of politeness, Han Li lifted the teacup and took a taste. But not long after, an eccentric middle-aged man with a long whiskered mustache and beard had arrived. He walked in with a beaming smile, but after he discovered the depth of Crooked Soul's cultivation, he involuntarily revealed shock and hurriedly saluted Crooked Soul, saying, "I truly didn't expect that fellow Taoist had reached false core stage. My congratulations. I am the shopkeeper Chao Lu. I offer my best wishes for fellow Taoist in entering core formation." His solemn, respectful expression left Han Li stunned. His thoughts quickly churned for a moment before realizing that he was referring to Crooked Soul's near-peak foundation establishment cultivation. Going along with the situation, Han Li willed Crooked Soul to say, "Fellow Taoist jests, how is core formation so easily reached? Actually, I've come to make preparations for this very matter. However, when I initially came to the Sky Capital Market, I truly didn't know where to find the ingredients I required. Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire. I hope fellow Taoist Chao could give me some advice." Crooked Soul spoke with a very courteous tone, as the strange-looking middle-aged man was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Shopkeeper Chao instantly replied, "Hee, that isn't a problem. Our 6 united palaces have mutual respect and sense of propriety. I'll get in touch with Jade Band Pavilion's fellow Taoist Ouyang and immediately send them over should they have them." Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a sound transmission talisman and softly said a few words into it before it turned into a streak of red light and flew out the room. Following this, Shopkeeper Chao cordially chatted with Crooked Soul, casually asking about Crooked Soul's origins and affiliations. But Han Li couldn't possibly divulge such secrets to a stranger he just met. He merely had Crooked Soul vaguely state that he was a cultivator that had newly arrived at the island. Because he had unexpectedly ran into his martial nephew Han Li, he decided to stay on Stalwart Star Island for the time being. Shopkeeper Chao's smile grew even wider. His friendliness reached a level Han Li found difficult to tolerate. Just as doubts were stirring in Han Li's mind, a large azure-clothed man with a curled beard walked into the room. His face was a dark red and he had a lofty, burly body. He appeared extremely bold and powerful. "Fellow Taoist Chao, why do you suddenly want Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire? Could it be someone wishes to form their core?" A large man suddenly walked into the room with a forthright smile. After looking at Han Li for a moment, he turned his attention to Crooked Soul. Han Li inwardly frowned. This person asked a question while clearly already knowing the answer. He was not straightforward and bold as his appearance had suggested. He was definitely a deep schemer. Han Li's heart trembled and became more vigilant of this person. Naturally, Han Li and Crooked Soul had calm expressions, and they even wore slight smiles. "Hee, fellow Taoist Ouyang, let me give you an introduction. This is fellow Taoist Crooked Soul. He just arrived at this island. This is his martial nephew Han Li, a resident of our island. Fellow Taoist Crooked Soul has reached false core stage and wishes to strive to form his core." Chao Lu pointed at Crooked Soul and Han Li, speaking with a beaming smile. "Hee, congratulations fellow Taoist. If fellow Taoist succeeds in forming his core, our stalwart Star Sea will have another pillar of strength." The curly-bearded man surnamed Ouyang spoke cordially with a wide grin. He suddenly appeared to have thought of something and patted the back of his head. He embarrassingly said, "Ah, my damn memory. I've forgotten about Crooked Soul's impatient need of Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire. But please be at ease. I brought over enough for 2 people to form their cores. The large man with a curly mustache, fellow Taoist Ouyang, took out 2 jade boxes shining with yellow light and placed them on the table in front of Han Li. These 2 boxes holding spiritual objects were carved out of earth attribute jade acquired from the deep sea. Can also be considered a strange treasure. But when compared with the price of what it contains, it is naturally incomparable. Although curly-bearded man's words seemed as if he didn't care, he seemed to hold some pride in them. Then I truly must thank you. Crooked Soul calmly said his thanks before carefully opening the boxes. One of the boxes contained a clear, transparent liquid. Upon opening the box, a wondrous, cold qi directly blew past Crooked Soul. In contrast, the other box contained a fiery, scarlet liquid that released a scorching air. After inspecting these items for a long while, Crooked Soul shut the lids of the boxes with a satisfied appearance. He raised his head and serenely asked, "How many spirit stones does fellow Taoist want in order to part with these items?" Although spirit snow water and liquid heavenfire weren't as rare as thousand-year spirit herbs, they were spiritual objects that were difficult to find, but as they were items that were needed to enter core formation, Han Li was determined to acquire them. The large, curly-bearded man waved his hand, speaking casually. Although our 6 united palaces aren't part of the 4 Elements Merchant Union, we have quite a lot of prestige in the scattered star seas. These 2 items are rare, but they are beneath our notice. Please allow our 6 united palaces to present the spirit snow ice and liquid heavenfire to fellow Taoist Crooked Soul as our early congratulations for your core formation. Han Li didn't feel any excitement. Instead, he inwardly frowned, refraining from having Crooked Soul take them. You would give such previous items as a gift? I am not convinced there is such a great thing in this world. Since Crooked Soul is at what they call false core stage, could it be that they have hidden intentions for currying favor in such an excessive manner? Han Li became increasingly cautious with that in mind. Crooked Soul then shook his head and sternly said, "That won't do. There is no reward without cost. These 2 items should be sold for what they're worth. I have the spirit stones for them. Or is there something that you 2 are too embarrassed to say?" After saying this, Crooked Soul revealed a mysterious smile. Seeing that Crooked Soul was so guarded against such a great gift, Chao Lu and the curly-bearded man couldn't help but give each other a mutual glance after a moment of astonishment. After meeting each other's gaze, Chao Lu dryly coughed and said, "It seems we've made fools of ourselves. Since fellow Taoist Crooked Soul understands, I will tell it as it is. Our 6 united palaces do have a few matters that require your assistance. These 2 spiritual items are a kindly advance. If this affair is concluded, our stores will give you a great award." Chao Lu spoke rather cordially while the curly-bearded man revealed embarrassment. Han Li inwardly sneered and had Crooked Soul tactfully decline while wearing a faint smile. "I won't conceal this from you 2. Currently, I am entirely focused on forming my core and have no inclination for any other affairs. I am truly sorry, but it would be best for you to find someone else." Crooked Soul didn't have any interest in listening to the matter and put a stop to the conversation. Chao Lu and the curly-bearded man didn't take offense at his response and revealed smooth smiles instead. Hee. Since fellow Taoist Crooked Soul's core formation occupies his mind, he should definitely lend a hand. After this matter is concluded, our 6 united palaces will reward you with a dustfall pill. It is of great assistance towards core formation and will certainly increase the odds of successfully forming your core, the curly-bearded man said with a chuckle. Dustfall pill. Crooked Soul muttered to himself with slight surprise. Chao Lu replaced his smile with a solemn expression and said, "That's right. This matter requires 6 cultivators at false core stage, and we just need 1 more. Fellow Taoist's arrival is extremely timely. All of the cultivators who participate will be given a dustfall pill as payment." The dustfall pill was an item of great renown in the scattered star seas. However, Han Li, who had remained in isolation since initially arriving on the island, had no idea how wondrous the pill was rumored to be. After muttering to himself for a moment, Crooked Soul solemnly asked, Could you tell me the concrete details of the task I am to assist with before making my decision? Of course we can. It isn't a complicated matter. It is just that our stores have discovered a grade 6 demon beast and wish to acquire its demon core. As a result, we thought to invite some outsiders to assist in the hunt. Chao Lu chuckled and played it down. Grade 6 demon beast? Crooked Soul bitterly smiled. Han Li had nearly stood up to loudly curse at them. The grade 4 mantis demon beast had nearly claimed his life, and now they wanted to fight a grade 6 demon beast. Did they want to send these cultivators to their deaths? Having seen Crooked Soul's doubtful expression, the curly-bearded man quickly gave an explanation. Please be at ease. Our stores have come up with a complete plan which significantly lowers the danger. Apart from having 2 of our store's core formation elders act, we will also place down a 6 flowing ripples formation. 6 false core formation cultivators will be enough to maintain the formation. A 6 flowing ripples formation. Han Li felt that the name of that formation sounded quite familiar, as if he had heard it before in formation spell insights that Xianxia had previously given to him. Han Li then willed Crooked Soul to delay his decision. Because of the importance of this matter, please give me 2 days to consider. Will it be acceptable if I give you my answer then? Crooked Soul's vague words left Chao Lu stunned, but he soon agreed with a wide smile. But when Han Li and Crooked Soul left, Chao Lu and the large, curly-bearded man had them take the spirit snow water and liquid heaven fire along with them. With a few polite words, they said that even if Crooked Soul later refused, it wouldn't matter, and that they were to be treated solely as gifts. Crooked Soul faintly smiled in response to his coaxing words, but he didn't refuse, taking the jade boxes with him. After a few polite words, he then left the palace pavilion with Han Li. After leaving the white water pavilion, Han Li turned around to take a look at the pavilion. He lightly shook his head before finding his way out of the plaza. Since these 6 palace pavilions formed a single group, Han Li naturally wouldn't visit the other stores to haggle over any prices. After all, he had already taken the items they had given him for free. As a result, he bluntly intended to visit the surrounding shops for a few other items he wished to acquire. Apart from the Spirit Snow Water and Liquid Heaven Fire for core formation, he also wanted to purchase a few materials to create Grade 2 puppets. Although he had already grown the most important material, the several hundred-year-old ironwood, he still needed to buy large quantities of secondary materials such as source iron and cloud essence stone. He also needed a few materials to refine the spirit feed pill. After refining these pills, he would be able to formally train the white spiders. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li entered a small store with miscellaneous goods, managing to buy a majority of what he needed. The rest of the items he required were rarer and would require visiting several other stores to acquire them. As he was browsing through the many stores, he mostly focused on the stores that sold ancient records of medicine pills and cultivation arts. After all, he had nearly used all of his pill formulas and wished to acquire 1 or 2 more. As for cultivation arts, although their prices were unreasonably high, they would provide him with an explanation of the types of cultivation arts used in the scattered star seas. After completing a round trip, Han Li felt amazement. While having Crooked Soul wait outside, he entered a medicine pill shop, asking if they had any foundation establishment stage pill formulas for sale. The shop assistant unexpectedly showed him several tens of pill formulas, causing Han Li to nearly bite his tongue in shock. Although he couldn't bring himself to believe it, he still carefully examined the pill formulas and the outcome was complete shock. Regardless of whether the pill formulas used rare or common materials, they all required demon beast cores instead of spiritual herbs. The rarer medicine pills even required the inner core of 6th and 7th grade demon beasts. While these pill formulas also required spiritual herbs that were several hundreds of years old, the spiritual herbs used in the formulas were only auxiliary ingredients. They could be replaced with other spiritual herbs instead. As such, Han Li acquired a thick stack of pill formulas and remained dumbfounded for a long while. Under the baffled gaze of the store assistant, he had casually bought several usable formulas at a low price and walked out in a daze. A short moment later, he felt somewhat unsatisfied and ran over to several other medicinal pill shops, discovering that apart from low-grade chi condensation pill formulas, all other pill formulas required demon beast cores. Finally, Han Li's couldn't help but make a careful inquiry to a shopkeeper about whether there were any high-grade pill formulas that didn't require demon beast cores. The shopkeeper looked at Han Li as if he were an idiot for a long while before saying, "What else would you use to refine a high-grade medicine pill, if not a demon core beast?" Han Li then dejectedly walked out of the store and completely gave up on the matter. It seems that the pill Tao of the scattered starseas followed a different path than that of the Heavenly South region. They used the cores of demon beasts as the central ingredient of medicinal pills rather than spiritual herbs. After some careful thought, Han Li found this to be quite reasonable. The sea was vast and without end, containing a countless number of demon beasts. With their ancestors incapable of causing a complete extinction of resources, the circumstances in the scattered starseas was far better than that of the Heavenly South region. It seems that these pill formulas had been passed down since ancient times. As Han Li was thinking while standing on the remote corner of some road, he carefully looked through his collection of recently purchased pill formulas for one with the name of Foundation Establishment Pill. The pill formula was mostly the same as the one as Han Li had remembered. However, the heavenly spiritual medicines that were found only in the blood-red forbidden area were instead replaced with grade 5 demon cores. When Han Li saw this, he put away the pill formulas and folded his arms before entering deep contemplation. After a long while, Han Li finally awoke from his contemplations with a plan in mind. Nothing appearing out of the ordinary, he proceeded to visit the shops selling ancient records of cultivation techniques. This trip didn't result in any surprises. He was quite familiar with the cultivation arts and 5-element techniques being sold, as they weren't much different from those in the Heavenly South region. Though it should be said that the water attribute magic techniques were more plentiful. There were even a few new techniques that he hadn't heard of before. Han Li bought these new magic techniques along with a book he accidentally found, Pill Tao Evaluations. The reason he bought this book was because it contained an expert's description and commentary of the Dustfall pill. Han Li intended to carefully study it before coming to a decision about the 6 United Palaces' request. With no interest in buying anything else, Han Li and Crooked Soul left the Sky Capital Market along with the city. Not long after they left Stalwart Star City, Han Li and Crooked Soul took to the skies and flew toward the Gu Clan estate. About half a day later, Han Li gazed at the somewhat familiar scene of the Gu Clan estate's earthen walls. But instead of immediately descending towards the Gu Clan estate, he decided to first land at the small hilltop to the side of the estate and take a look at the small wooden house he had constructed. The small wooden house still stood in its original location. However, it was clear that it had greatly aged, and some areas had blackened from rot. When Han Li saw this, he lightly sighed before opening the door and entering the house. Ha! Han Li was surprised. The room wasn't covered in a layer of dust, nor was there the rotting scent he had expected. Instead, the room was swept clean, the table, chair, and bed didn't have a single speck of dust. There was even a pot of blue flowers on the wooden table. Han Li was at a loss for a moment, but he couldn't stop himself from breaking out into laughter. It seems the Gu Clan had put quite some thought into this. Han Li stroked his nose as he muttered to himself. Afterwards, Han Li left the wooden house without any feelings of attachment and left Crooked Soul on the hilltop, slowly walking towards the Gu Clan estate by himself. Han Li had no intention of hurriedly flying towards the Gu Clan. Although the Gu Clan's spell formation posed no problem to him, the Gu Clan master could be considered an old friend. Naturally, it'd be better to be polite. But when Han Li walked in front of the Gu Clan's gate, 2 imposingly strong gate guards had noticed him. One of them suspiciously asked, "Who are you? What brings you to our Gu Clan?" Han Li smiled and spoke in a soft voice. "Tell your clan's master that an old friend surnamed Han has come. Our clan's lord doesn't see outsiders." "Wait, Han. Could it be that you are Immortal Master Han?" The large man had initially rejected him, but after sizing up Han Li, he suddenly revealed doubt. "You know of me?" Han Li made a slight frown. "So it really is Immortal Han. Please wait for a moment, Immortal Master. I will send a report to the Manor Lord." The large man spoke no further and ran towards the manor. Han Li expressionlessly looked towards the manor and spoke no further. Not long after, a large group of people left the manor. The old man that was leading them smiled widely upon seeing Han Li and loudly shouted, "Immortal Han, you've finally returned. I've waited for quite a few years." Afterwards, the old man hastily walked forward to salute Han Li. The others followed suit, each respectfully saluting Han Li. Han Li attentively gazed at the old man's familiar face. This was definitely the Gu clan master, but his hair was now white and his face was decrepit. "Mr. Gu, I trust that you've been well?" Han Li asked with a relaxed expression. Under Master Gu's respectful welcome, Han Li entered a huge residence at the center of the Gu estate. After entering a room, Master Gu took the initiative to hand over a large sack of spirit stones to Han Li without waiting for him to say anything. In addition, he gave Han Li a cordial introduction to a few of the young children of the Gu clan. He particularly made an effort to introduce his eldest son, a 30-year-old youth named Gu Kai. How could Han Li not see what the Gu clan master intended? The Gu clan master knew that the end of his life was drawing near, and he wished for Han Li to continue providing some assistance to his clan after his passing. Han Li faintly smiled and said some casual promises for the sake of their past friendship. The Gu clan master felt great joy and immediately called for a feast on behalf of Han Li. However, Han Li tactfully declined. Following, Han Li had a chat with the Gu clan master before swiftly departing from the Gu clan estate. After leaving, Han Li fetched Crooked Soul from the hilltop and flew towards a small, nearby village. Han Li quickly found an inn and spent the night studying the Pill Dao evaluations without any sleep. On the next day, Han Li had a general understanding about the medicine pills of the scattered star seas. As for the Dustfall pill, he had examined its description several times. In accordance to the book, the Dustfall pill not only required the cores of several uncommon demon beasts, but it also required a large amount of rarely seen spiritual herbs to refine. It was an undoubtedly precious item. The pill really does have the wondrous effect of increasing the odds of core formation. Although the increased odds couldn't be considered to be much and it can only be taken during the formation of one's core, it is seen as a treasure to cultivators on the verge of core formation. To cultivators wishing to form their core, any items capable of raising their odds of success by even a single % were greatly coveted but extremely rare. Nevertheless, Han Li understood that since the 6 palaces were offering this rare medicine pill as payment, the task wouldn't be nearly as easy as maintaining a formation. There would certainly be a large amount of danger if he went, and only the heavens would know what troubles he would encounter. However, Han Li truly thirsted for this Dustfall pill. After all, both he and Crooked Soul were soon facing core formation. Leaving his own poor odds aside, Crooked Soul's Fiend Core was said to have a 1/3 chance of core formation. As the probability of failure was so high, he was unable to feel at ease. He needed to acquire the Dustfall pill. After sinking into bitter contemplation for a long while, he eventually came to the decision to face the unknown danger. After all, both he and Crooked Soul were late Foundation establishment cultivators. If any danger arose, he should be able to protect himself without problem. In addition, it appeared that the 6 United Palaces held a significant amount of power. Forming a connection to them now should prove to be rather useful while in the scattered star seas. However, he must first make some discreet inquiries about the reputation of the 6 United Palaces. If relations were to turn sour immediately after the matter is concluded, he'd greatly suffer. Having come to a decision, Han Li brought Crooked Soul back to Stalwart Star City. Half a month later, an extremely huge ship sailed into the port of Stalwart Star Island. After a short moment, 2 streaks of light, one white and one blue, shot towards the boat from a faraway place and boarded it without any hesitation. After the light faded away, 3 people appeared on board the ship. A lofty and strong but ugly man, a youth with a common appearance, and an odd middle-aged man with an aged appearance. A wide-eyed man with thick eyebrows walked out to respectfully greet the robust man and youth. "Welcome to our ship, Immortal Masters. I am the ship's captain, Luo Zheng. The other Immortal Masters are on already board. I will now bring everyone to the general location of the demon beast." The Immortal Masters he addressed were naturally Crooked Soul and Han Li. As for the middle-aged man, He was the shopkeeper of the Whitewater Pavilion, Chao Lu. Fellow Taoist crooked soul, take care. I must return to take care of a few matters. After exchanging a few polite words, Chao Lu flew off. The thick-browed man lowered his head, before saying, "Please come in, we've already prepared rooms for you. The ship will soon depart." Han Li gazed at the ship as he silently entered its hull with crooked soul. As for Luo Zheng, he followed right behind them. At this moment, the huge ship slowly began to move once more. Upon entering the hull of the ship, Han Li was surprised by what he saw. It wasn't at all like the small passageway Han Li had imagined. Instead, there was a luxurious hall that spanned over 40 meters. Embroidered carpet covered the hall's floor, and a long sandalwood table embedded with gold and silver was at the center of the room. There were over a dozen chairs around it, occupied by several people chatting. Once Han Li and Crooked Soul entered, several icy, stern gazes swept past them. Their gazes merely swept past Han Li before focusing their eyes on Crooked Soul. Crooked Soul blurred and covered Han Li's front. He then expressionlessly said, "I am Crooked Soul. This is my martial nephew Han Li. What are you fellow Taoists called?" A middle-aged woman that appeared to be about 40 years old stood up and spoke with a beaming smile. "Welcome, fellow Taoist Crooked Soul. I am the 6 United Palaces Feng Sanyang. I will be in charge of controlling the formation that everyone will be maintaining." Although this woman couldn't be said to be gorgeous, she still had hints of beauty. "My greetings, fellow Taoist Feng." Crooked Soul spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly and brought Han Li towards the table. The many unfamiliar cultivators in the hall had already entered Han Li's view. A middle-aged Confucian scholar with an ordinary appearance, a charming young woman that appeared about 20 years old, an old man with ash-colored eyes, a youth covered in glowing red light. With the addition of Feng Sanyang, there were exactly 5 people. The charming young woman was an early Foundation establishment cultivator, however, and sat closely together with the Confucian scholar. From their intimate appearance, it seemed they were Tao companions. As Han Li was pondering, Feng Sanyang started talking with a charming smile. "Fellow Taoist Crooked has arrived just in time. I was just talking about the transformations of the 6 flowing ripples formation. If we become more familiar with the formation in advance, the matter will definitely proceed much more smoothly when the time comes. But before then, I must introduce fellow Taoist Crooked Soul to you all." Feng Sanyang was clearly very adept at dealing with others, and with only few words she reduced the distance between everyone in the hall. These two were sent by Tail Star Island's island master, Senior Zhan Tai. This is his brilliant disciple, fellow Taoist Mao, and his Tao companion, fellow Taoist Shui. Feng Sanyang first introduced the middle-aged Confucian scholar and the young woman to Han Li. After coldly glancing at Han Li, the middle-aged Confucian scholar arrogantly said, "Crooked Soul, a cultivator from Stalwart Star Island? I know of many people, but why is it that I've never heard of your esteemed self?" For some unknown reason, this middle-aged Confucian scholar found Crooked Soul displeasing to the eye and shot an insulting statement at him. Feng Sanyang's beaming expression involuntarily dropped for a moment before recovering. "I wasn't originally a Stalwart Star Island cultivator. It was only recently that I arrived the island to visit my martial nephew Han Li. So there is nothing odd in not knowing my name. Moreover, this is the first time I've ever heard your name as well." Crooked Soul calmly mocked in return. "You?" The middle-aged Confucian scholar appeared furious. Just as his face darkened and he was about to say something, Feng Sanyang quickly interrupted and changed the subject. "I'll now introduce this elder, Gold Turtle Island's hidden cultivator, fellow Taoist Qing Swansea. Although few know of him, there are few Foundation establishment cultivators that can match his wood element magic techniques. As for fellow Taoist Yen, he is even more impressive. With his hidden fire constitution, he managed to cultivate his pure Yang true fire to perfection by himself. Fellow Taoist Qing, fellow Taoist Yen." Han Li nodded his head towards the old man and the youth. Although the two were also late Foundation establishment, Han Li felt a far deeper pressure from them than the middle-aged Confucian scholar. As their cultivation was by no means shallow, Han Li was unwilling to casually slight them. "Hello, fellow Taoist crooked soul. I send you my regards." The two weren't high-handed and gave Crooked Soul a faint smile. This caused the middle-aged Confucian scholar to feel even more uneasy. As such, without waiting for Feng Sanyang to speak further, he suddenly stood and said with a wooden expression, "I am going to return to my room and meditate. I'll leave the matter of the formation spell for later." Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left the hall. The young woman glanced apologetically at the others before following after him. "Humph! What right does he have to be arrogant? The fact that he has an island lord for a master." The youth surnamed Yen, whose body shined with red light, spoke with slight anger. The old man's and Feng Sanyang's expressions slightly shifted. While the old man's face became expressionless immediately after, Feng Sanyang called for Crooked Soul to sit down with a wide smile, as if wanting to brush away the matter with the Confucian scholar. "Don't we need 6 people? Fellow Taoist Shui doesn't appear to have the cultivation required to maintain the formation," Crooked Soul calmly asked, sitting down without any further decorum. Feng Sanyang smiled before giving an explanation. "There is still Shift Cry Island's fellow Taoist Do. However, he is currently cultivating a ferocious technique and hasn't left his room in the past few days." "Oh, so it was like that." Crooked Soul nodded his head and didn't say anything further. But as Feng Sanyang was quite curious about Crooked Soul, she would occasionally ask him a few irrelevant questions. Han Li, who stood behind Crooked Soul, found this somewhat surprising as he didn't know what the woman intended. When she asked whether or not Crooked Soul comprehended the 6 flowing ripples magic formation, Han Li willed Crooked Soul to reply that he did not. The woman smiled, stating that neither did the others. Then, she began to give the 3 present cultivators an explanation of its wondrous intricacies. It was truly surprising. Feng Sanyang was a rarely seen formation spell expert. Although the middle-aged Confucian scholar had a problem with the others, he eventually returned to the main hall the next day to hear about the important aspects for maintaining the formation. After all, the 6 united palaces had invited him to come, and it would be unbecoming for him to shirk his responsibilities. 3 days later, the remaining cultivator ended his seclusion in his room, allowing Han Li to finally see him. He was a bulky, 7-foot-tall man with a fierce-looking face. Although his appearance seemed violent, he was an outspoken and frank person that quickly formed a close relationship with the others. With their final member present, Han Li and company finished listening to Feng Sanyang's explanation on the profound intricacies of the spell formation. Afterwards, their ship would often stop, and they would fly around the nearby seas, continuously practicing the shifting forms of the 6 flowing ripples formation. This way, they would succeed on their first attempt to capture the demon beast when the time came. Everyone was satisfied with this arrangement. As such, the ship naturally slowed down, but the 6 united palaces didn't seem impatient at all. Even with the constant stops, Feng Sanyang maintained her beaming smile and didn't show the slightest impatience. When the formation spell transformations were finally practiced to perfection, Feng Sanyang no longer delayed their journey and had the ship continue on at full speed. 1 month later, the ship arrived at a nameless, desolate island. Led by Feng Sanyang, Han Li and company descended from the ship. Just as they stepped onto the small island, a blinding golden light flew down from the sky, and several people were suddenly hovering above them. Once the light faded away, an old man whose face had a dim, golden sheen expressionlessly glanced at them. This person lacked any noticeable magic power fluctuations despite obviously not being immortal. It seemed he was able to restrain his unfathomably deep magic power with ease. The appearance of such an expert caused Han Li's heart to tremble. Feng Sanyang stepped forward without hesitation and deeply bowed to the old man and spoke with an expression of respect. Subordinate Feng Sanyang pays her respects to Elder Miao. At that moment, Han Li and the others standing behind her paid their respects as well. They obviously couldn't afford to slight a core formation cultivator. With a calm expression, the old man slowly said, "There is no need to be so polite. Feng Sanyang, you did quite well. You've managed to bring these assistants very quickly. Are they familiar with the formation spell drills? The demonic beast we're dealing with is quite troublesome, and we cannot be careless. Elder, be at ease. Everyone has already fully mastered the many variations of the 6 flowing ripples formation. We will definitely be able to trap the beast. Feng Sanyang's voice brimmed with confidence. Elder Miao swept his gaze over the Foundation establishment cultivators. He then said in a friendly manner, "Good, fellow Taoists, our 6 united palaces require your assistance. So long as you properly exert yourself, we will treat you fairly without a doubt." Without waiting for the others to speak, the middle-aged Confucian scholar rushed to speak with an ingratiating smile. "Be at ease, senior. We will definitely try our best." Although the others revealed odd expressions upon seeing the Confucian scholar's flattery, they could only express their mutual agreement. Satisfied with their responses, Elder Miao nodded his head and said, "We've already placed down the formation several days ago. You will only have to maintain it. As for Elder Gu, he is in the nearby seas chasing after the demon beast, and I will be joining him after this. I reckon by tomorrow morning, we will be able to draw the beast into the formation and you all will be able to display your skill. You should rest on the island until then." Elder Miao then turned into a streak of gold light and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Sanyang turned her head over, speaking with a solemn voice, "Fellow Taoists, you've heard Elder Miao. Let's rest for the day and properly prepare ourselves for the hard battle coming tomorrow." The others naturally didn't contest this and nodded their heads. But at this moment, Xianxia, who seldom spoke on the journey, suddenly said with a stiff voice, "Fellow Taoist Feng, we've all asked what kind of demon beast we would be dealing with along the way. In the end, you never clearly answered us. But now that we will act tomorrow, will you finally give us a clear answer?" The old man's question stirred the hearts of the others, bringing all of their questioning gazes upon Feng Sanyang. This demon beast was apparently terrible and rarely seen, even requiring great efforts and long planning from the 6 united palaces. This definitely wasn't some ordinary grade 6 demon beast. When Feng Sanyang heard this, she revealed a bitter smile. She dragged the hair on her forehead to one side and slowly said, "Fellow Taoists, it wasn't that I was unwilling to state the facts. I was under orders to not divulge this information until we arrived on the island. Now that we've arrived, I have no restrictions in telling you all. The foe that our united 6 palaces wish to battle is an infant carp beast. That is why we had to be a bit careful. Infant carp beast." When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but shout out in shock. Han Li detachedly gazed on. Although he didn't know what sort of demon beast they were facing, judging by the pale expressions of the others, it was by no means some trifling beast. "I don't blame your palaces for being this careful. If it really is this demon beast, it was right to be careful. If other powers were to know of this, who knows how much of a disturbance would be brought about." Xianxia muttered in disbelief. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing him. The youth surnamed Yen and the large bald man's expressions continuously shifted as their hearts were in turmoil. Only the middle-aged Confucian scholar with an unsightly expression coldly spoke to Feng Sanyang. "Your 6 united palaces have overreached themselves. Everyone knows that the infant carp beast is an innate water demon beast with formidable water-type divine abilities. If it were grade 6, it'd be a match for common grade 7 demon beasts. By claiming it to be a grade 6 beast when you were asking for our assistance, were you deliberately trying to take advantage of us?" the middle-aged Confucian scholar asked. Xianxia and the others eventually recovered from their shock, all revealing their displeasure. Although they were all rogue cultivators, those that walked the road less traveled, they didn't dare to rashly offend the 6 united palaces. They all wordlessly stared at Feng Sanyang, waiting for an answer. Feng Sanyang's face darkened and she replied without a trace of politeness, "Fellow Taoist Mao, you speak wrongly. Our 6 united palaces did not deceive you. Although the infant carp beast is a bit difficult, it is a genuine grade 6 demon beast. How could you say we called a grade 7 demon beast a grade 6 demon beast?" Besides, since our palaces offered a reward as precious as the Dustfall pill, you should have understood that you weren't going to deal with a common grade 6 beast. Otherwise, our palaces would be operating at a loss. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was left dumbstruck for a long while, and Han Li inwardly frowned. Although the woman's outspoken words held reason, he still felt very uncomfortable and couldn't help but glance at the others. The other three appeared to have the same attitude as Han Li and revealed slight displeasure. Then, Feng Sanyang suddenly flashed Crooked Soul a smile and said, "Naturally, our palace acted in this manner to ensure that the existence of the infant carp beast is kept hidden. As a result, arrangements were made before we came here. In addition to the Dustfall pill you will receive after this matter is concluded, you will all be paid an advance of 1,000 spirit stones as compensation for keeping the matter secret. Is this to your satisfaction?" Everyone's resentment had slowly faded away, and they each nodded their heads in agreement. The middle-aged man still seemed somewhat unsatisfied, but his young, beautiful Dao companion then whispered something into his ear. His expression changed, and he kept silent. Soon after, everyone went off in their own direction on the island and found a quiet location to meditate and rest. Han Li and Crooked Soul found a huge reef near the ocean shore and sat down cross-legged while facing each other. Under Han Li's meticulous commands, Crooked Soul quickly entered a state of strength honing. As for Han Li, he slowly closed his eyes, wishing to meditate. But after the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li opened his eyes with a frown. He then looked at the surging waves while lost in thought. For some unknown reason, he felt somewhat ill at ease, as if something incredible was about to occur. After pondering in restless apprehension for a long while, he helplessly smiled as he was unable to single out the cause. He was still quite nervous. Although a spirited rest was normally easy to come by, he would be assisting 2 core formation cultivators with the 6 flowing ripples formation tomorrow. Although the demon beast seemed quite unordinary, a demon beast was still a demon beast. Facing against cultivators of superior strength, how could it possibly prevail? They shouldn't have any problem taking it down. After calming himself down with a few comforting words, Han Li attempted to forcefully enter meditation. But after a while, his heart still felt heavy, and he was unable to get into the mood. Han Li sighed and stood up. It seemed that unless he did something, he wouldn't feel at ease. Han Li helplessly looked around and released his spiritual sense. Fortunately, there was nobody around. Han Li quickly patted his storage pouch and took out over a dozen sparkling formation flags and 6 formation plates, the formation setup toolset for the Jadewater Azure Armor formation. Although this formation couldn't be compared to the 5 elements reversal formation or the 6 flowing ripples formation, it was still far stronger than common magic formations. In addition, it was extremely simple to set up due to its tools. Han Li called out to Crooked Soul without the slightest hesitation and had him use the reef as the formation center, setting up the rest of the formation flags and discs within 100 meters of it. As he watched Crooked Soul placing down the flags and burying the formation discs, Han Li felt his anxiety gradually dissipate. He couldn't help but make a slanted smile and self-mockingly say, "It seems I am still quite fearful of death." The next day before the sunrise, Feng Sanyang and the others gathered together, flying over 5 kilometers to sea. At this same moment, in the waters 500 kilometers away, a streak of gold light and a streak of yellow light were quickly flying in the direction of the nameless small island. A kilometer behind them, there was a large white mist spanning about 400 meters chasing after them at the same speed, while faintly releasing an infant's cry. Anybody who heard the miserable wail would feel their blood run cold. "Elder Miao, should I send a flying sword over to them and see if they're prepared?" A deep voice suddenly came from the rushing yellow light. "Sure," Elder Miao agreed without hesitation. His body blurred and reappeared at the center of the yellow light. At the same time, the golden light enveloping him turned into a golden rainbow and disappeared in an instant. The huge white mist chasing after them appeared upset by this, and the infant's weeping became even more intense. The sound gradually changed to that of thunder and became increasingly deafening. "Not good. The beast is going to use divine waterstar thunder. Elder Brother Gu, Please hurry. Elder Meow, now enveloped by the yellow light, shouted out as if he were greatly fearful of the sounds of thunder from behind them. Be at ease. My immemorial bowl isn't slow in the slightest. Just as the deep voice said this, the yellow light sped up and greatly increased the distance between them and the white mist in an instant. However, the white mist seemed unwilling to give up. With sounds of wailing and thunder, it also sped up, cutting through the seawater and spreading huge white waves across the ocean as far as the eye could see. Crooked Soul and company had already taken their positions at the formation's front, each holding a large blue flag in their hand. The banner was about 6 meters long and emitted threads of dazzling blue radiance. The 6 late Foundation establishment cultivators wore solemn expressions and were separated by over 400 meters as they floated above the sea on magic tools, forming a hollow semicircle. Han Li stood behind Crooked Soul with a detached gaze. As for the middle-aged Confucian scholar's Tao companion, she stood at his side with a concerned expression. A short moment later, a streak of golden light suddenly cleaved through the sky and arrived in Feng Sanyang's hand, drawing the attention of the others. Everyone on guard. The infant carp beast is about to come. Once the beast enters the formation, immediately block off the entrance of the formation. Feng Sanyang received the message and loudly shouted to the others with a solemn expression. Afterwards, the golden light flew away and disappeared off into the sky. Han Li's heart tensed, and he attentively stared in the direction that the golden light flew off into. The others also wore taut expressions, as if they were anticipating the storm that was about to come. After an unknown amount of time passed, they heard faint rolls of thunder in the distance that soon grew increasingly louder. They eventually spotted a streak of yellow and a streak of golden light flying towards them at the speed of lightning. A huge white mist followed behind them as if it were closely pursuing them. That's the infant carp beast? Although Han Li could clearly see a huge white mist behind the streaks, he couldn't imagine the sinister appearance of the demon beast concealed within.